the passion. It's ALGS. It's match point finals. But before we get into that later this afternoon, I do just want to welcome you into the SAP Arena. My name is Randy. I'm with Glitter Explosion. A crowd is doing us favors back there. They're always excited and always helping us out. And Lauren, it's so great to be in this one, starting things off with a really fun mode and display of some of our creators.
Yeah, you know, we couldn't do an entire LAN event without highlighting our fantastic community of Apex Legends content creators. We have a show match to beat all show matches. It's going to be really fun to get into.
It's one of the best things that we get to do, meeting people, meeting the fans, meeting the community, and also highlighting the people who keep the community strong, which is the creators online. Now, they're going to be doing a mode called Straight Shot. If you're not familiar with it, we got a little explainer video to catch you up.
Hey, what's up, Legends? I hope you're having a great time. My name is Berbatov. I'm a German Apex Legends streamer, and today I want to talk to you about the new Straight Shot Revival mode. If you haven't played it yet, you should definitely give it a try, and I'm gonna tell you why. Straight Shot delivers Apex Legends' signature Battle Royale mode, but with a few twists. The first one is 30-player lobbies. Unlike its Battle Royale brother, Straight Shot features 10 squads per match. You might think it's not a lot, but you're gonna be surprised. Next up, smaller maps. Played on traditional Apex Battle Royale maps, in Straight Shot the ring starts at round 3, which leads to more combat and shorter matches. Next up, one of my personal favorites, pre-kitted weapons. In Straight Shot, weapons will be pre-kitted, from white, blue, purple and gold. This means less looting and more shooting. And as you may have noticed, no dropship. In Straight Shot, squads will randomly drop from the sky near POIs, but get ready to fight. Other squads will be dropping nearby as well. With Straight Shot Revival, you will automatically respawn as long as one of your squad mates is still in the fight. Once you are killed, a respawn timer will start counting down the seconds until you can drop back in. Respawns will be available through the first 3 rounds, with the timer increasing in duration each round. Your squad can reduce the time for you to respawn by doing damage and getting knocks on opponents. At the start of round 4, respawns are turned off and it's up to you and your team to take home the win. With the fast-paced nature of Straight Shot Revival, our teams really have it cut out for them if they want to come out on top. So good luck, Legends.
Good luck. You're going to need a lot of that. Maybe some skill as well. And we've got some talented content creators, not just in the skill scenario, but in the actual talent scenario. You're not a talent member, but you might as well be. Selly Cats, you are so amazing. You interviewed me yesterday, and now it's your time to get interviewed. How are you feeling going into this tournament?
Man, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Randy, for this interview. Yeah, I am Selly Cats, and today we are in the ALGS. My name, it's just so great feelings for me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to Play Apex Friends, because I am here because you are here. And thanks to the public, because it's so good, so great to see all the passion here. I think it's just, yeah, I'm just grateful, you know?
Yeah. You have such an infectious energy. You want to be a content creator, but also a caster as well, right?
Yeah, right. I am caster and host for Play Apex Friends. I am 17, you know, so my mom is just
17.
Yeah. And today we are with all the Selly team, like Fench and my mom, and we create a lot of content for Play Apex Friends. I got an interview with you, you know?
That was fun.
So I'm just so grateful to be here because I am with the Selly team, and today we just take a pleasure, you know?
Now, let me ask you a question. Let's go into the mode. Are you feeling a little nervous playing on stage? Have you ever done this before?
I'm not really nervous. I'm just exciting and happy. And of course, I am with Demonio and I'm Luxy on Twitch. So they're just so insane mates. So I think we just today take a pleasure, just be exciting, win the games, of course. And yeah, be better. Yeah, just take a pleasure with the public, you know?
Well, you've got so much talent, so much ahead of you, I think, in a way that inspires all of us as well. 17 years old, traveling with her mother here. You are a professional, and I hope you do really, really well in this event. Thanks, Selly Cats.
Thanks, Randy.
So great. We got talent like this all across competing today. I think Lauren is actually standing by with someone else on the other side.
That's right, Ryan. Thank you so much. I'm actually walking into the booth right now of Team Mavativo, all right? And we have 3 soon-to-be superstars here hanging out with me. We've got Brown Sugar, Agent, and Mavativo himself. Brown Sugar, I'm going to start with you. Give me a little bit of an intro and tell me what you're excited about here today.
I'm excited to win.
And that's all that matters, right? That's what's important. Agent, tell me a little bit about yourself.
I'm a competitive player who also creates meme content as well. I'm Agent AAA on all socials. Go check me out.
I love it. I love it. And then, of course, captain of the squad right now. Tell us about yourself.
I'm probably the best bronze in this entire stadium, so that's what I'm taking home. And don't go too far because you have to come back here when we win.
Oh, a lot of confidence. Okay. Now, Miss Brown Sugar, first of all, tell me your social, things like that. Shout yourself out, but also your favorite legend.
Loba. I haven't seen any Loba love. I'm just seeing crypto. Where's my Loba mains? Yes. Wow. Okay, so you can find me on Brown Sugar Saga on all social platforms. I like to make short form content on different FPS games, but mainly Apex. I've been playing Apex since the day one. I know we see a couple day ones here. I'm so happy you're here to see us win. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right, we'll have to see if these predictions come true. For now, I'm going to let them get set up and ready to dive into all the action. Thea, Tiff, are you guys ready to dive into it?
Yeah, we're ready, especially after that interview, and just hear the confidence from that team. We're here to have some fun, let's be real, but sometimes you've got the ones that are just like, I'm going to win everything, and it's so great to be standing here alongside you, Dia. Honestly, hold on one second, guys. A moment for the fit. Can we get a fit check? Can we get the fit check?
It's definitely fun preparing for the final day because we've got an incredible celebration of the community. We do get to dress up a little bit and look forward, of course, to the match point finals that are coming on later. All of this really going to bring everyone together, whether you're here from competitive or whether it's your first experience and you've been brought together by some of the incredible people we've now got on stage.
I know. I just love our Apex community so much. So to be able to grab our French community, our UK community, and everyone else here inside Germany, inside the SAP arena, to get 30 of them on stage. And now, I know we were talking a lot about what that straight shot revival was. Thanks to Burrito for kind of showing us that overview. But I would love to go ahead and drop into the format such as the point structure because yes, we're here to have fun, but there's also a little bit of a competition alongside
Exactly. That's what they've got to win, This is for, of course, the opportunity to show that you are better than the other content creators, the other regions as well, since we've got 3 regions competing over the course of 4 matches. They're going to get points just like you're familiar with in the ALGS for both their placement and their kills, although Tiff, I am expecting, despite the reduced number of actual teams, still there to be a lot of kills.
I mean, look, 1 point per kill, and the team with the most points wins. So just make sure you go out there, you frag out. And you just heard from Brown Sugar Saga and their team, right? The captain's like, nah, Glitter, don't run too far away because you're going to be returning right back. But you have 4 matches to acquire those points. And like you heard, especially with those pre-kitted weapons, the smaller ring size, and of course, guys, we are going to be playing on E-District, which was obviously the most frequent map that just dropped. And a lot of us are still trying to get comfortable with that map. So kind of honing it in on a smaller section will be really nice to see.
That it will be quite nice, and maybe a little bit of a taste of what E-District could bring competitively to the game as well. There've been very few tournaments running it so far, but if anything, I'm trusting content creators to be among the most familiar with it because that's where you spend all your time making content nowadays.
Exactly. I mean, some of our players, they'll sit there and, oh, wait, hold on. Chef Nessie right there on the shoulder. I don't know if you guys have seen all the random hidden Nessies amongst the SAP arena, but I've been doing my best to find them. I saw a gamer Nessie on the desk, Chef Nessie galore. Nessie makes out there with all the crocheted Nessies, Watsons, Bangalores. But this is just what it is about, right?
What kind of Nessie is that?
I don't think that's a Nessie.
What
I just think that's,
Nessie?
I think, look, you're getting locked in here. Some of our creators just ready to drop on in. We're filling up the lobby here, and I think it's about time to almost get started here.
I can't help but wonder what that experience is like. I mean, you and I, Tiff, we sit up here, we talk about the games, we talk about the gamers, and yet watching them get set up on stage, many don't really play in front of that many other people in person that often, as much as you may be able to find them with many viewers on Twitch.
Yeah, so also, we kind of hyped it up throughout the week, right? Because it's not just our creators that are playing on stage. We had that 1v1 show match going out in the main stage area outside the LAN area. So the creators that were able to win that 1v1 now are out there on the stage playing with a lot of our content creators.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm actually seeing them. I'm not going to call it begging for mercy, but certainly for consideration.
Are they really? Please let us just play. Like, come on. Oh, no. They're like, please don't go out here and ruin us. But let's get into the first map, Straight Shot Revival on E-District.
Never underestimate the competition, but also never underestimate yourself in moments like this, because you've got a lot of opportunity to get in there and create some memorable moments for both you, your team, and your communities later on. It's for that reason I want to see stylish picks out here, and I'm already seeing things like Pathfinder, things like Ash, things like Revenant locked in, and I'm going to shout out one of my favorite content creators that I frequent, the Gaming Merchant, up on stage, pulling out the signature Rampart pick.
Oh, that explains why they're your favorite content creator, especially if they're locking in the Rampart. Now, we know Bronze Sugar Saga hopefully breaks out the Loba E-District. When you think about it this way, the loot pool, Loba is perfect, but the time is now. Let's kick it off. Plus, honestly, with the scenic view of E-District, what a beautiful map, honestly.
Now remember, because this is Straight Shot, we will not be waiting to get into the action. These teams drop extraordinarily close to each other, and survival is of the essence. As long as one person lives, you can get your team back into the game. We've already got some drops as we'll be starting over by Energy Dam and Heights.
And you know, I was talking about a lot. This area on the map in particular is one of my favorite drops. You can get into the action super quick, and with this game mode as well, a lot of people don't realize that the P2020s are not going to spawn just solo. You already pick up akimbos. Same with the Mozambiques, which everyone knows the competitive Apex community loves right now.
It's a nice move, honestly. Like, it just makes things easier, because if I run into, in Straight Shot, a kitted single P2020, I spit on it and I walk past. It's nice that we've switched that up, a little bit of quality of life, to give our players the best chance to play the weapons that they're most comfortable with. Team of TVO doing pretty well right now. Bronze Sugar did, in fact, use the Loba in our first match. Is already making use of the mobility. I'm noticing, though, both teams pretty hesitant to full-on engage.
That's right. You know, if you get full wiped, you're done and out, but that respawn timer, you also don't want to burn it quite quickly. So I love that they actually locked in the lifeline for the fast resets there. But then you come on over to this team right here, Team Azalea. They are working with the Revenant Vantage Bangalore. Now, that's mobility there in terms of the Revenant and Vantage, but also a hyper aggro style play.
It's so funny watching this as well, because you realize when you drop really close to a team, nobody's really getting Evo unless you're fighting like the Gaming Merchant is right now, getting taken down. Squid's still alive, and so a respawn is available. The timer going to be increasing, though, unless somehow this team can get a little bit of momentum back into the game.
You can just see Squid there. It's like if you're respawning back on in, just try to stay alive, at least until your full team can get reset. The smoke, the cover, but the high ground doesn't belong to you. The community team from the 1v1s out here showing just why they got here.
Honestly, they're doing some of the best that we've seen in this lobby. Cracking a blue shield. This is amazing. Out come the Akimbo P2020s, and the community team defend height.
Look, now I understand why I would have gotten absolutely smoked if I went up to the 1v1 line, and it was very packed up there. So to withstand not only the queue, but also beat everyone is magnificent. Now, I'll stop talking here because we did see a brief moment of the Gaming Merchant on a regain.
It does seem like they're going to be back. Everybody on white shields, even Team Aslaya, hoping to get off whites in the next couple of minutes. They haven't done enough damage yet to have access to the next level of perks that are extremely helpful. That is a lot of confidence coming out from you, my friend. But with Revenant now down, Aslaya going to be coming up on the back of this with Vantage. It's not a whole lot you can do unless you find a two-shot. Opens up with one, and a grenade is good. The damage really helping get Flenzino back into the game.
I really respected the fact that we were just going to jump straight onto it, but if you jump onto a Mad Maggie with a shotgun, you can't not expect to get punished. Aspect here in a bit of a trouble, but I love the smoke and disengage, and we just really need the Vantage to get those angles. But Team Community wants to get aggressive. That's one of the best times to get that grav lift over to reposition, but they've already disappeared a little bit.
Already saw some incredible beams out of their horizon. Kreppy doing very well to start the day off, already on purple shields. In fact, one of the first in this entire game to be on purple shields. A grenade does force them to reposition, but already they are getting aggressive onto Team Hisoka.
Nemesis out there. Look, I'm so happy that they're pre-kitted weapons to speed things up, especially the Nemesis only having 20 rounds of ammo with no mag. So you pick up the blue, you're going. We hit the launch pad, and we've got to save Casper here. The Ash pick, though, the passive alone is fantastic. Stim and run, my man Octane.
Get out of here! No! Our first team eliminated. Team Misoka will fall, and it's Aspect that picks them up. The fight continues, however, as all across the map, we've got kills going down left and right. The respawns really helping fuel the action, Tiff.
Aspect. A little low there, starting to get nervous. You can see the teams in the distance. We're trying to find angles. Can't lose high ground. Sometimes you get caught off guard, but the hip fire from the flat line, we know it got reworked, but we were almost there.
Aspect does come in, helps finish off another at least member, if not squad, as Aspect has already been playing very well today. This is the first blow that we're seeing take a member of the community team aback. A team that otherwise had started off really well on the front foot.
Well, now you just kind of have to disengage, focus on the respawn timer, and wait till that kind of whittles down. And obviously our teams on the map, you'll see that big green area of where that respawn is coming through in this game mode. So we've got to get them back in. Now, Simply Ashen here on the screen with their own team. I got sent some pictures of Simply Ashen's name over there on the Masters wall, and it was a Pathfinder main, so of course we're locking it in.
You gotta feel a little bit bad for Pathfinder mains in a straight shot, though, because what perk are you really gonna choose for your blue? I mean, we've gone with the ring console.
That's
well, you're
true.
not scanning ring in a game like this. So the first perk for Pathfinder does sort of disappear. It's a little bit different for their teammates, however, as Crypto has entered the chat. It'll be enabling of a more teamfight heavy playstyle as long as they're able to set this up with an EMP.
Ooh, but Simply Ashen, Mastiff in hand, and only the level 1 bolt. And as much as we heard from Agent AAA, Brown Sugar Saga, it's unfortunate. Maybe Glitter's not going to be interviewing them after map number 1.
That was a crazy nice flank from Black Boy, just moving on behind this team, coordinated with Simply Ashton to be able to pincer a squad. And that was, I think, one of the cleanest team fights we've seen so far, certainly one of the shortest.
But look at this, we don't really necessarily have the high ground and Aspect letting the Akimbo P2020s eat, and it's kind of interesting that we're seeing a lot more of the P2020s here when those Akimbo Mozams have been the tried and true favorite. I personally love a good P2020 with hammer points.
Lay it back with another nade. This one doesn't connect for as much damage as the previous. But still, moving on up the hill, I'm surprised they're able to take this verticality relatively unchallenged. Our community team and Team Smile do both go down in the meantime, leaving us with just 6 teams left, Tiff.
Starting to think here, Simply Ashen's on the prowl, and they're so far out on the edge. We still have to rotate around this area, but you can see they've already pinged a neighboring squad. They want to make sure that they can get over there, but Gaming Merchant gets the Sheila out and is just trying to take angles through the amped cover. This is one heck of a loadout here, Tia.
You got to point out as well that Team Gaming Merchant have not had an easy run of this, despite their setup right now, where Gaming Merchant's got at least 3 cells of shields. There's not any real health that's been picked up by the squad. Team Demonio already on purple start to slide in, and you can see the stark difference between a team that's been succeeding, that's been slaying, and not.
Well, we heard from Selly Cats earlier there with Rain Day. I also did get a chance to talk to her throughout an interview as well, and she was talking about her teammates in particular. Demonio is an absolute demon, of course. 5 eliminations thus far, and the respawn's coming on in, but Simply Ashton still wanting to get mixy here, but look at that. That is unpeakable from Gaming Merchant.
Demonio's gone down. Juliet, the one to take him out. And you're right, Gaming Merchant.
10
serving
seconds.
up the typical Rampart play.
Stop.
Gonna be using a little bit of mobility, trying to find a good angle to reset and peek from. In come the respawns, though, and it looks like the Gaming Merchant has survived long enough. The rest of the squad is coming in with the bow check in hand. Can the Gaming Merchant take this? And he will? What?
Are we just gonna fist fight it? We are. Okay, fair enough, but the Arcstar will take him out anyways.
That got content-centric, Tiff.
hear me out. Sometimes in a pub match, or I'll just start like toggle crouching and I'll be like, come on, let's box it out, right? Sometimes you just gotta do that, get a little personal, and plus you get to see the Rampart heirloom.
I'm so used to ALGS that like watching somebody put down their weapon and try and melee for the BM is vastly unfamiliar, but it's something we're gonna have to familiarize ourselves with, as this is going to be all about the content, all about the style, something that Team Demonio have in droves. Sliding in, Akimbo P2020s, of course, firing right on back. And Demonio, using the Mozams, is finally going to take out another team. Team Simply Ashton do go down.
They do, but we need a regain here. 41 seconds on that timer for I'm Luxie, and that's gonna take a minute to get back in, especially when you've got a rogue Mad Maggie on the other side trying to hit you with the drill.
Luxie should be back in the fight soon. That was a very low lifeline. Meanwhile, Team Aslaya take out Team Gaming Merchant, leaving us with just 3 squads. And Tiff, with respawns becoming more and more infrequent as soon as this following round closes, things are going to get high stakes very quickly. I'm not even sure we'll make it there with how aggressive these teams are playing.
Demonio making the move there, and these buildings, these zip lines, our content creators' favorite playground, can get a little dicey. We lose Sellycats fully eliminated, and now it's down to the 2.
Every death is permanent, but I tell you what, I'd like to have a lifeline if every death is permanent, making things a little bit easier to get back into the game. It does look like we've got a singular move in. Lanzinho on the low ground, gonna be taken down. Aslaya on the way in as well, an Aspect. The first blood of this tournament drawn by Aspect. We'll see how far they can go.
I'm just here for the shotguns and the snipes. I want to see a Kraber 360. Last time we saw it on LAN, it was empty, and the actual Apex ALGS, it was wild, but maybe we get some moments here. Team Demonio still on high ground, not overextending on the peaks and taking it nice.
I like the way that Luxie is positioned right now. Gonna get pushed on high ground. Luxie goes low. Luxie, in fact, goes down. Suffer is going to be the one to take that kill. Demonio with the rev lineup almost finds the 1 clip. Now it's to phase 2 and will fall, but you gotta respect the attempt. Demonio really went for it.
They really did. We had plenty of eliminations to go alongside our points, but for Aspect, right? Aslaya, we got 2. We're separated, but the Kraber can change the game. If in a 2v3 situation, we just have to find the angles. However, it seems like if we just take it really slow, no one will notice us here.
I mean, Aslaya's on the other side, so
it's true.
There's a chance, you know, you can get your Vantage distracting for a little while. He's looking like a good start, however.
Oh no, numbers advantage. This is
definitely
scary,
going to have a good time here. Oh Lord, the black hole connects. Oh no, the style spin comes out. Team Oblix, they know they've got this in the bag. Full sending every fight. Aslaya now on the low ground, and as a relative solo, yes, we do have 1 member coming in. It's a 2v2 at the moment, and with Suffers going down, Aspect slides in, but Aspect cannot make up the ground. It is a wonderful win that gets found in game 1, despite a nice attempt from a duo to get the win back.
All right, I just gotta say this after match number 1 play. Apex France is taking the lead so far in a nice fashion. If you think about the Mad Maggie journey just from the beginning, when we've got the Revenant full sending the leap straight to it, you take a Mastiff to the face, and honestly, she's being a really solid character for the straight shot revival game mode here, and the match 1 results 30 points to go alongside it.
I am so amazed just seeing the number 30 with 18 kills. A reminder that there are only 10 teams in the lobby, so the Respawn's really putting in work to inflate the overall points total. Team Aslaya do come in second, picking up 18, and Demonio tied alongside them with slightly more kill points. Even lower, however, we've got Team Gaming Merchant, and maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned
maybe you were the
this at all,
curse. One
because
elimination from that round.
This was such a rough game for the Gaming Merchant.
But it's a litmus test, right? Plus, it's just for fun. I mean, you can see the banter in the lobby chat going on right now. A lot of them are basically, wait, hold on a second. I'm looking for a wife who wants to play Apex together. We gotta get you your forever duo, my guy. We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
This is all that anyone needs. Is a partner that plays Apex.
What more could you want in life, especially when you have such fun game modes in Apex like duos, you know?
It's true. You're gonna need a partner, and you're gonna need at least one good friend, because somebody's getting yelled at in a group of 3.
I don't experience that. I don't know what you're talking about. Me and my duo, we never yell at each other.
Doesn't happen. And you know what? I will say that even with the high octane and sometimes literally octane gameplay that we had on stage, I didn't hear a lot of frustration. I did hear a lot of good times being had by our content creators. So despite the fact that it is just 1 game down, we've got 3 left to go. That means 3 more opportunities to show us your best.
That's true. And honestly, we could sit here, we could talk about some of the things, because if you want to get a little strategic in it, right? We saw Revenant, we saw Vantage, Mad Maggie, some hyper aggro gameplay from our Horizon. I also thought the community team looked really nice.
Community team did look really nice.
Yeah, they were the ones begging for mercy in the lobby chat. They were like, please go easy on us. We're the community team. I'm like, we are in the SAP arena. There are thousands of fans here, and you are the ones that came out on top of the 1v1.
You got to lull everybody into a false sense of security. So maybe that's it. You know, start them off thinking you can't do much, and then suddenly collect a lot of kills. That's what I saw happening.
Hey, you know what I saw happening? I saw Rain Day kind of waltz over there behind us to go talk to some of the teams. So I'm going to kick it on over to him. He's got an interview over there with Team ALGS.
You're right. I am over here. I was walking, and it's Sufraz that I stopped my walk for. He was shaking a little bit, you said, feeling nervous on the win.
Yeah, I'm feeling nervous because of the interview, but I'm not feeling nervous in the game. I was just chilling and trying trick shots, but yeah, that was fun.
Isn't that funny how the interview is the most nervous thing, but you guys are trick shotting in game to win in front of a crowd of like thousands of people?
Yeah, that was a strategy for us. We are playing like correct, but for the last one, we won't make spectacular and show.
So what is the strategy coming into this? Obviously, the revivals are important, but have you guys talked about what you're going to do to try to be successful? You've clearly done a great job in game 1.
To be honest, we don't have any strategy about the mode. We are playing like we're playing every time. Just with a nice communication, I think it's the best point, the communication to survive in this mode.
Now let's talk Play Apex France, because they were helping everybody get out here. You guys are French, coming into this, representing that region, being in Europe. What does it feel like in that community? Say a few words about the French community in Apex.
I think some word. Merci les gars de nous suivre et tout. Honnêtement, sans vous, personne d'entre nous serait là. Donc merci énormément et c'est juste incroyable. Merci à vous.
Could you translate that for us in English?
I said thanks everyone. Without you, we can't be there. So just thanks a lot.
We love it, man. Sufraz, congratulations on getting the win in game 1. Good luck, guys. ALGS, Body Boy. Let's send it back to the casters. Get ready for match 2.
Oh, let's do it. Look, I love that, right? The Play Apex France community has been sending a lot of their creators out here. We've gotten to meet a few of them because that's honestly one of the best parts about reuniting alongside everyone from the community at LAN. You get the chance to meet some of your most favorite content creators or even long distance friends from a region that you wouldn't have typically gotten to see.
And it's really nice that, especially here on this stage at this moment, we've got sort of a face-off between countries that otherwise play under one region. If you're from the UK, if you're from Germany, if you're from France, you're playing in EMEA and you're all sort of mixed together. But here, with all of our content creators being separated out into their own regions, you've got a chance to represent a smaller part of Europe, perhaps one that is physically, literally closer to home. And it is nice to see a little bit of rivalry, even intra-region kickoff with our content creators.
Yeah, and I did see some chat in there saying basically like, UK is going to take this one. I saw that brief moment, but we've already got France winning match number 1. And with only 3 more to go, I was curious if we would see some people change up their legend composition, but especially after you hear Aizafra say, basically, we just play like we play at home. We're playing for comfort. We're here to have fun, and yeah.
I mean, as long as you can have fun, that's what's going to be most important. And that spans not just this particular tournament for Straight Shot Revival, but even when we're looking at things like the ALGS, when you're playing at home, being able to, at the end of the day, say, yes, this has been a really fascinating journey. I've gotten better, but I've enjoyed it along the way. That means that you're getting the most out of it. And so as we drop into our second game here on E-District, we'll keep that in mind as some of our teams certainly did push their fun to the limit. We'll see who can take that momentum and maybe reverse things for game number 2.
I feel like we need a trick shot cam at this point, especially if that's all they're going in for. Body Boy, ALGS, and Aizafraz. I think this is what I was asking for, especially if we're going to see. Okay, Wingman gameplay too? I don't know. Look, if it's a wingman day, when you're actually hitting all your shots, I feel really solid about it. That one though has the bruiser on it, and I've got to ask you the question. Are you a red dot or are you a bruiser connoisseur for the wingman?
I think it's interesting that you haven't included iron sights in that question.
That is, you are criminal. Criminal.
I'm just pointing out that there is another option. We can actually get into the wingman sights later because it is quite fun, but for the moment, picking up a kitted blue Nemesis, Demonio does start things off well. Demonio actually played very well in the Revenant just last game.
Yeah, they really did, honestly. And I've been enjoying the Horizons. It's been a minute since we've seen them in that competitive front, but here in this mode, it makes so much sense considering all the high to low ground aspects of E-District. When you have verticality, that grav lift is going to allow you to get up towards that next level because we often have these layer cakes through some of our big buildings, and honestly, this is another reason why, the grav lift.
Funny to see a lot of the same terrain being played in our second match.
True.
Since we are over by Energy Bank again. This one is going to go a little bit further over to the north, so if you're coming from a spot like Lotus, like Team Mativio is, you're going to have a decent amount of open space to work with. Team Demonio, however, who spawned basically furthest south of the map, have got to win a fight and then book it up towards the north. Both things seeming just a bit difficult right now.
Yeah, hear me out. Also, guys, if you're in the stands right now and you're watching all the creators, whether you find that you want to root for the French creators, the German, the Austria, or maybe the UK, they are all going to be live once they leave here on their respective platforms. You could find a new creator that you are like, I love them so much, especially after seeing what Team Demonio can do.
Yeah, seriously, I'm going to be checking out Demonio after this because I could use some rev tips. It's not my forte, and maybe that's because I'm on M&K, or maybe that's because I need to pick up a thing or two.
Yeah, someone told me the other day since I was on M&K that I should never be hyper aggro. So characters like Revenant, you know, Bangalore, these kind of ones are not going to be my cup of tea. But a lifeline pick, especially when you see them here, that's kind of more my play style.
I do appreciate you're like saying someone, as Graceful told you that today, being able to, fortunately, leverage what your input is good at. It's going to be an interesting choice. I do know that you're partial to the Wraith, so nice to see the Selenio takes that.
We do, and honestly, the team on your screen, if we're throwing out jump pads, we're locking in the Octane. I would love to jump into a listen-in if we can to hear kind of how we're going to approach this.
All right, well, it looks like we'll be hearing from them a little bit later.
That's true. I tried.
Yeah,
Next time.
getting everything locked in. Maybe they're just quite silent at the moment.
I see the focus.
Yeah.
I see the vision.
I mean, if you're running Octane, all your focus has to be on your keyboard because with the movement potential of that legend, I don't know. I don't know how people do it. Certainly couldn't be me. Simply Ashton picking a fight with some legends that are perhaps a little easier to pull off. We saw them favoring the Crypto last game, and they've made a return to it. Hyper-aggressive squad that is meant to finish off teams quickly with lots of reset potential and an EMP to start the fight.
Hear me out. If we're going to pass up a gold Eva for an Akimbo Mozam without the hammer points, you know it's crazy. But the massive, I swear it has been slapping since the most recent update, and I felt so comfortable with it, but Simply Ashton knows where the next player is thanks to the highlight that they get once you take down a teammate, and Team Smileo is out.
Unfortunate to see them fall this early. It's a faster game this time around. Quick reset on the other end of this fight means Team Simply Ashton actually do lose one. Sallycats picking up a kill. That'll be a singular point now secured by Team Sallycats as Simply Ashton wait out the respawn. It's not very long, and Black Boy will be back into the game with Rev and full loadout.
You know, I've been really enjoying the fact that we just keep catching Sallycats in just brief moments, and she is just extending on out, getting that in. But with Black Boy coming back on in on the Rev, now let's actually see what the comms are about.
Yeah, I have one back. Let's keep roughing left. We have a replicator coming down.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you get that.
You need a bat, Jay?
Flying? Oh,
Me. Need a bat?
Yeah. Just
drop the bat here.
3 squads.
Yeah.
It's just within the minimap.
I lost my 2 to 4 when I died. What's that? go.
We can look up at getting some kills here.
Yeah.
They're like padding and stuff.
Trying to see behind us.
Get a little bit aggressive.
I've got EMP.
There's shots on the right.
Right here, flying here.
On the close left, close left. They're fighting over here. We need to. Yeah. Look at zone.
Yeah.
We can
I'm
gatekeep them.
trying to pick up kills here.
Hold this left side. Kill the guy.
One on you, one on
kill
you.
this low bar.
Coming down.
Nice, big.
We can try an EMP pad on this. If
We
you
don't
can.
need to. We don't need to. We have zone.
Just
Just watch left.
Right here. Easy kill, solo.
Yep.
Solo right here.
Going. Low.
Nice, well played.
Get you on the back.
Yeah. Up here.
I'm backing up. I'm backing up round to you.
Careful,
Okay?
near you.
Just
So
reset.
community team gets eliminated. It's nice to hear a little bit of insight as to how these folks are working together. It seems like Team Simply Ashton actually gelling very well with a good early start. Haven't seen too much more outside of the ring. It has mostly been Team Simply Ashton roaming around the side of the map, cleaning up squads. They are finally faced with Team Mavativo standing between them and the next zone.
I just saw a mother load going on and we're jump padding throughout the way, the double bounce, the stim. We need to get through towards the next zone, which we just have to get through this pathway. And Selly Cats, we're always constantly seeing them taking that high ground, but into the fire, into the flames, and we get punished despite trying to get close range with those akimbos.
Demonio actually being rezzed right now, not going to go into the respawn. It's Luxy on the lifeline that's going to make things like this possible. Out goes one bleed out. Demonio going to get back into the game a different way than Selly Cats as she gets picked up.
This is why Lifeline is so nice for this game mode in particular. When you get that perk upgrade, you can reduce the res time, and I think that is going to be vital, especially if you can just hit a quick tap. And, well, maybe we need... Oh, good. We do have a med kit. I was starting to get a little worried.
Aurelian literally keeping the French squad alive right now. 1 HP away from elimination. We do have a respawn coming in as well. And it is no surprise to me as we pan over to Team the Gaming Merchant that they are set up inside with rampart walls. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Very similar to what we saw in match number 1. You're like, I need some amped covers and I need them now. But back on over, patience, right? We're just waiting, looking to see if we're going to catch anyone out here as they decide to move in. But sometimes when you kind of turtle up, you can get caught off guard like that. But good thing we've got the smoke and the res on lock.
I can't believe we insta-res that as well. No gold shield, no survivability, but looks like Brown Sugar's out of there and no respawn was necessary. You can definitely tell the dangers of Sheila. You don't want to overpeak on any angle. But this building has sight lines too, as Team the Gaming Merchant don't really have too much else that they can do. Yes, they've got a lot of cover inside here, but having to move outside of the building, even get another line of sight, will prove a little bit difficult. It's going to come down to what Squid and Wardy can do to support the rampart that otherwise is going to stay inside and make a defensive perimeter. Going up to the roof, Gaming Merchant gets chunked out. Warby moves up to the height as well, but Team Mativio have secured high ground for now.
They do, right? They jump up there and immediately chow for height, but now back on the bottom floor. Now, I don't know if any of you guys at home, when E-District dropped, did y'all get lost in some of these buildings? I constantly find myself like running into walls, looking for zip lines and trying to navigate this, but the first floor right here, if you're coming down with a Sheila, this is a way to clear a building.
Nice way to do it. Brown Sugar does get taken out, but the team does not, so Brown Sugar will come back with a respawn shortly. Gaming Merchant do look for another set of kills, and Sheila continues to be the calling card for this squad. Not a lot of space to play behind that rock. I wouldn't mind if people like Wardy or Squid, even Gaming Merchant, had a few nades to clear out the area behind this rock and put Sheila back to work.
Yeah, but high ground is just so important here. I have to worry about the Gaming Merchant's position, though, right? If someone decides to maybe zip up there or grab lift once again, we'll just have to wait and see. But we've got them kind of anchoring down, watching the stairway, making sure that no one waltzes up. And oh, here we are. I didn't think anyone was going to play crypto in here. I thought we were free and clear from EMPs for a moment.
Simply Ashton, they just want to take the fights too bad, and it has really worked out for them so far. Having the Crypto EMP to start them off, and of course the super aggressive picks that Ashton and Blackboy have gone with, has got them already mostly on red shields. Well, the Gaming Merchant sitting on broken purples right now have Wardy hopping around and picking up a singular knock. Regen of the HP within smoke will be super useful. Gaming Merchant's going to get back into the fight off of a res from Squid G, and they continue to defend this building marvelously.
Focusing on, they get them back up on their feet. We don't have to burn anything, and now we just have minimal ammo in the PK, but that just means we have to hit every shot. I hear the more amped covers going up, and we're pretty close to Central. We lose out on Team Juliet, so down to 7, which is still a ton of teams in such a small space. This is what is so cool about E-District.
It's so crazy how much sustain there is in a game like this where only one must survive. Team Simply Ashton have done a good job of now claiming this high ground for themselves. Take a look at the ring, however, with no more respawns available, things are going to get very tight very quickly. And the Gaming Merchant trying to exit the building. Can they do it? Let's take a listen and find out.
Yeah, team over here as well. There's a bus like right in the end zone, guys. Oh, sorry. There you go. Yeah, we're chilling for now. Just chill up, heal up, heal up. One HP on Rosen. Oh, where's the door, bro? Swing out. Yeah. I knocked one.
Where's the door, bro? I don't know, but you get out and you take the win. I love the comms coming in through there. They're like, there is an actual bus dead center of zone. Immediately filters through, drops the amped covers, and everyone just dies on top of each other.
That was a end zone that you can only get in a tournament like this. Straight shot giving us some of the most unpredictable Apex action that I have seen, that I've experienced in a long time. It is a welcome win for Team The Gaming Merchant, as now, after game 1, where they were sat on white shields the whole time, it eventually just got pushed in. This time, they've managed to put themselves a little higher up on the leaderboards, and this actually looked like a game where all of our content creators were feeling a little bit more comfortable in their own style.
Especially after you get like the nerves shaken off after match number 1, you can come back with the regate in match 2, a 21-point game. Sure, you had Team ALGS that took that win and had a real large start on the leaderboard, but you start to get the points gap, right? You make up 7 points on them.
I'm noticing that with Team ALGS not only picking up the 30-point win last game, but also a 3rd place here with plenty of kills. They should be maintaining a healthy gap between themselves and the rest of the lobby. Very nice to see consistency out of the French squad. And Team Ativio, of course, slotting in right above them at 2nd in, rather, just the past match leaderboards overall.
51.
Now being shown.
51. We're on 2 games.
They're on match point.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I guess we might be having to give the trophy away here shortly. No, just kidding. But honestly, 27 points for 3 of our teams, and that's pretty good. And then you kind of look down, the team community's faring quite nicely. We're in 7th place out of 10.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you still got, it's only 2 games in. That means you've got half of the games to go. If Team ALGS keep this up, they could actually hit 100, which would be very cool. But looking a little bit further down the leaderboard, I'd like to see some teams that maybe haven't gotten as much time on stage, that have gone out a little bit early, start to pick things up. And Team Smile, I'd like to see this time.
So hear me out. I did see a little bit of drama in the chat. And by that, I mean, who is that Rampart? I just want to talk to him. Well, good thing Glitter's found him.
Thanks so much, Tiff and Dia. I am standing by with the Gaming Merchant himself, hanging out after the win. And at the end there, teams were dropping like flies. That was pure chaos. So talk me through how you guys were able to pull out that win.
So I think everyone in this game is trying to just go for kills. And with straight shot, you have people spawning like left and right of you. So we thought, let's just go towards the center of the zone a bit, set up, and we just picked off a bunch of kills. And yeah, it was chaos, and no one could find a spot. So it was pretty good.
Yeah, you guys definitely good, to say the least. Now, tell me about your team a little bit here. Introduce yourself and your co-squad.
Yeah, so we got Wardy, who plays Apex, and then Squid G, who, by the way, he's a Battlefield creator. So he doesn't even play Apex full time, and we still won. So yeah, you got some work to do, guys. Oh yeah, me. I play Apex all the time, so that's my main thing.
Well, I think the experience was very obvious here with this win. Congratulations. Still a couple more rounds, so we'll let you get settled and get back into it. Tiff, Thea, back up to you guys.
Hey, that's good. It's always good to hear it, right? You're like, what about me? Oh, I play Apex all the time. Let me just tell you, we have thousands of hours in the game, right? And it's a fun one.
It is, and you're always discovering new things. I was talking to some of the coaches in the ALGS earlier today, and just talking about various different interactions, different things that have changed with Legends over the last patch. I think we were talking specifically about Wattson, so you've got some stuff to look forward to. There's still some tech out there that's yet to be explored in the ALGS.
Wait, my girl Watson's getting more?
Do
you got the leaks?
I do, but not for, you know.
Okay, fine. Keep it to yourself, Dia. I'll find you later, because before then, we still have more straight shot revival brown sugar. Let's go! Getting hyped up right here, ready to drop in. I'd be curious to see, are we locking in the Loba again, especially if you had words for that rogue Rampart?
I think yes. I think if you are a content creator and you're coming out here, you lock in your favorite pick, the pick that the community knows you for every single time. There's a reason somebody like iSufferUs has constantly picked up Maggie. We got some signs in the audience.
I do. They're from the team. I'm telling you. We've got the hype for some of our favorite creators that are on stage, and we're halfway through, and we already saw the points disparity that some of our teams were able to create, but it only takes, like I said, one good game. Maybe we get a Team Liquid Alienware style comeback from Team Community.
It's like we always say. One good game. Eventually we're going to get 8-game series, and that'll take a little while longer. Then it takes maybe 2 good games, but that's to be decided if it ever happens. We do have Energy Bank once again being a pretty big focus. Juliet and Community are dropping nearby each other. Sleya and Misoka are dropping by each other. Mativo in the area as well. Well, Team Demonio, Smile, and Simply Ashton are all piled directly on top of each other in the square.
Yeah, that one, it's going to get a little violent over there because the gaming merchant has found the playground of their choice, which is typically a stairway. And as long as you have the amped covers down and already ready to use Sheila, this is dangerous for anyone that likes to lay siege to this area.
It's been a really interesting change to Rampart in the last patch. Gaming Merchant does slide up and hit a nice peek with the Mastiff. Let's talk about it a little bit later on, though, because with Team Simply Ashton on top of you, there is not a moment to breathe.
There's really not. Hipfire in the Prowler, unfortunately, gets punished. It looks like Sellycats from behind with the RE45, and now, if I'm Simply Ashton on the path, I am grappling the heck out of there.
Not me deciding whether to talk about the Rampart tech or the new fight. I think we're going to stick with the new fight for right now. We'll find a moment to talk about Sheila a little bit later on. Team Demonio take the stage right on top of Team The Gaming Merchant. But a movement out of here will be forthcoming in the next couple of seconds. This is a very fast-paced version of Apex Legends, so only 30 seconds left until the zone starts to close, and teams are forced to rotate in. A team like Simply Ashton, who didn't get off to a fantastic start, not the one that they're used to have plenty of time to make up that ground, pick up damage for both Evo and reduced spawn times.
I was curious if we were going to see more of the gun shield generator action, and that Spitfire didn't have it locked in, so some of them may, on those prefabricated weapons, utilize it, and as I see that, I'm like, see, we got it. We got the gun shield generator. It's been quite interesting trying to navigate around people that have been using the LMGs with that.
Gun shield generator should come preloaded on Sheila. Change my mind.
No, Dia. Oh my gosh. That is one of the hottest takes I've ever heard.
Like, I've got things to look forward to, and I've got devs to speak to. I'll say that
well,
much.
There's plenty around here, and I know Graceful's probably somewhere with them.
Yeah, Graceful shuts down the cell tower, getting in contact with the devs. Team Mativio, meanwhile, certainly made their rotate a little bit easier, having so much mobility on the squad. Things like Bangalore, Loba, and of course Octane can all move quickly in their own ways, and we're going to see a little bit of that with the double time. Moving up towards the north, towards the ring, an evac tower now well in hand. It's Team Obelix that are rotating in.
This is the team that is at the top of the leaderboard. The Mad Maggie from myself, Ras. We heard it from them earlier and was just keeping that pressure. You take a close range engagement against them and you are just getting mastiff. But the evac tower coming in play here from our UK team. And, well, we've got to get on the move because a lot of our teams have started to figure things out. If we are going to dive deeper into Energy Bank yet again, maybe we should hit the rotate and get ahead of it. But for a team that wants to fight out on edge, you're going to run into two different squads.
Navitivo on the low ground. They do have, as we said, plenty of access to height movement. Very common on this squad. And they picked up the Buster Sword. Man, that was a good time. Back when that was available, I didn't get my hands on the Buster Sword. Didn't get lucky enough.
Same. But I got a couple of them. So Demonio here, a battle of the high ground. I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen them leap forward to take the fight to them, but so far, so good. We're being a little more cautious.
It's nice to have a lifeline in your squad. I mean, we talked about the benefits of having a lifeline, being able to get back into the game when you're knocked, but not yet finished. One of the other nice things is that in a game mode like this that is so fight heavy, having access to literally shield bats that come from the sky can make your end game so much better. Your early game, however, Team Demonio is messing up. Jay does fall, and Sellycat's the one to claim the kill with the RE45. Oh. We're finally getting some kills on the main stage here. Looking good.
Looking good? What do you mean she's cracked, bro? I want to spot up with Sellycat at any point in time. She wants to be a commentator, and she does a lot for the Apex French community on that regards. And you heard from Rain Day, just 17.
Means you got the whole world ahead of you, honestly.
You really do. That's what I was telling her. She was like, do you have
You're already content creating. You're already commentating. You're going to be ruling the world by the time that you're a tax-paying adult.
I believe in Sellycat supremacy.
I do. It could be here. It could be here. We got a lot of hard workers on this stage, though, so let's see if Sellycat does come out on top. Team Demonio certainly putting in the work to do so right now. They're taking down Flanzinho. I'm sorry, my boy. As unfortunately, Aspect will fall as well. I'm surprised, Tiff, to say that we've still got 10 squads, and I may soon come to regret those words as the action picks up, and we should be eliminating at least one full squad soon.
There's really no one in that next circle that we're going to be needing to get to, and Team Community is the closest to it. Before the Gaming Merchant, we're still trying to make our way through some of these choke points towards Energy Bank from the west. Black Boy and Jayama on your screen, waiting for that respawn in from Simply Ashton, and it's just at about 25 seconds, which is hard, right? So you almost kind of want to put that damage down, find a knock, and get them back in more quickly.
It's an option available to you. In fact, with an EMP, you might just be able to do that. Plenty of damage to be found if you hit multiple squads. This is another quick fight for Team Demonio. Doesn't end up finishing a squad, but they don't over-peak either. You can already tell who's on out in the distance. Team The Gaming Merchant have launched over a ballistic missile. Doesn't connect with anyone, but it'll be interesting to see whether ballistic really becomes a favorable pick later on. I haven't seen that much use the ultimate. Really loved using ballistic in quads, though.
I did too, and honestly, I was just thinking about this as we upgrade to a gold version here of the Hemlock, keep the Bruiser, and upgrade to max level shields. Hey, could we see another resurgence? They won match number 1, and they could do so again here in match number 3.
I tell you what terrifies me right now is that Isufra's on Maggie is running with an Eva. Eva, a surprisingly powerful both shotgun and SMG, weirdly, in this meta, with Simply Ashton and Team Ahsoka both taken out. It seems like the fight is picking up. Maybe we'll see some of the Maggie shotgun resets in the next few minutes.
Or maybe we just get more Rampart, more Sheila action behind the amped cover. We still have to get forward, but it looks like we're actually going to dive towards the left, around the bus, through the world, and the parking garage. Man, we're going to have so much fun memorizing the entire landscape of this map. You know, should it come to competition? Should it?
We'll see. We'll see. Gaming Merchant suffering losses. Selenio down as well. 8 squads left as we've eliminated 2 so far. In the zone, getting tighter and tighter. We've got just about a minute left until this one becomes very, very small indeed, and respawns start to become a thing of the past. Team Community have got a nice spot in the next zone. High ground to go with it. But with zip lines and as many horizons as we've got in the lobby, no one is safe.
No one is safe from Team Demonio at this point. We're looking at 7 eliminations alone. The aggro team is back at it again. Now, I did see an RE45 with hammer points in the hands of Selly, and I just have to think, is it too toxic to imagine them being akimbo?
Oh no, oh no. Oh, I don't like where your head's at, but Team Community, they're turning things around in their own right. Doesn't look too good for them as they suffer 2 losses, but a respawn again, still available. You've always got that little bit of hope. Team Obelix back down onto the low ground, and it is a continued fantastic journey for Team Obelix as they have placed so well in the past 2 games, and now seem to be set up and firing on all cylinders for what could be another win, or at least the top 3.
See, you're telling me these couldn't be akimbo? Plenty of ammo, the hammer point ripping it, and as soon as you get that shield crack, you just have to run away from the hammer point. But back up the zip we go. For the playground it is, and we just do not win it. Sometimes a Mad Maggie with an EVA 8 is just too powerful.
What a turnaround. Isufras does find the knock, but goes down. No more resets for this Mad Maggie. And Team Obelix, as soon as I talked about him, end up going down. Team Demonio the ones to do it.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta pop Forge Shadows and just full send. Probably one of the scariest things that I can imagine when it comes to... Actually, no, Revtane was a bad time back in the day, but this is almost as scary.
Revtane was wild. They've kind of, you know, you can kind of do it with Alter. Doesn't hit the same. That doesn't have the same adrenaline. Alter seems like a much more paced pick, something you've got to really work on for a long time. This, however, is going extremely quickly. I don't know if you know this, but stepping in front of a Sheila, never a good idea. Now, the Gaming Merchant will go down, but even with the damage and the knock that came through, they've reduced the spawn time necessary for the rest of the squad. So, a respawn should be available soon. Team Smile do come in, clean up a few of the kills, and importantly, the loot that comes with it, as we've got Team Aslaya slaying out on the other side.
3 eliminations here so far on the Vantage pick, which I highly respect, especially Echo with the sniper's mark. That's what I want to see. Something about a nice quick scope.
Team Aslaya taking the Vantage sniper rifle out at less than 50 meters. That is the mark of a Vantage main that knows their stuff. Crazy that that bullet hit. Team Juliet have gotten some reses in the meantime, so I'd be wary, Team Juliet, of the Vantages in the area because they are popping off this game.
Love the free cam kind of setting up everyone throughout here as we are entering just an utter collapse of yet again another layer cake in a different building here. So Sellycats, Demonio, Lemluxi on the top with a brilliant regain thanks to that drone there to replenish the health while you can hit that. Also Phoenix kit, maybe we're out of shield bats, so it just takes a little bit longer.
They drop down to the low ground. I'm surprised to see nobody else really in this building either. Team Demonio have got a lot of time to set up however they would like. Not a lot of defensive legends, but when you're in a game like this, when you've got the juiced loot that they do, I don't know how much abilities are really going to help anyone, and that includes you. The next couple of minutes will be mostly about challenging the high ground, the various high ground that is left, as there are plenty of buildings still left in E-District to dominate.
From the outside looking in, and we can kind of just dive around. We have plenty of cover here, but it's not as if we are safe. Aspect, you can see that double time kicking in. So someone was trying to poke and prod from the right. We invest that rolling thunder in that direction, and you can see that we know the team trying to rotate around them. Smiley-O in the distance, taking some damage. We have to make sure that we cut off any angles from our west.
Team Aslaya doing some good damage as Aspect is once again really taken a big mantle. Started things off very well in the matches, may still carry them even further. I'm hesitant to make any predictions because the last time it didn't go so well for the teams that I predicted. But Team Demonio, I am comfortable saying will have to drop down soon. Let's see what it holds for them.
I mean, it holds a lot of EVA 8, let me just tell you. Everyone's been really enjoying this. The black hole to suck everyone in and just find the success. Up the stairway we go. And Sellycats from the low ground try to escape with that grab lift all you want, but we eliminate Team Community into the final final fight, and the RE45 with hammer points, finding the last one, the swing, the Sellycats, and Team Demonio on top.
You know, you never really realize how long literally everyone can survive in zone until there's not even a ring left, and Team Demonio are tap strafing around, cleaning up kill after kill after kill.
Look, I mean, they're amped, I'm amped for them, and you just gotta celebrate another win there for Play Apex France.
That's surprising. I hadn't even thought of that.
I know, France on top. France on top.
Second win for a French. Hey, even if the French team doesn't win the next match, France has a 50% win rate.
Well, hear me out. I mean, we are in the caster booth here in the SAP arena, and I do see an in Swinny We Trust sign. I wouldn't be surprised if the EXO Ultra started to get a little hyped for the Apex French community.
I could see that. I could see that happening for sure. They get organized bright and early. And EXO fans will certainly be looking forward to a nice 35-point win.
Wow,
for
23
Demonio,
kills?
shattering the previous record on stage. Team Aslaya do come up behind them with 21 points, and I tell you what, in ALGS, if you get 21 points, you've probably won the game.
You probably. I mean, let's be real. You know this is going to change the results, especially when you think about that. Team ALGS, they had that 18 elimination win back off that, but maybe a lackluster game. I don't even want to call a 7 elimination game lackluster. It's just in comparison to what we've got there at the top, we might have given up a few points on the leader.
We can sort of like reorganize this as well. It just goes them in order of survival, but moving down to 8th isn't really as indicative of the actual 5th place performance that they had, and they've placed even higher, have Team ALGS in the overall standings. Moving down from 1st is Team Demonio now take that pedestal away from them. Let me check. Team Aslaya, where are we hailing from? I've got them in my notes. That's a team from right here in Germany. So we've got France, and Germany before we even hit the UK. UK content creators, it's time to get it going.
Well, you heard it. Dia's asking for the challenges, especially when we've got match number 4 about to get underway. But more about that later, because I'm sitting here thinking about everything that we've been witnessing. All of the revenants, all of the craziness. And I saw something in the chat that just said, Demonio pure demon. So, Rain Day, I got to throw it over to you. We need to hear from the demon himself.
The demon himself. I like that one. I'm a little scared standing next to you, man. Demonio, 23 kills in that last game. Congrats yet again. I was in this booth interviewing Selly. Now you guys, because of your performance, how's it feel?
It's amazing. It's my first time on stage and a little stressful. But when you're in the game, you just focus and you play the game and you win.
So I noticed you were kind of almost going to stand up for the pop-off. Selly got up. She gave you a high five, but are you going to stand up if you win next time? I mean, the energy, is it there, or are you just staying locked in?
I just didn't know what to do at the moment. I was overwhelmed, but teammates were amazing. Selly and Luxie, amazing play, and I love to play that game.
So talk to me about where you're from in your life. You're a streamer. You're from France, a little under Paris you were talking to me about. Talk to me about how Apex is a part of your day-to-day.
I'm from France, and I'm playing Apex since pretty much the beginning. And recently, I'm just a rank grinder. I'm playing a lot of ranked, and I'm planning to keep playing.
Love it. Graceful was saying in the casting room, hey, I run into that guy in ranked all the time. And if you're in Graceful's games, you definitely are good. Last thing real quick, thoughts on Revenant? Is he coming back in the meta? Shadow tried to do it. Are you bringing him back?
Yeah, I mean, when he got buffed again, I was the happiest man in the world. I love him, and I hope he don't get nerfed.
All right, well, that's the demon himself. Revenant always in ranked. Maybe not in the ALGS, we'll see, but certainly in this mode. So I'll send it back to Tiff and D and see if Demonio and squad can keep dominating.
Hear me out, Demonio. If you keep playing Revenant like that, there might be a nerf in the future. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just, having copium over here as someone who used to only main Wraith until the tactical had that delay initiated.
Yeah, honestly, the delay, I think, did change the game for a lot of people, and you wanted a little bit of instant safety. Revenant does give you a bit more of that. I'd like to see some Pathfinder pop-offs as well. If Demonio's got this Rev, the thing about Rev, especially in a lobby like this, though, is that he's silent. He's a very quiet legend, and if you want to play that assassin playstyle that can not only go big and get up in people's faces, but also sneak up behind them for a wild play, Rev's got to be your guy.
I mean, the fact that you can just crouch down and move just as fast as someone running, you can scale up all of the buildings for E-District instead of just being on a zip line or a ground lift. It's less flashy and, like you're right, a more stealth assassin type of way, but
it also separates good revs from bad revs because
I'm a bad rev. I'm a bad rev.
Same. When I play rev, I'm like, oh, I'm going to climb this building. That's going to be so cool. And I am just walking up like Spider-Man in a straight line for everyone else to see. You really have to know how to pick your time, when to choose your moment. And this, for many of our content creators here on stage, in fact, I'll say for all of them, this is it. If you have not won a game, if you have not had your highlight, we've got one game left here of Straight Shot for you to make your mark on the ALGS stage.
Well, if you want to make your mark, I need someone from the UK here to take a win, because if not, the Play Apex French community may just take 3 of the 4. And now that we see the EXO Ultras all getting stood up on their feet, I'm starting to feel my ground shake. You know, yesterday when Genome said that, he wasn't kidding, but hear me out. They've moved even closer to where we are, so now it's like I'm inside the group myself.
Keep going like this, I might have to put the other headphone on. Normally I keep it off, but I'm hearing EXO reverberating in my brain over the past couple of days. We do have, as we said, just a singular more map. But I want to know from you, Tiff, though, now that we've seen this play out, it has been a little bit different. Straight Shot Revival. How are you feeling about E-District on the competitive stage?
So I've really been enjoying E-District, and I know a lot of people, every time we get a new map in the map pool, a lot of people have questions. They're like, what would make this viable for competition? There's plenty of POIs to choose from, so you think about where your 20 teams could inevitably land from. The biggest question mark that most people have had has been the loot pool redistribution, which maybe we can talk to some of the devs about that later. I don't know. We'll have to find them. But until then, we can run through some of the highlights. And Dia, I want to hear some of your favorite moments from what we've seen with the Straight Shot Revival.
There have already been so many, and a lot of them have come from the interviews and getting to know the content creators as well. Something that, with my focus on ALGS, I very rarely get the chance to see. The Sheila highlights, of course, really topped the table for me. I already admitted it at the start. I watched a lot of the Gaming Merchant. That's how I learned to play Rampart. It was a whole thing. But Team Obelix really coming out of the woodwork and making their own mark. I have loved the styles and the resets that we've seen come in from so many teams, because it's not just about how quickly you're able to shut down other squads, but we've seen several hero plays to escape, to get your whole team back in, that for many teams have eventually led to at least a top 3.
Honestly, it's making me want to just go like find a spare spot on stage. I know the lobby's full with our 30 players and everything, but I really just want to play Apex right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I tell you what I want to do, and this is I'm gonna justify this. I want to learn controller, because I've been an MNK.
Get out of the booth. Go.
I want to learn controller because I've been an MNK player forever, and when we come here to the 1v1 stage, I don't bring my setup. But if I had a controller, then I could just walk in, connect, and we'd be fine.
We are fine, but I'm not fine right now. We miss Passion UA, we miss Max there, and I gotta throw up the hearts for it too.
Yeah, I mean, it is, Passion UA are absolutely a, there's a word that I'm looking for. I don't want to say hallmark exactly, but pillar of the EMEA ALGS community. And it has been nice to see a lot of crowd support for them, a lot of community support for them, as they were, of course, unable to make it.
They were. And I also had a sign, an Aurora sign this morning as well. Hopefully we see them later in some lands. There's a lot of people around the world that are still cheering for our teams here. But we are still going with the community event. And since it's a community event, I really hope we see a show out here from the community themselves, that team community.
Yeah, I mean, they actually started very, very well. Our community team was slaying to start the day, and you could tell the 1v1 mechanics from the booth really carried over when they're constantly being tested in this mode that really favors fighting over positioning. I don't even think I've said the word God spot this entire time, whereas in ALGS, I'd be sitting here going, well, this is the team that has the best position, this is what they got to do. At this point, when we're playing through the content creator tournament, it is not really about positioning. As much as high ground can be important, it is 99.9% of the time about how to solve the question, how do I get in this person's face, and from there, how do I one-clip them?
How do you want to clip them? I was going to say, position doesn't matter. Just loot and shoot and let it happen. Maybe we'll see more Sheila gameplay. I did see at least 2 Ramparts last time in the lobby, and obviously one of them was not Dia.
I know. One day, I'll get in the 1v1 booth, I'll pull out the Rampart, I'll die in 10th. It's a vibe. It'll happen. Like, that is the sequence of events for me, unfortunately. And it's for that reason that I like being up here with you, Tiff. Because I get to talk about the Rampart. I get to see more of the game.
That is very true. A professional spectator indeed, huh, Dia?
Yeah, exactly. Now, I do look forward to seeing, again, the return to Rampart. I've also really enjoyed seeing things like Maggie be pulled out and the Loba that we mentioned. The Pathfinder has actually not found nearly as many stylistic plays as we've seen Revenant on the other end of things. But outside of things like the Rampart, we're not seeing that many controller legends either. People are not playing defensively in these games.
No, they're really not. And if you think back to our LAN in LA, you know, our Split 1 playoffs, there was so many cool aspects of that solo showdown, some stylistic plays that you were mentioning, but when you kind of bring it together and you allow the community and all of our creators from around the world to lock it in, unite, and just drop on in and get crazy, I want more trick shots, I want more action, and maybe some more up-close shotgun fighting.
And we've got one opportunity to do it. This will be our final game on E-District here in the show match. We're starting off with Team Demonio, our winners of the most recent round. Again, continuing to represent very well. Team Demonio this time have started off in the south, right next to Team Smile, and we'll be going on over to the northwestern side of the map over a little bit later on. Team Smile is starting to rotate into Team Ashton and our community squad as well. So a lot of action could happen in the southeastern corner.
Yeah, that's true. You look at the gaming merchant, right? They are kind of off towards that eastern side. One of our trios that quite frequently actually did not land near anyone else. So they're going to be safe to be able to find what they prefer to take towards that next engagement. But towards the north, it has already broken out in sheer chaos.
Neon Square, pretty empty right now for any teams that want to start moving in. Isufra's on the Maggie. Little signature left behind with the double Mozams. Mozams akimbo have taken out Juliet. You know, I learned the word akimbo because of that movie with Daniel Radcliffe. Did you watch it? The,
Harry Potter?
Not.
Oh, no, my bad. He just goes akimbo with the wands.
Akimbo. it was some movie called Guns Akimbo. It was. This is not a recommendation of the movie. I don't pretend to know anyone's taste, but it's where I learned the word, and I'm going to be learning some things from watching how Team Demonio play this out. I've already taken a lot of notes on Revenant, the fact that they're already getting him back in instead of actually going for the respawn. I'm almost always going for the bleed out in these games. I'm learning that I shouldn't. Team Demonio definitely demonstrating that as they take the aggressive route forward, and Sellycats is putting in work.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, when she interviewed me yesterday and we were hanging out for her vlog backstage, I didn't realize how much of an absolute beast she was at Apex, and now I know who I want to play with in Ranked. I'm gonna pop on over to the EMEA servers and we're just gonna throw down.
Rainday's got a Sellycats interview. Tiff's got a Sellycats interview. I'll tell you what I'm talking to Sellycats about after this. When I'm getting to sit down and talk to her, learn a little bit more about what's going on. Team Misoka do get whittled down to just one person. We've still got 10 squads left. An Octane pad will help you survive just that little bit longer. Long enough, at least, that a respawn goes off. Nobody going to be falling just yet. This early on into the game, it is the last round. And I think that even were I to be on stage and winning a fight, I'd let somebody survive for just that little bit longer because it is about celebrating each other here.
It really is, and especially more fun to celebrate when you're winning, right?
Yeah, true. Why not keep it going for longer?
Exactly. Just end it out on top here. Team Demonio, after usurping Team Obelix, they should be able to do it. But however, it's only a 6-point differential. But our team that was able to come out on top from those 1v1s on your screen right now, Team Community, are sitting in 6th place overall and could potentially make a surge on the leaderboard, but it has to start now.
Kreppy again on the horizon has been opening things up for the community team. Squanched, unfortunately, doesn't quite connect with the longbow. Difficult weapon to make work in this meta. At this time, Kreppy gets caught in the open as well, and this rotation does not look to be going well. Team Simply Ashton start to make their way in. And Black Boy does find a nice leap over to the rest of the teammates. Still in Forged Shadows as well, so I'm not worried about the survivability of this Rev for the next 5 seconds.
This is a solid teammate. Anyone dropping me bats, I am loving here, but Team of Tito has gone, and it had fallen with that Octane here, but the respawn timer is still only at 10 seconds. Brown Sugar Saga here needs to hold it down for the fort, the bracelet for reposition.
Could be an effective escape. Not a lot of ways that you can chase the Loba when she's braceleted away unless you've got the prediction. Team Obelix play the low ground and don't actually have a team that they've got directly in their sights and are more angling for what's our best position for the next engagement. Fighting off the low ground in a building with absolutely nobody, it's not your path to success.
They were one of the only teams working their way towards the next ring, but this is looking pretty dire. I mean, especially if you've got the team that's at the top of the leaderboard, just down to Sellycats. 4 seconds to go before the teammates come back on in. The only thing that would be more detrimental to this is like a rogue Kraber, maybe?
Yeah.
That would be so unfortunate.
It's happened to all of us. It's happened at least once, but it's not going to happen here as Team Demonio do pull off their respawn and our community squad start making their way into the ring. You've got about 30 seconds to make your way further into Neon Square and eventually Blossom Drive, where the ring is going to ultimately pull. Team the Gaming Merchant taking a little bit of a slower start. They are still all on blues and a little while left until you're able to evo those up to purples, with the fact that most of your evo is going to come from damage in these rounds.
Really is, but back behind the amped covers we go. Simply Ashen, a moment of reprieve, right? We just took out one member of Team Community. We're so far out on the edge, but we know there's 3 teams ahead of us that are gonna try and gatekeep us to the best of their abilities.
Gaming Merchant finds one.
That's not gonna work.
We've got another one. Gaming Merchant now get found. Team Simply Ashton do not allow even a moment as Black Boy cleans up a kill, finds a finish as well. And Team Simply Ashton are collecting KP. We've already got 4 for them. In a little while longer, they'll be able to move their way up the leaderboards pretty significantly. Team Simply Ashton already near the top, sitting in 5th place.
We got the Rev leaping straight towards Team Demonio, and they are just moving. Can we get through this choke point? We want to filter Team Simply Ashen into a position that favors us the best, especially if we can get out of this choke, pop onto high ground, and just shoot down from above. Oh, that
rounding
jab
corner.
on low.
Tell me Apex Legends isn't a horror game. When you round a corner like that, Black Boy does get right back behind cover, and after a very quick shield swap as well, that is a practiced shield swap that has kept them alive. Team Simply Ashton don't have a lot of room to work with, and Team Ahsoka start moving over.
Back into Forge Shadows we go. So many frag grenades, but the leap for the reposition, and we lose out on Team Ahsoka elsewhere.
Doesn't seem like that's the last one either. The crowding has really come in on this eastern side of the map, and Team Simply Ashton are right next to Team Demonio, who are right next to Team Ativio, who are right next to Team Aslaya. There are so many squads in this corner, and we're already down to just 8 teams. Remember, it has to be a full squad wipe to eliminate any 3-person. But at this point, those are going to be coming thick and fast because the next ring is closing in soon, and you don't have a lot of time to get away from other people. That's an altar.
It is an altar. The last time we saw altar on the main stage was the solo showdown in LA. But Team Smiley-O here, we have the final standout, but it's not going to be enough. We fall to Team Community here.
Team Smile not going to be making their way too much further up the leaderboards, but I'm sure happy with the chance to meet a few other people, play with them, enjoy the game, and play, of course, on E-District on stage for the first time. Last time it was we were debuting the Broken Moon update.
Ah, you guys were. And you played in that, did you not? Was it nerve-wracking?
No, you and I cast it.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You were in the booth with me. My bad.
It was you and me. It was don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Man, I thought you snuck on there. I thought you snuck on there.
Yeah, I wish. But, you know, playing Rampart wouldn't have been a good idea, so I sort of stayed here. Obelix with the double Mozams, and does find a great ultimate. That's actually a perfect opener for Horizon. Obelix has the flank of a lifetime, and it's up to a 1v1 between them and Sellycats. iSuffers from long range watches this all go down, and now the best play is just to wait for a revive.
I love that you can climb through the little holes in some of these fences, right? Especially if you just want to disengage quickly and maybe leave in a bit of confusion if you're not Mirage. Now, when we were over there by the City Hall, I saw a sign that said, it was Mirage laying down, and it said bamboozles, now with 50% more foozles.
That is actually awesome. I wish I stopped. You remember the GeoGuessr segment that we aired just yesterday? It was just then that oh my lord!
You don't have to guess anything about that one. Do it again, Aspect.
Bangalore Ultimate's not quite going to reach. Doesn't seem like this will actually turn into an engage, but that doesn't mean you can't clip it for later.
Just a flesh wound, right?
Aspect has been opening things up for Team Aslaya very well. Flanzinho with the burden of execution on Revenant. Another Kraber shot and another knock. Aspect simply doesn't stop.
9 more bullets. Oh, Squanch. Don't pop your head up. It's dangerous.
It's almost like they're baiting, sending Flanzinho over on the zip line, making the other team take a look at what's going on. Team Aslea are looking for kills everywhere they can. They're even trying to bait them out. 8 bullets left in this Kraber. That is 8 lives that could be changed for the worse, and it's the collateral that Aspect gives us.
I mean, look, we got 7 more bullets, plenty more damage and eliminations to come from this, especially because we haven't connected to grab the full on any of these knocks just yet.
It's just so hard to leap across all these buildings. You're opening yourself up to now 6 other teams as Team Juliet will go down. Brown Sugar actually picking up some kills here as well. Team Mativio getting a chance to slay now that they've unfortunately got the low ground. They do have some kills to go with it. Team Aslea get knocked off of height, but managed to crawl back into it with a knock on Creppy. That's one of our community team. This shield swap taking a little bit longer than I think Flanzinho wanted to, but we do get it eventually.
We do indeed, and Team Community heads for the hills, tries to find a way to reset or at least get more of the placement points here. But the high ground, we don't have to move just yet. You can just see with the free cam POV here where Sellycats, I'm Luxie is, and Demonio there just on the edge.
Will it be another French team that finds a win?
It
very
might.
well could. It very well could, especially if Demonio keep playing like this. We could see a second win for them. Sellycats going to finish off the kill on low ground. That is a goodbye to our community team.
And we have a new kill leader, 6 eliminations. Now, mind you, this is the squad that was in first place after match number 3. And if we are already looking so promising here, it could be that they will take the win here.
Team Obelix been eliminated. It's Team Aslea, Simply Ashton, Team Demonio, and Team Mativio. Your last 4 squads still alive. I do wonder, especially since we were, throwing a challenge over at the UK teams, whether it'll be a team like Simply Ashton or Mativio that picks up the win, or whether Demonio will claim it again for friends.
Oh, the chaos. We can't get out of the zone in time. And now Team Demonio looking for a back-to-back. Here comes the Forged Shadows. And now we focus on the healing with the jump down. It has to come through the Akimbo in hand. We climb up. We take another one.
Team Aslea goes down. Team Demonio do it again. They just can't be stopped.
You have to think about this. The last time we talked to Demonio, Rain Day was like, you wanted to get up. You wanted to stand and celebrate. So he was like, I just didn't know what to do. Okay, well, you run it back. You win match number 4. And then we see you get animated.
Embrace the hype, my friend. There are so few times that you're able to celebrate like this on the big stage. And what a time for Demonio. I actually met Demonio. There was a little media mixer that we had going on some of the first days. And Demonio was so quiet. So when he didn't stand up after that first win, it wasn't a surprise. He's very reserved. He's very humble, doesn't like to, make too much noise. But here in the gameplay, you can really see his personality, and so many of our players' personalities shine through.
He lets the chaos of Revenant speak for himself. Names Demonio, plays Revenant, reaps the lobby, and just stands up and succeeds. You can see the celebration there from the team. Joe Brady down on the floor, making sure he catches the photos and all of the moments, because the match 4 results are in, and Team Demonio walk away with 15 eliminations and 27 points.
And I know that Rev is a stylish pick, but we've got to give some love out as well. I know that we were talking up Selly, and I'm going to give some credit to Luxie, because it does take all 3. In fact, that's what Straight Shot Revival is all about, is having your whole team there the whole time. It's very difficult when, you're playing some regular trios, Apex, one of you gets knocked, you got to play without him for a little bit. And unfortunately, sometimes it can come down to just you. The emphasis, however, in Straight Shot is always on having all of your friends with you. And in this particular case, Team Demonio really did work together as a 3-person squad and have rightly earned their place at the top of the leaderboard.
89 points. 2 wins, and that was just pure domination from Team Demonio. But congratulations to the rest of our creators that came through. You can see even the community there, 34 points, but not too large of a points gap when you look at team that's Mavitivo in 4th place down to 7th.
I'm going to call out Mavitivo for a second. We don't normally talk about this, but we can see the in-game chat sometimes.
Were they getting loud? Were they getting loud?
Mavitivo gave me a GG's, love all of you except Rev mains.
Wow.
And I appreciate the sass, especially after the way that Team Demonia won the last game.
Well, especially if that's what's coming at you. They just go into the ult, and next thing you know, you're just getting full inted on. It can be kind of scary. Now, I don't know how many of you out there in the stands are... We got some Rev mains out there?
I don't think they're going to cheat. I think
I
think after what Mavitivo just gave us, they'll stay quiet for a little while, but I'm sure that I'll see you running at me in my ranked games.
Well, I hear we do have a little special surprise. I know Glitter is somewhere special interviewing our team, so let's kick it on over to her.
Thank you so much, Tiff and D. A fantastic job as always. I'm hanging out with our community team who played in through our 1v1 station to get here to our show match. First of all, congratulations on how you guys did. Thank you so much for being a part of our amazing Apex Legends community. We have these gift bags for you guys with this really cool plush and a playoffs exclusive drawstring bag. So tell the community a little bit about yourself and what you've enjoyed so far here at the event.
Guys, this is like amazing. The community is amazing. Thank you, Respawn. Thank you for this event. This is like amazing. Follow me. My name is Eternal, and this is not like home, but it's, yeah, I will remember this. Yes, thank you.
Good, I love it. All right, same thing, but also tell me who you think is potentially taking home Match Point Finals here today.
Well, it's amazing to be here. First of all, me and my friends came here as soon as we knew it's in Germany, and we enjoyed it so far. And I hope it's Alliance actually. They're playing inconsistent, I see, but I have the chance. I believe in them.
I love it. A little bit of a Mia love. Thank you so much, Creepy. And finally, Squanched, you tell us a little bit about yourself, who you think's gonna win, or favorite part of the event.
Oh yeah, first of all, I'm just happy to be here. Like, all the people here in the arena are just amazing fans. It's a great atmosphere. And besides that, I think maybe Moist can bring it home, but I'm rooting a little bit for Alliance too.
All right, I love it. You heard it here first. Alliance, potentially Moist, obviously big names in the scene, but we also have big names here in this tournament. Our winners, Rain is standing by with them.
That's right, big names in the scene. The biggest names in this arena right now, which is actually filling up, guys. This is so exciting. Demonio, Luxy, and Selly Cats, they dominated earlier in Straight Shot. Can we make some noise for our winners today? Exo Clans are representing. This is a cool moment. I want to talk to you, Luxy, and give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and say hi. How are you feeling after winning this whole thing and being here?
I'm so happy, so cool to play here. It's nice.
It's really one of those special moments, Demonio. We talked about you guys being a great team. You being a high-level player, you guys proved it there. How does it feel to get a win on stage in front of your fans?
Well, I didn't expect that coming here, so it's amazing. And it's a lot of pressure as well.
You know, I noticed the pop-off was different this time around. You got up out your seat.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to your advice.
There it is. If you need pop-off advice, I'm your guy. Selly, I'm going to go back over to you, stand here. I heard someone screaming. There was a woman in the crowd. It kind of looked like your mom. Was it your mom?
Yeah, it's my mom. Yeah, it's my mom. Incredible feeling. Like, thank you, ExoClan, for the noise. And yeah, today it's amazing feeling, amazing mates, Luxy and Demonio, amazing caster, amazing host. So really thank you. And just want to say the second has a French too. So amazing news for us. And today it's a special moment for a special country, France. So please make noise for France!
I think she's going to have my job pretty soon. That is for sure. Just to cap it off, you guys get some gold, some good gold. The pin that we're actually selling in our merch booth. If you want to grab one of these, make sure you get it. This is for you. This is for you. And this is for you, Luxy. You guys are phenomenal. What a great day. Anything else you want to say? Maybe something in French to the fans? Anything?
De l'amour pour la France. Peut-être qu'on n'est pas vraiment présent pour la compétition, mais on est là. On est là toujours.
Those EXO Clan fans, they're French as well, if you can't tell the connection by now. Okay, great job, great showcase. Congratulations again to Luxy, Demonio, and Selly Cats. Tiff and Dia, they're standing by this time with some few guests that you might be interested in hearing from.
Thank you so much, Rain Day, Glitter, and once again, congratulations to Team Demonio. And that's right, we did kind of tease it during that straight shot revival that Dia always has questions for devs. It's nevertheless, we can't get rid of them, right? We always find them. So I'd like to go ahead and introduce the coveted awesome people, Eric and Jay Beebs down there at the end. All right, so I gotta ask you guys, how are you feeling? I'll start with you, Eric.
Oh, I'm feeling great. It's so awesome to be here, and the games are amazing. I cannot wait for the rest of the day.
All right, any predictions over the year for like Jay Beebs, you know? Any teams you're watching right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to just watch finals today, right? I mean, we've been busy hopping around interviews and stuff, but I feel like it's pretty up in the air right now. I think my personal pick, I'm going to go for Moist. I'm going to go for a local NA team, but
yeah, okay.
Yeah, it could be anyone.
Could be anyone, and it really could. And we did get to see a cool LTM there in that community show match. And we have made something more in store for y'all, and I want to tease it, right? We have Knockout new to come, and it's one of these modes that's going to boast more ways to win. So I know we're going to have a lot of explainers on board. We don't necessarily have too much gameplay here, but start to tell me more about this mode here.
Oh, definitely. So Knockout BR is a fun new twist on the Battle Royale. It's a new way to play with new objectives in the game for you to kind of fight over, and it's got a lot of interesting ways for you to progress through the match. It's got a little bit of something for everyone.
Ooh, okay. I mean, you're being really vague here, and we cannot stay at the high level. I want to dive down maybe more. I hear something about a capture zone that feels kind of King of the Hill-like?
Definitely. So throughout the game, there's going to be a lot of capture points that spawn, and you're going to fight over these. You're also going to be earning points through getting kills and team squad wipes and all of that kind of stuff. And you'll be gathering these points, and at some point, when the round ends, the bottom 5 teams are going to get knocked out.
The bottom 5. Okay, guys, you just have to get good. Do not be in the bottom 5 if you want to find success. Now, speaking of success,
I actually, real quick, if I may, I do have a question. I love questions. One of the last things that we just had on stage was a mode that really emphasized something that a lot of people like about Apex, and that's staying in the fight, being able to continually, you know, get in, play with your friends. Is that something that is integrated into this new mode? Have we kept that from Straight Shot Revival?
Oh, you nailed it. 100%. So in Knockout, you've got infinite respawns. You can always come back, and if things aren't going well there, you can respawn somewhere else, kind of fly over and take the fight to one of these other capture points. So you've got lots of opportunities to make it to the end. You just gotta stay good.
Okay, excellent. It's good to hear, it's good to hear. And I'm gonna take that, turn it into another question, this time for you, Jay Beebs. One of the things that we've been looking at constantly is crypto. And we've been seeing crypto not just through our eyes, but through the eyes of other cryptos in the lobby. Crypto. It's all that has been prevalent, especially in this meta. Well, here in Newcastle. I want to talk about crypto because you guys have added a new perk for crypto that has arguably been one of the biggest changes that we've seen to a legend and even to the philosophy behind Apex Legends, being able to stay out of sight. What inspired the crypto changes in the off the grid?
Yeah, so a couple things. I think Crypto was a huge beneficiary of the overall class changes to both Recon and Controller. But specifically, he does have that sort of spicy Invisa Crypto upgrade. You know, we've seen some plays, cheeky plays with, like, I know Hawkeys has been just sitting in zone sometimes with that. But I actually think more importantly, kind of back to the class perks. With the controller change and the overshield change, benefiting a more defensive controller like Watson, Crypto's a natural counter to that. And then with the increased spawn rate of survey beacons, Crypto's also carries the least risk in terms of scanning those and getting a survey of the surroundings. And then I think Newcastle is just kind of a cool byproduct of Watson stock rising and crypto stock rising. So it's just really cool to see that displayed on the main stage.
Yeah, we have some really nice top crypto plays kind of going through here, but were you anticipating such a surge of crypto to the point where we've had 1,171 EMPs be launched on this international stage?
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I probably wouldn't have guessed that number. What I am excited about is to see a new meta, right? And so with any update, like this is a relatively fresh patch that we're playing on, and to see competitors adapt, like I think that's a core part of expressing skill in Apex, is with new weapons, new legends. So while I don't think we'll be having thousands of EMPs for the next year, it's cool to see something new.
It really is cool to see something new. And for those of us here in Mannheim, Germany, and a lot of you guys at home in ranked play, the Akimbo Mozambiques, new and also one of the first weapons to almost breach 1,000 eliminations on the LAN stage, 979 to be correct here, and the closest weapon to that, it's surpassing the Nemesis and the Hemlock by a very large margin. So you at Respawn, the team, what do you guys do when you have a weapon that is just taking over the competitive nature? Like, how do you assess changes?
Well, that's a great question. Well, we look at the data. We've got so much data for us to be making these decisions off of, but we also listen to the players. We listen to the community. That's top priorities to understand. How did the community like it? What are the things that they want to see change about it? But when you come to ALGS and you see this many kills with this many Mozambiques, you're like, okay, they're definitely pretty strong. They're
pretty
top of the list for us to be balancing.
So how do you approach it? If we need to rework this, what are some of the things that you guys kind of group up to not only just the statistics in general, but who brainstorms some of these eyes to pitch? I know I've heard a lot of people be like, well, maybe if we go akimbo, we pull off the hammer points, maybe something of that nature.
That's my whole team. My whole team is revolved around metas and balanced discussions. Every week we get together hours and hours and we just talk and we come up with different ideas, we build them, we play test them for hours and hours and hours until we're like, oh, that sticks. That's a good way for us to make an adjustment that still keeps the fantasy and the power of them, but kind of brings them back down into line.
It really does. And I do have one more question. And Dia and I, we've had a lot of conversations about this, specifically when commentating and looking at rotations in particular. The introduction of not only the mythic bin with the smart loot and everything, but the gold bins. Because teams are planning the rotations and the spots that they play around that reroll. Have you guys talked much about that since we've seen it? Because a lot of teams are looking like full Exodia out there.
Yeah, we're 100% talking about it. The bin resets is a really great thing for the game. It's good for the health of the game. It's good for players who maybe had a bad rap at the beginning of the game, come back and get into those end game loadouts. But we know it's pretty strong. But on a new map like E-District, it's something that really helps players explore and find their footing, and then we'll pull it back down a little bit and get it, again, back into line for the health of the game.
For the health of the game, but it's Championship Sunday. We got match point finals. I know you at home and you in the stadium here at the SAP Arena. That's what you came here early to make sure you can get a spot to watch your favorite teams and cheer them on. Thank you so much, Eric and Jay Phoebes, for joining me and Dia here on the desk. We have so much more action to get started here on Sunday. And look, I'm excited. I gotta lock my...
And to everyone else watching from around the world, welcome to the ALGS Split 2 Finals. 3 days ago, I said this was going to be the greatest ALGS in the history of the game, and today is the day. It's Championship Sunday, it's Match Point Finals. Players have come from everywhere from around the world to compete for the opportunity of a lifetime, but only one will be crowned our ALGS champion. Time to bring out our trophy. some noise because this is the ALGS. Randy, take it away.
Absolutely electric. Welcome into the SAP Arena for those watching at home and those in the stands. You can tell the energy is palpable. It feels like something big is going to happen today. What will happen? That's what we're about to find out. My name is Rain Day. I am so glad to be here. It's our Split 2 playoffs, match point finals. I'll be your host alongside our wonderful talent, Glitter Explosion, Jet Set Jamerson, really Jamerson now, and Snipe Down, the man himself, getting Eric Rona chats from the crowd earlier on. Lauren, there's nothing like a match point finals, but today feels like something unique could happen. We could see a new winner and maybe a change in ALGS history.
It is one of the most competitive top halves of our lobby I think we've ever seen across the board. More teams are in the running than ever to claim that title, that trophy. I'm not even playing and I get nervous every single time we get to Sunday.
There's something different about it, Jamerson, isn't it? The crowd is filled up. This place, players have to be feeling that too.
Yeah, if they're not feeling it, I definitely am. It's such an exciting moment because, honestly, I was there for the introduction of match point format when we were here. Well, in EU almost 4 years ago in Poland for the preseason invitational, and since then, it has been getting rougher and rougher. Teams are just battling it out, and the competition is all the way up here. Now, I am so excited to see who ends up on top of the day.
Could be a long day, Snipe. Feels like I said something's in the air, but you as a pro, you've been in these situations before. You got to get ready to go and just handle your business.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we have all been waiting for. These players are hyped. You know, they take the group stages to go to the brackets, and now we're here in the grand finals, so this is where it's time to see what champions are made of. We have some teams who are familiar with this, and we have some who are here for the first time, so it's really time to see what they can do on this big stage.
Well, so many teams to point out, and as we're watching at home, whether you're watching through any type of facet of our channels, whether it's Twitch or YouTube, there's a lot of stories to cover. And let's start to switch into those stories and give you an overview of who is competing today, who's earned their way through these last 3 grueling days of Apex Legends. Long days, early mornings, late nights for everyone. It's incredible when you can see that just 20 teams remain. Here they are. You know, SSG, Lauren, the potential, we saw them walk out. Focus, Sainu, and Phony coming in with Koiful. They seem like they're ready to go, though people may not be putting them first. They're a team that certainly threatens a win.
I think we didn't put them first during the previous portion of the competition, and we saw exactly what happened when we did that. They rose to the occasion and proved a lot of people wrong. I know that Snipe's been kind of trying to preach that they are absolutely a squad in contention that could be up there at the top. But this is not going to be an easy lobby to do that. And when you're doing that up against the likes of the Alliances, the Furias, the TSMs, the Not Moist, it is stacked.
Well, let's take a look at what they're playing for as well. All those teams we could mention, and we will mention them in just a little bit. $1 million on the line this evening in Mannheim, Germany. And that is a lot of money, Jamerson. $300,000 to first place. You know, life-changing, impactful finances.
While the prize is great, $1 million, I think right now with the amount of talent that we have here, with how rough the competition has been, that it's more than anything else for all of our competitors. They want to win. They want to be the champions of the Split 2 playoffs. I think that's what matters most to them.
You know, I think you're right. There's a lot more at stake than just the money, though. These players, and you look at it from home, of course the money is a big deal. But at this point, there's so much history. People are fighting for supremacy in so many different ways. I think a lot of players would reduce their prize pool to hoist that trophy and finally say, I am a champion in Apex Legends. Let's start going, Lauren, into some of those teams we want to focus on. I know you've been preparing, and the big thing for me is North America is a team is kind of a region that you've got to focus on if you're coming into Apex and saying, who are some favorites?
There are truly too many teams coming in from NA to list them all. But we have to talk about our 2 top dogs that we were talking about coming into this event. Everyone has their eyes on Not Moist and Team Falcons. I mean, we'll be starting with Not Moist, but their performance here at this LAN alone has made them terrifying, to say the least, okay? Now, they've got their drops. No one's going after them. There's nothing for them to worry about. And when we're talking about individuals, Waltzy at the top with our kill leaderboard, as well at the top of our damage leaderboard. Right behind him, Guild. Walty has 59, Guild has 56. They're both up there in the damage. Then you go down to Timmy, and regardless of the fact that he's on Crypto, still in the top 12 at 43 kills out of literally everyone that's played, and that's including every single series of matches as well, which means they technically have some matches less than some of our other individual players. I mean, the fact that they are where they are at right now in such a confident fashion. I mean, they're making it look easy, and they've done that in some of our most difficult lobbies. They are proving time and time again why they deserve to be the powerhouse that we're all considering them to be. Not to mention you've got Walsey leading. We even heard in the interview just how good he feels like he's gotten at IGLing now that they've really nailed down their entire strategy. I mean, there is nothing bad really to say about Not Moist.
Honestly, I did have some doubts going into this. There's a reason why I didn't pick them, for predictions when it came into the group stages. I still wanted to see how they would be tested when it came to LAN, and honestly, they more than withstood that test. They more than withstood the fire there. And if you're going to talk about any other team that might be able to contest against them, we do have to bring up, well, the big old bird in the room, and it's Team Falcons.
Right. I mean, obviously, everyone, they've got a massive fan base, right? A team that is no stranger to match point format. Arguably the match point professionals, if we would call them that here. They are now the super team. We've been hyping them up for such a long time, and now they might have had a little bit of a slower start than what people would have expected out of them, but this is something that they do. They thrive under pressure. We've seen them even in individual series, Eric, do nothing in the first 3 and then blow people out of the water in the last 3 and have better scores than anyone would have had in 6.
We've absolutely seen that out of Falcons, but I think this is the first time that we've seen them a little bit uncomfortable. This team is usually on characters that are very aggressive. They're slaying out the lobbies, and they're putting up those big kill games, and they really haven't been able to establish that kind of dominance throughout the group stages and even in the winners bracket finals. So it's really going to be one of those, did they find those characters to be comfortable on? Hal's on something like Newcastle, Jem Burton's on a Crypto, and it just feels like this meta is something that they haven't adjusted to as fast as we might have expected.
Well, you're saying that they might be a little bit uncomfortable. We had a tweet from Hal, okay, and I want to pull this up because he is pointing out that he is now the only player in Apex history to make every single LAN finals from the beginning, which he's right. That is a pretty insane achievement. He has been here from the very start of this competitive entity that is Apex Legends Esports. But to counteract that, Waltzy has literally never dropped down into an elimination bracket for any LAN he's ever attended and has always made it to grand finals.
We saw that caveat at the instance at the beginning. I don't think it's a caveat. I think it just says, I've been here doing this, and I'm still at my prime. He's going for the LeBron James style of Apex career. Certainly has a chance to add one more notch to the belt with a win here with Falcons. But Jamerson, APAC North, this is a region, and if you're a fan of this region, it makes sense, that's always got something that they bring to the table that is impactful. Top 5s, top 3s, no stranger to them. Can they push themselves, though, past that and finally get a trophy today?
Yeah, it definitely looked a little bit rough for APAC North. We are left with 2 representatives now. It's going to be Fnatic and Enter Force 36. And our huge favorites coming from that region, coming from APAC North, was going to be Fnatic. They ended up being 3rd place when we were in our Split 1 playoffs in Los Angeles, but here they struggled in the group stages. It wasn't the greatest of performances. They were kind of in the middle of the pack, but once we hit that winner's bracket, we were not expecting them to go down so quickly there into the lower elimination round number 2. It did come down to a big risk they took. They wanted to try and contest Alliance there on Stormpoint to the detriment of both teams, but moving into our finals day, our match point finals, they decided to play a lot more safer. We're not taking the same kind of risk, and they're going to be able to play a little bit more of their game. They were extremely dominant throughout their split 2. They had some of their best performances over and over again. They were so consecutive in their performance, and now we want to see if they have what it takes to bring it home for us. But, of course, speaking of our other representatives from APAC North, we've also got Enter Force 36. And, of course, a special place in my heart because I do hail, my family does at the very least, from Korea. And I love that we still have Korean representatives here, especially with Reject Winity that old roster from Split 1 playoffs not making it here. The champions from Split 1.
That's right. What a moment, too, to have that for APAC North and then to feel like it kind of crumbled midway throughout the split. This is a chance at redemption.
Yeah, and it's a massive one because, honestly, we were expecting so many big things, right? It was a huge shakeup in terms of overall results when it came to LAN. It was our first time that, well, we got an APAC North team getting a win there on LAN. Reject Winity did it in great fashion. And then when it came to Split 2, they kind of just disappeared. The meta got away from them. And then now, before we got here, a huge meta shift came in itself. And Enter Force 36, it looks like they have found great adjustments for it. But right now, they are a little bit in the middle of the pack. We saw some great aggression out of them when it came to our winners bracket final. And I want to see that kind of same fire coming out from them.
Somebody's got to steal this. I always say that about Match Point. It is not given. You have to take it. That is how it goes in Apex. And if you come in with that mentality, especially if APAC North come in with that mentality, they should be okay. All right, let's talk a little bit about some of the regions. Speaking of APAC, APAC South that have some representatives. Again, not too many, but two teams that we've got to highlight as well. That's VK Gaming coming in. And I think this is a squad that has a little bit of potential. When you consider that they have landed themselves in winners coming into this, it is a great showcase for them. Now, APAC South has kind of had the traditional worry of, you know, losing all of their best teams to North America. I mean, we've seen it with Dark Zero. We've seen, I mean, it's not a lie there. We've seen it with Dark Zero. We've obviously seen it with Not Moist as well. But VK Gaming has an opportunity to do something landing in winners. Third place, that was phenomenal from them. But when you look at a team that maybe is catching a lot of people's eyes, oh, there it is. Okay. Somebody tell me what that means.
Means the lobby's easy.
Let me just pull up my Translate app. No, it's not picking it up. I have no idea.
Yeah, I know. Get your Google Translate out as well. VK, so excited to be here. You could tell they're cool, calm, and collected. And I think coming third in Pro League and having an opportunity for them to play, it's been a good showcase. They're running that crypto, the Newcastle and the Watson, and this is the type of more consistent composition that we've seen across this meta. Teams who were struggling are teams that were thriving in that Bloodhound Bangalore meta, and teams that maybe weren't getting seen there weren't comfortable with the aggression. But now we've got a lot of players who are feeling like this suits me, and you can see playing nearly most of the controller-type legends, Crypto, and then obviously Watson adding in the Newcastle for support. It is going to give them a big boon by playing zone and doing what they do best. So coming into winners, that's awesome. But when you talk about a team that maybe has your eye a little bit more, it's Guild. To me, Guild, guys, that's a squad that we have to talk about. MT comes to mind as the story, right? Going away as the IGL from Not Moist, taking a break, and now joining Guild and qualifying here through Elimination Bracket 2. It makes you wonder why Not Moist is doing so well. Well, don't wonder anymore. MT was IGLing. Waltzy learned from him. Waltzy's now got that skill of IGLing. MT just bringing it to another team. Guild has looked a pretty dominant force, but coming in 6th, you would have thought, out of Pro League, maybe this isn't the team that we should expect from. But 3 weeks later, they go to EWC. They place 9th in that tournament with a pretty massive prize pool. That gets their engines revving. They come into this now with the ability, in my eyes, to capitalize on that and push it even further. If Guild were to win, this would be the beginning of the MT story in a massive way, a star in the making. And APAC South certainly has, while it may not be too many teams, a lot of bright hopes with the two that we're talking about there. Now, Eric, we say this one for last because we are in this region. It's the first time in 5 years we've been to this mainland Europe region. It's, of course, EMEA, and there are teams who can do it.
Yeah, and this crowd has absolutely been letting us know how important it is for their region. It would be amazing to see a European team come out and win a tournament. And I'm going to have the luck to talk about this Alliance roster. There's so much. This team has been all over the place this tournament. It's been nonstop when it comes to their ups and downs. They start off group stages really strong, then they have a struggle, then they do strong, and then they struggle. So for them, it needs to be known that they are coming off a very recent tournament win. But at the same time, this is not the same roster that we're used to seeing. We have Tyler FBS, who is taking the place of Effect, who is unable to make it. For anyone at home who wasn't aware of that, and they have still been able to put up the points, make their way back into this grand finals. And we get to look at this team right here. They're hyped. Hakus is a great IGL. This man has such a lucrative background. I was talking to him backstage, and man, are they confident. They were able to go from the losers bracket or the winners bracket finals where they got 2 points. They ended up in 20th place to go right into the elimination finals to make it to the grand finals, where they're able to get top 4. They looked great, and a big reason for this is their POI drafts. So one thing that's been interesting is they've been favoring the Trident pick on Stormpoint, and a lot of times, if you get that, you scare off teams from taking Northpad. And for them, when they did have that unlucky elimination bracket or losers bracket, they had Fnatic right next to them. So they were unable to get those rotations that they wanted, and now they get Northpad and Trident together, and as well as they get Overlook and no one's in the East Fragment side. So they're going to have very favorable rotations, as well as being able to pick up all those Evo shields along the way. The next team that we get to talk about is Gaming Gladiators. This team has, if you're not familiar with them, you're going to be now, because I wasn't, and there's no way. This team is absolutely undeniable at this tournament. When you talk about success of these teams, this team has been by far the second most consistent team outside of Not Moist throughout the event. In the group stages, they got a 2nd place, a 3rd place, and a 4th place, which is a great confidence going into this grand finals, as well as a 4th place in the winners bracket finals to bring them here. So when you have that type of success, you get to pick the POIs that you want, as well as we've had some amazing pieces by Blast. We got to see how important it is to have his family here. We know that gave him some extra confidence leading into this. We heard it in the past. And with them in this crowd to support them, we've seen with the likes of, the Verhulst family, and we've seen the Jen Burton family, and all these people that have come to support, just their family members in general. And I'm excited to see this team, and it would be incredible to watch them come out. And I think that they do have a very good chance to take the tournament win.
I love the idea about family, the stories that we get to tell. We do usually talk about the Verhulst fam, which is here chanting right next to our desk as well. And Verhulst's parents here. It's just a great thing to look at and see as these stories become, we get more opportunities, I'll say, to tell them. It's not like they're becoming anything new. We're just shining a light on them in a bit of a different way. Now, we do have something else going on. If you haven't been following us over these last few days, we've been fighting, all of us on the desk. We've been battling, that's right, to become first in the ultimate game. No, not the playoffs, the talent predictions. That's right. We are trying to win. It's cutthroat in there. You can cut the tension with a knife in the green room. I've guaranteed a win over Dia. I don't know how else I'm doing beyond that. But all of these picks, okay, let's round off the picks that we're thinking. Gaming Gladiators, what a great choice. I mean, it makes a lot of sense why you're choosing them.
Honestly, they helped me out last time I picked them.
Yeah.
And right now I'm only 4 points behind Genome at the top with him. And I couldn't pick the same team that he did, so I had to do a little bit something different. And who better than a squad that's been so wildly consistent here all weekend long?
Speaking of consistency, Jamerson, what are you trying to do? Just trying to beat Reddit here?
I mean, well, the thing is, I'm a competitive man myself, right? So we do have Genome on there with a 502 rocking the Moist as well, but I am sold. It took me a little while. I needed to see what they've got, right? Especially when it came to the winners bracket. That was what confirmed it for me. Group stages, anything goes. But when there is so much on the line, when you don't want to get knocked down into losers, teams start playing differently. And Moist, they weren't fussed whatsoever. They didn't change anything about the way they played. They kept playing their own game. They were fragging out in one of the hardest lobbies in Apex Legends and made it look easy. So the choice was easy.
The choice was easy. Not Moist is clear a favorite, not just for us and in the talent room and you probably at home or on Reddit, but in the stands. There's an incredible amount of Moist jerseys in this building right now. Gaming Gladiators, speaking of them, just Lufka, Light, and Blast, a great trio. They kind of did pop out of, quotation marks, nowhere, but not really. It's more like they're making their presence known against everyone now in the biggest stage, in the biggest moment, on the biggest stage in the world for Apex Legends. And I think that this team really does have what it takes from a personality to also do it. And I think you kind of can say that with Alliance too. Their personalities really mesh. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of dissension between them.
No, and when you have that type of synergy and you've figured out how your trio works well together, you can then do things that are even more difficult like alliances and then still bring that synergy, that cohesion, that teamwork when you have to do something like use the sub.
Yeah.
And we've seen that they've been able to find success with Tyler, who's been a huge help for them here at this LAN. You're talking about Gaming Gladiators as well. I mean, talk about a turnaround for them from omit to where they are now.
Love that story. Alliance playing with the sub, Effect, who they won 3 weeks ago with, not here. They have made it to winners. What a story that would be if they can pull off the win. SSG, Koiful, on your screen. Snipe, has your opinion changed since day one when we talked about them?
Yeah, I got to talk about them at the start of this weekend on Thursday. and I get to start today talking about them again. I think that this team has all the pieces that they possibly need to win tournaments. They really had a lackluster group stages. I picked them to win actually in a couple different group stages, and it all comes down to how quickly they can gain momentum. This team is one of those where I really do feel like the leadership, it comes to getting the team together. If you have those couple bad games, who's going to be there to pick up the pieces? And I think a lot of that, I've talked to a couple people, it comes down to Don, their coach. He's someone who's dealt with a player like Nasky, who is also very verbal, and he's gone through a lot. You've seen a lot of Nasky's blow-ups and stuff, and I know he's a great person to have behind them. I've actually spent a lot of time talking to Phony this weekend, and he's said just how valuable Don has been. But I still think at the end of the day, you have a couple, 2-3 bad games in a row, it's going to be tough to get that group together. But if they gain the momentum and start steamrolling, they could end up with the most points.
The big question is who will win today. And not just win after they get 50 points. It doesn't count unless you do it past the threshold. In fact, it doesn't count unless you do it before anybody else. That's the name of the game. It's match point. We win or we go again. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen, in the SAP arena, in Mannheim, watching around the world as well, it is time to begin our match point finals on this Sunday. So crowd, let us know you're alive and well. Make some noise for the moment we've been waiting for, and let's send it over to our casters to get it started.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. It is finally time for the ALGS Split 2 Playoffs Match Point Finals in a sold-out arena, SAP Arena. Make some noise! Goosebumps. I always get goosebumps, Gino. I always get goosebumps. There is no better fan experience than the competitive Apex Legends community.
Crowd's going crazy right now, and I love it because I think that is about to match the quality of the games that we're going to get. Some crazy games coming up here. Of course, this is a match point finals. We're at day 4 of the LAN. That means the teams need to reach 50 points first, and after that, if they can achieve victory in a game, that is the team that lifts the trophy.
You have to win the game after hitting those 50 points. And something to note, for the first time ever than what we're used to, there is no advanced starting point. You could expect these games to go the distance. Let's get started, everyone. Game number 1 onto World's Edge to kick off the action.
Of course, you can see on your screen here the POI draft. This is the first ALGS LAN that we have seen with this system in place. As you said, instead of starting off with advanced standing points, they pick their POIs, and we drop in for the first game on World's Edge.
The ships have left the building. In this case, they've left World's Edge, and they've left our teams at their POI. And already with Skyhook, when we know where Bleed lands, Sky East, Gaming Gladiators by Trials, and Sky West, it can get heated maybe very early because you know that the game state for a lot of these teams, what they understand is that they want to achieve those 50 points first as quickly as possible, even if it means duking it out from the very beginning.
Alliance is the team on this stage most recently to lift a trophy at LAN. It's been a harder route to the finals than it was previously for them. They've got Tyler here in place, trying to fill very big shoes with Effect watching on, and unfortunately for them, they're going to be shifting very far over Vicky. The zone has gone very much to the west, over to Mirage Atois.
Could benefit into the way that they like to play these zones, though, liking to take their time, playing by the edge here as they make their move from Overlook. They even have a survey over by No Name. The Alliance having to have that hot and cold experience within in-game, but being in this finals lobby, really feeling that pressure, Genome.
Well, Complexity starting off from staging with the ring console. They're moving in quickly, and as you can see on your map here, TSM have been afforded a boon in this finals. Yes. They get both Lava Fissure and Mirage Atois. No one picked Mirage, and that means they can actually loot both POIs. His teammates do come down and join him, so luckily it looks like Complexity won't be getting a first pick early there onto TSM. That would have been disastrous considering the zone is right on top of their heads.
And we know that with a zone like this too, Furia as well could come out on top of that choke north of Thermal where there's an Evil Harvester on their pathing. But we have early action here for Guild and VK Gaming over by Survey Camp, which could also be a very easy third-party situation for Not Moist.
Yeah, Epicenter Survey Camp teams running into each other early. Not something that we will be surprised about, but hopefully they don't get surprised by Not Moist coming back through Climatizer. As you said, they want to get this fight over and done with quickly if they are actually going to engage here, because Moist have showed you that anything in their path is fresh meat for the team.
Meanwhile, Complexity in your feed immediately has eliminated Space Station, the first to go in our first game lobby here as MT backs away, tries to take a different position for Guild, but this is the action that I was expecting from the very beginning for our teams to start things off very quickly to get that early game KP.
Oh no, and it's a charge rifle shot from VKG. And Guild lose a member so quickly as Moist pull up on them, actually closing the net around VKG.
And it was Waltzy who had picked up that first kill here too. Now he slides in. Waltzy, who has just been playing out of his mind, gets another kill. This is the player that we were highlighting earlier, who has just been so on another level, honestly, with the way that he's been able to stay not only consistently in these fights, getting KP, but also clearing space for his squad when he gets those knocks.
And if there was anything else you needed, you know, just a nice little confidence booster at the start of the game, something to get you rolling. That'll do it for Moist. Chasing, will they chase the last member of VK Gaming down? I mean, the zone is very far away from them right now. They're absolutely not getting priority, so if they wanted to, honestly, they've got the time.
It would work into their game plan, though, with the way that they like to take these fights, slowly going into that next zone. As we know, so many other teams have already found themselves over by the staging side.
So Falcons setting up in the Dorito outside of staging right now. They are dropping from Siphon here as they try and catch someone off guard. Cloud9, wow, an early exit for them. They've really gone under the radar so far in this tournament.
Thanks to E36 getting that, while now Hal up on the high ground, trying to make a statement here with the rest of Team Falcons. Can they be able to get this with Furia being on the low ground? And even in between the mother load here, they're stuck behind the Newcastle wall. Great news for Furia as they are out of the line of sight from Falcons, but Falcons having that information while keeping up the pressure from the height are making sure that they force Furia to stay pinched down here because Makers are also walking around the other side of staging to the southeast.
Furia thanking the devs there for the new ability of Newcastle's wall to stop the grenades coming in. That you can see them bunkered down behind that. Without that, honestly, I think Falcons would have quite easily finished them off.
I love it. Gonna be able to see the Fuse heirloom here too while he slides down. Nice animation while Hao is taking just a little bit of damage. It is Exo Clan that have the height alongside with Falcons who had slid down, giving up that space, have found themselves by the truck and all the death boxes at their feet. But they've been seen by a crypto drone that is also flying and buzzing around their heads. They're trying to look out for it because E36 are in that building to the south of Exo, while Exo have the best spot when it comes to this choke. That was the choke that I was mentioning. But even with an early rotate, it could be a little risky because you could expect teams to still prioritize a northern thermal station rotate.
Yeah, this rock is just fantastic, though. Holding the high ground here, you really can just smash these teams in both the village below you, even if they get a spot up on Mirage Etoile. You've got great sight lines and you can retreat whenever you need. The risk is that someone can come in behind you from Thermal Station. VK Gaming, we see that they get a double respawn. That's happening over near Stacks and Big Maud.
Very far away here, but at least they get the squad up while Exo have Pride Rock.
I mean, still a chance that they run into Not Moist again once they come out of the zone because they're still lurking.
That's true again, Not Moist taking their time to rotate. They will be going perhaps through tunnel side that would enter into landslide here, and teams like Dreamfire and Fnatic also fighting from the south side outside of zone, south of Thermal Station. As you can see, Dreamfire, 3MZ in the drone, just trying to get vision here. And now with the EMP ringing out, Dreamfire could try to engage, it could try to AP. You have to watch out with the nades, creating some space.
Okay, Pete walks the mobile shield forward, knows it's about to go down to the EMP and has to back off with the Bang ult chasing them out here. Can they find a safe spot?
By the way, I hate the world's complete stats for this event has been
insane.
Actually crazy. He's been such a heavy fragger, always knowing when he has to be the entry fragger for his squad, considering he's on that Pathfinder, he can grapple in, he can grapple out, backing away, repositioning instead, and he has the golden Mozams.
You wouldn't have thought anyone could come in and fill Roy's shoes, just such a superstar of the Chinese region. But I Hate the World, or No Name as he's being called as well, has absolutely done that, and then maybe some. Could this be Dreamfire's best tournament ever?
See now with Falcons, full blue Evo still dropping down as the Fnatic and Dreamfire fight has not ceased. Pete also has that gold shotgun choke. Only white extended energy mag for the Havoc. You saw him proc up the reload, tries to see the EMP, tries to miss the second shot though. They get hit and they don't have a lot of space to back away or to be able to pop a shield back.
I mean, 60 damage was all you needed. The second shot would have stopped them from getting EMP'd. And now with the full send from Fnatic coming in.
Oh no, but then the Thermite too. They had gotten the first knock. Fnatic with the advantage in this fight. Sasuke then follows up and Dreamfire get eliminated at the hands of Fnatic. Nice and methodical here in taking that fight, not trying to be too overly aggressive. As you can see, both teams waiting with the EMP to then fully engage, and if they don't have that opening, if there's no defensive ult to meet them on the other side, they don't want to fully commit until they're able to get that shield crack and find a corner.
Yeah, in those crypto v crypto fights, you can see if you can get into position to swing just after the EMP hits, the team is as good as dead. And as the back and forth happened there, we saw that Fnatic found that opening, found that timing, and, well, that's goodbye for Dreamfire for match one.
Now, hello to Alliance, finding the crack. Beautiful hemlock shots that we currently see from Tyler. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance as they engage on this fight.
Bang on, bang on, bang on. Chill. Bang one, bang one, bang one, bang one. Yeah, okay, can't see. Bang is only one shot. Above you, next to me. Okay, I'm coming. Can you? Do. Bang on. In the wall. Tyler, go right. It's me. Newcastle crack. One. Both one. Otherwise, what should I do? No, bro. I didn't know you went for the wall.
And with the nades finding two, Bleed wrap around on the other side of GG to third party. Even if Alliance came out from that fight, it would have been so difficult to reset because this is free pickings for Bleed, but they don't like the situation. They heard the res, they back away. They know that they're out in the open. Now Gaming Gladiators immediately with the turnaround are able to suppress them. Let's talk about the fact that Light has been IGLing out of his mind while being such an insane fragger himself.
He's been so good, but the team in general has just been strength after strength here. Oh, I wondered if Bleed could maybe just roll off the back of that other fight and pick GG up as well. I feel like there's always one team that walks away with that kind of Giant Slayer title. Maybe it's Bleed in this lobby looking for big scalps.
Well, they have an amazing POI being over by Skyhook East. As we take a look at Fnatic, who've still been stuck on the edge of the zone after they had taken that fight earlier on, but being on top of this building, they could afford to take a fight like this. Yuka F still putting in the pressure with the Nemesis, allowing the rest of his squad to get into a different position.
Exo Clan, they're looking for this though. Two of their members have come down because of the commotion. Liquid Alienware stuck between EXO and Fnatic. One member of EXO still holding the hill so they don't lose that fantastic position, but we are expecting EXO to maybe get involved in this and pick up some kills.
And that could still be very risky though. You've moved up just enough where you could get called out by Fnatic. They get another crack, and when you gave up that space by the choke, now you're forced to back away to prevent other teams from walking in for free, from taking that from you, because it is now Liquid Alienware that was pinched between EXO and Fnatic, as Liquid Alienware are stuck between the crates.
I think it's all over Red Rover for Liquid Alienware here. We'll go over to Landslide as we see closer to where the circle's actually pulling. It's gone very north, not towards Mirage Etoile, very much towards Landslide. And that's where Guild, you can see, set up on the high ground there. We're trying to deal a little bit with Not Moist. Looking back at this other fight, I think we're just waiting here. Just a matter of time until Liquid get pinched.
But do you even have time? The circle is about to close in the next 3 seconds, having to maybe call an evac tower to get onto the other side, because when that circle closes in, you still have to deal with EXO from the choke.
Yeah, well, it's Fnatic that actually call in the evac, but they're too locked into this. They're too close. They can't take it because Liquid is right there.
What?
They take too long.
Fnatic gets taken out. The play from that one member of Liquid has slided at the foot of that evac tower to clean them up, but Liquid cannot res them. They still have to move forward.
In the meantime, EXO looking to pick up the extra kills they do. They get them from Liquid, and that's important how quickly they did this, because despite us saying that they had such a fantastic position, they've now had to vacate that and move further east.
And they're inside the zone. We're trying to attempt to get onto the edge of the zone. They've made it already through. We also saw on the feed, by the way, TSM finding Nox onto Complexity, and EXO Clan have the high ground here, while TSM will be exiting out of Mirage. Will also use a crypto drone to get a scan on the survey to see where all the teams are within the vicinity of the zone.
EXO Clan.
Yeah, they lose out on 2, and it's only up to K20, keeping the dreams alive. Can't hide as a rat inside the crate, but they do come out from this fight. It is Makers who had the advantage with those evil shields, waiting for EXO to come into the vicinity.
Not a huge amount of time to reset here. I like that we're getting some vision of Landslide now, because this position will be important. Guild, for the longest time now, trying to hold out Not Moist from the height, but they're going to have to move across. The position that we saw Gaming Gladiators in before is probably the best in the lobby right now. They have the north side of the zone to themselves. They'll be able to move down from there and really start holding out some of these other teams like Guild and Moist.
Can we talk about the amount of fans in the crowd for Not Moist? Hashtag let's get wet here for a team that has been performing out of their minds. But Team Falcons, a team that's slightly been struggling now, finding themselves with 0, having to back away. It's only up to Jen Burden to clutch right between the smokes. It's not going to be enough. Falcons get eliminated.
Even from Siphon, they have been struggling on World's Edge this tournament. I mean, struggling compared to what we're used to from the Vicky, which is complete and utter domination. But it won't happen here as they go out in 12th spot in our first match.
With some help from TSM, by the way. You saw them on the other side of that fence after they now swoop up and take E36, sending them right back to the lobby. Now, Not Moist, though, whilst he losing out on his shield, understanding the situation, having to back away, sends out a Sky Nade, is able to pick up the battery. Furia get eliminated. 9 squads left, but Not Moist are still feeling peppered by the team that is right in front of them, while also getting out of line of sight of the team that may be holding the platform.
They've got the Fuse, Guild have the Watson. But Guild are on the move. They can't necessarily get set up and be able to have that pylon to deal with all the ordnance coming out of Moist.
But so many teams are looking at them from where they are positioned in that corner, because you know that you could see them also when you're on the high ground of the bridge. If you are Bleed Esports, that had a fantastic rotate into that southern side of the zone.
You can see it was a desperate pylon attempt. It lasts for a little bit, but the top of it was just poking out over that box, so the other teams from afar are the ones to destroy it. Now with the EMP, they have to try and retreat behind this smoke. They've done it. Moist don't see them as they actually make it under the bridge.
Welcome to the crypto meta. When you see the EMP and you get caught in it, you're going to be forced to back away if you don't have a defensive EMP yourself. Them have been able to reset here, but they were able to get a knock onto Legacy.
Empty finished off, Legacy down. I don't think Guild are going to be walking away with this one. Not Moist. They made the move first from Landslide, and despite attracting a little bit too much attention, they win out in the end.
So listen to the EMP onto Nox. He's lost out on his shield, but he'll have enough time to pop that shield back, maybe even go for a swap. There was a box right there because it was Makers who were trying to contest them up on the high ground. You see the 2 beacons that are right below the feet of Noctum. They could use that as some cover. Guild too, but Not Moist decide to engage on them, and Guild get eliminated. Noctum with the Kraber. Let's just talk about the fact that Atnam has been on another level with that Kraber, and now Noctum finish off Bleed Esports.
The crowd definitely getting behind Noctum's scan. A little bit of a surprise package for us here in Mannheim. Gaming Gladiators now taking survey of the land in front of them. As we mentioned, they've got the north to themselves. The zone is to their back. Everyone else is going to be running into each other right now, and GG are just going to look on with glee.
Oh, Rex, he tried to start blasting, but he gets taken out, and Zap is going to meet his demise right alongside him. Makers playing off the back. BKG still slightly neighboring them, though. It's just a solo, while Noctem still as a 3-man. Look onto Gaming Gladiators, who have circle advantage.
8 points already they've got, and I'm sure more are coming. Wow, actually managed just to grab one finish, so being a bit of a nuisance to Makers.
Oh, he
there we
gets
go.
taken out right before Makers, though, felt the pressure, and they'll have the gold knock revive.
Makers are at their best when they're fragging out, and as you can see, 4 kills, kill leader for Asia's right now. Is this his tournament to prove he's one of the best in the world?
I mean, talk about timing on that res. They needed to do that desperately, and you saw the circle pressure too, but they had space. They have some room to breathe for now, and it looks like they're calling in a respawn peak, and Gaming Gladiators have sent out the Bang ult, trying to prevent that situation from happening, clearing up the space in the next 40 seconds as the circle will start to close then.
I mean, there's respawn beacons everywhere as far as I can see. I think too many of them are in the zone, unfortunately, but there we go. Can he find his way back to a death box and help his teammates out? Asia's just struggling, might be able to get medkit off behind that smoke, but the circle will start closing soon, Vicky.
Probably having a gen right there too, after getting that res, knowing that you have little cover to play off of between the crates and then that train cart that Asia's has been getting peppered in originally, but with Ziki being back, this would be an insanely clutch play for Makers, who have held this high ground. Remember, we saw Bleed here originally. Yes, there is that gen. I did see the passive shield regenerate for the Watson.
And talking about passive, I mean, GG have been playing passive most of this game, but for now, they have to start getting involved. You can see them taking up space here. The Newcastle castle wall is down. They've got a couple of rocks to play behind, but how long will this last for? Catwall as well.
Exactly. I was just about to say, with the catwall being available for them, they could slowly inch forward out of the cover that they have already built up for themselves. But you have to be careful with Atnam and this Kraber. He misses it this time, but he has been so consistent since yesterday in landing those shots.
I mean, 4 bullets, he's still got access to that, as well as the EMP, which surely is coming out soon. You can't lose the drone now. That would be such an ugly spot, but they don't. The EMP goes up and they go in.
And Noctem now try to play for second, knowing that Gaming Gladiators is going to walk in the third part of this fight. They come in blasting after the EMP to initiate the engagement. Makers get eliminated, and now this is Gaming Gladiators, who may be taking a little slow of their time. Blast at a different off angle. Love that with Love sliding in to take the first dub of this match point finals for Gaming Gladiators.
They don't even look surprised, Vicky. As if it was expected, as if this game went exactly as Gaming Gladiators planned. 6 kills, 18 points. That's a solid start on their way to 50 points and achieving match point eligibility.
Let's not forget when they had engaged on Fighting Alliance and Bleed tried to third-party them, didn't like the timing to that. Not only did they reset off of Alliance's death boxes, but they still maintained control over that side of the zone. They had priority after coming out from Sky West, from Trials side, and they still were able to find themselves clearing that entire side when so many teams, even TSM that tried rotating that direction, had collapsed over to their south side.
Insane to think about some of those what ifs, isn't it? I mean, Bleed end up with 6 points. Could they have ended up with the 18 if they'd pushed forward and been able to win out in that fight?
And look how tight after that first game these results have been here too. Knocked them with 8 KP, still set them only 1 point apart to Gaming Gladiators. We get to see the side-by-side team comparison. Even with those extra placement points though, Noctem had been able to get a few extra kills to put them right next to Gaming Gladiators.
Pretty even there between our top two teams. And wow, okay, after Alliance walk away with a LAN win, all of a sudden, there's a lot of EMEA teams up the top of our leaderboard right now.
It's almost like, you know, we're in Germany or something, and it's great to have the home crowd here to give these European teams their support. It's been great thus far after that first game. Still sticking to World's Edge, but don't go anywhere, because we got some more Apex Legends finals on the other side of this break.
Here, win game number 1, and now we are set up beautifully for match number 2.
Absolutely perfect so far from Gaming Gladiators. Would they be able to be good enough to match up with some of the biggest and some of the best? Well, so far this tournament they've been good, and now here in Match Point Finals they have demonstrated they are the team to now chase after the first matchup, but can they carry on with this momentum?
Interesting to see on these leaderboards as well. It's not just Europe on top, it was a Europe 1-2 as well, as Noctum were just in behind them as well. And I just need to give a shout out to the crowd. It's only game 2 here, and you guys have been absolutely electric. It has been brilliant to be inside of this building, and we're looking forward to that noise going up and up and up as we get through these games. But let's take a look at these competitors. This is the lobby. These are the players. These are the teams who will be following here as we head into World's Edge.
The Gaming Gladiators, they were in my top 5 teams of this tournament for World's Edge in particular, and that has carried on here into Match Point Finals. The other teams up there, not Moist, Alliance, Guild, and Exoclan. They're the other squads that should be putting points on the boards when we're on World's Edge. Because when we move over to Storm Point, as I always say, the better teams, they transition. We get to see other squads that actually favor a different map.
Well, let's look at TSM then. They had some really good moments, got towards that end game, but just couldn't win that final fight that they were involved in to push themselves into that top 3 or 4, which of course they would have loved to be in. But one team, I mean, we were having some conversations, and you might see that I'm missing from the predictions graphic, and it's for good reason, cannot be trusted. But GG, I've been talking to you all morning. Everyone who's asked me, everyone who came and say hello a little bit earlier, I was like, who do you think is going to win? And I'm on the GG train, man. I think Eric put it so well on the desk Snipe Down. He was like, they've become undeniable, right? In their performances, not just here, but in recent tournaments as well. And they are looking like a powerhouse of a team now to try and take down in the lobby.
I mean, worth looking at Gaming Gladiators, right? They're playing from Skyhook West, which is a very desirable POI. It's in the top 5 POI win percentages so far this tournament, and they've just put another win on the board. That is their 4th World's Edge victory so far this tournament, more than anyone else on this map. So as we get further, as we get deeper into match point, if they find themselves on World's Edge, once they've reached that threshold, they may be the team to lift that trophy.
Well, a long way to go, of course, before we do get there. First of all, it's all about hitting match point, crossing that threshold, and the best way to do that is get these points on board as quickly as possible. Placement kills, a good combination of the both, and you are going to get a step closer to being able to close this thing out. We're heading into match 2, everybody. Match point finals, and we're back on World's Edge.
Some other big teams I want to look at this game, the likes of SSG, the likes of Guild, the likes of C9. They are playing from POIs that have yet to find a victory so far this tournament. Landslide, Survey, Tree have not seen a team win from there yet, so you have to try and beat those records, beat those zeros, if you want to be able to put big points on the board here.
Interesting to see what that zone actually pulled in the previous game as well. It felt like a lot of the teams, based off of First Beacon information, were playing for the Mirage side, playing for the western side of World's Edge, and the shift back that kind of gave a little bit of, I would say, assistance to the teams who had to travel the furthest, because that was the least busy side of that zone, and that's where GG really came to the fore, having the opportunity to wrap around that side from the north and clean up those kills in those final moments. But speaking of zone down, this is where we're going. Talk us through it.
Yeah, and there was a few murmurs in the crowd. I think there was some cheers in the crowd as well. Maybe for VK Gaming, they're up there towards Epicenter. They will have a brilliant path towards where this zone's going to be going. But it's going to be not Moist, who are arguably in one of the best positions here. They have a ring console to work with at Climatizer. Climatizer has also been one of the best POIs on World's Edge to find victories from. And then, of course, you have to talk about Alliance at Overlook. Also have a ring console. So those will be the 3 teams that will have priority to zone here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Alliance, and I think this is a great zone for them as well. If it does pull back towards those rock formations, you can just see to the north of where they find themselves right now. They're going to have great high ground coverage. They're going to be able to shoot all the teams who rotate in a little bit later. But we'll have to see if GG can put a game together here all the way from Trials, which is quite the way to go.
And it's good that we check in with Team Falcons playing from Lava Siphon. This has been the best POI to find victories on World's Edge. 15% of the wins on World's Edge so far this tournament have come from Lava Siphon. And of course, Falcons are a big reason because of that. But can they put one on the board here in match 2 to try and find themselves a little bit further up the leaderboards? Because down in 16th right now, of course, they'll want to be getting to match point threshold first so that they can have that first chance of lifting the trophy.
I think that a lot of the teams who are in this lobby and who have been in this tournament so far have started to just realize that although Falcons have a huge amount of credentials, they have tournament wins that stack up above anyone else's, it's just 3 humans playing the game at the end of the day, and they haven't been afraid to take the fight when they have had to, and the pressure, of course, is something that Team Falcons will be feeling more than anyone else. One team is pretty close to them at the moment, I'm talking about on the map, is going to be Liquid Alienware. They're just rotating at the moment from launch site towards Lava Siphon, and at the moment it's actually interesting to see that Dreamfire have kind of wedged themselves in between Liquid and Falcon, so they might be in a little bit of a tough spot to try and escape.
And how about this tournament so far for Team Liquid Alienware as well? From the elimination bracket round 1, do or die, final game to get themselves all the way here into the grand finals, and now they still have an opportunity to lift the trophy. But we briefly checked in with them. They saw they were starting to move, they were starting to groove. But I wonder whether Dreamfire are going to have a look at taking this fight against Falcons here, or whether Falcons are just going to say, look, we need to get on a hurry and let's start moving as well.
Yeah, it looks like Falcons have decided the best thing to do here is continue our rotation. Looks like Dreamfire weren't poking, they weren't prodding, they weren't trying to get damage down, which means that they're just looking for Falcons to leave so they can hit that ring console that is left behind. Falcons going to now go over towards Geyser, and it looks like they're going to wrap for the tunnel, as they sometimes like to do, or maybe it's going to be a play towards the choke. It does look like they're actually going to go for the tunnel, so Old Trusty on the rotation towards the north from Falcons.
So we've already got about 10 teams that are within Zone 2 here and are pretty much settled for a good time and hopefully a long time alongside it. But there are going to be about 6 teams now approaching this northeast area, and Guild Esports is going to be one of them. Oh, and actually they've been able to get a quick, cheeky knock here onto Zonu, and SSG look like they're in tatters.
SSG were being pressured there by NRG, and a combination of Not Moist and Gilda just overextending. They hear the fight going down, they see the opportunity. That's just going to be free for them. SSG will be eliminated, so your stats starting to stack up here on World's Edge even after a couple of games.
Yeah, they are at a POI that typically struggles in World's Edge, and maybe Storm Point could be a better home for them as we switch over to that for match 3. As remember, in the match point finals, we switch every 2 maps rather than every 3 that you might have traditionally saw in the tournament so far.
So taking a look in now with Not Moist. Walty's going to be brought back to his feet. We mentioned how they were in a little bit of a scuffle with the combination of NRG. Guild, Bleed Esports are also approaching as well. And it's interesting to see what Not Moist actually try and do from this position. Like you mentioned, they did have ring console. You can see that on the top left-hand side of your screen through Guild's minimap. And are they just going to try and play Climatizer for the long game here, or are they going to try and force their way up a little bit further north? We do have a pause coming in right now as we get a little issue fixed on the stage, but just looking at our map overhead right now, Dan, as we have this pause, it feels like it's a lot of teams already inside of that zone.
Yeah, most people moved very early as soon as it does shift to one of these corners of World's Edge. It's a bit more predictable, but I think this Zone 3 shift is going to be the biggest case of did we do the right thing? Because you mentioned it, down over towards Overlook, we had Alliance. They started to move a little bit north, but they didn't overcommit. They didn't go all the way up to Climatizer. They are expecting it to pull a little bit further south, and that would really benefit them. The likes of ExoClan joined them there as well, so a few teams that we're hoping for it. If it were to go a little bit further north, then there would be a real struggle to try and get into that zone for some of the teams on the southern side.
Yeah, it's also, there's just not a huge amount of playable space between the inside of Epicenter and Overlook. It's just kind of open ground. We know that that train cart that we saw Not Moist in is going to be one place that, of course, is going to be played towards the end game, but very difficult to hold for the long game. Once again, we get crowd cam, though. This is a great opportunity for us to read some of these signs, Dan.
I mean, Papa Jen's surrounded by Moist fans there as well. I just want to make sure he's going to be okay, depending on what happens in this series. But certainly the crowd has been amazing so far today, and I think it's just going to get louder and louder as the games go on, because Match Point Final, as we know, is one of the most, if not the most, incredible way to watch a final in esports. How many games are we going to go? That's the real question. That's
how many did you say? You were asked earlier. How many did you say?
I think that we could go as far as 10 games. Of course, the biggest difference in this LAN compared to previous LANs is there are no advantage points. Everyone started on 0. The threshold is going to be 50. So it should, in theory, take a little bit longer for some of these teams to reach that.
I said 12.
12?
12 games. That's what I believe is going to happen today. I think we are going to have one of the craziest finals. And the reason I say that, everyone I spoke to this morning when we were meeting some of the awesome people who are out in this crowd right now, is I got different answers from everyone. There was TSM, there was EXO, there was Alliance, there was Bleed, excuse me, there was GG from me, Falcons. I mean, literally anyone in this lobby you look at the moment, and you could make an argument that they will be the players who will walk up and grab that trophy, lift it above their heads when we do get to the end of this finals. It is, in my personal opinion, the most stacked lobby I feel we've had in the Apex Legends Global Series so far.
And I think sometimes we will get to match point finals.
I reckon Wig regrets that picture so much.
Wig definitely regrets that. When we get to match point finals, we sometimes see teams who have not been able to find a victory, right? And sometimes we'll have a final lobby where maybe 9 or 10 teams haven't actually found a victory and they've just got through on points throughout. But the majority of this lobby has at least found 1 win, if not 2, some even upward of 3 to 6 victories. And that's why it is so difficult to predict, because it's all well and good getting over that threshold, but can you get the victory afterwards?
I got to say as well, the EXO fans have relocated just into my eye line, and they are making some incredible noise. There they are. Give yourselves a round of applause. Not just for today, by the way, but for the effort that you guys and girls have been putting in throughout the tournament. They were here at 9 a.m. on the first day. They couldn't wait to get in. They haven't stopped.
Well, can ExoClan give them a reason to cheer? They are in my top 5 World's Edge teams with points scored throughout this tournament, 112. but they are very much a World's Edge team. It is a little bit worse when you look over to Storm Point. They only found around 50 points.
It's fine.
So they need something, and certainly with the way the circle's going and where ExoClan currently find themselves, there maybe could be a chance here.
Well, a little bit of silence falls upon the arena just for a second as we get to look in on how Nessie's getting on. Feels like Nessie's like a really good luck charm for a lot of these teams. It's like a comforting moment amongst the carnage that we do see.
I think at this point, Nessie is comforting for everyone involved. While the players are getting ready, you can see Unlucky, a little wave to the camera as he locks in now. And everyone will be re-entering World's Edge very shortly, ladies and gents. So thanks so much for your patience during that pause. Of course, have to make sure everything is set up and correct for every single player on this stage. As there's that beautiful countdown timer, everyone.
3, 2, 1. Let's get back into this Apex Legends Match Point Finals, everybody. Let's get back into Match 2.
So we rejoin the POV of Bleed Esports. Arguably one of our best Storm Point teams in the tournament. But can they find the same success here on World's Edge to give them the best opportunity when we do shift over to maybe take a lead at the top of that leaderboard? You can see E36 have taken a lot of damage here. It's going to be C9 on the other side of this fight.
Yeah, you saw drops. Probably thought he could get invested in one of those kills, but it was going to be Sorcerer who managed to get the final bullets in, having done the majority of the damage, which is going to credit, of course, C9 with that point. C9, again, another sleeper team that made a great run, almost made the miracle play in the winners finals as well to qualify automatically through to today. Just came up a little bit short, but then fought their way back extremely strongly in that elimination bracket final to join us here today on Championship Sunday. And they're going to have a point on the board already. Now, ExoClan, you mentioned them within Overlook at the moment and in a very, very healthy looking spot.
Much to the crowd's joy, we have ExoClan on our screens, but it's just a check-in because they're going to be fine. They're going to be dandy. They don't really need to worry about too much at the moment. What they need to be considering is getting Swinny in the drone. There you go, he's invisible. And making sure that he keeps the lookout just in case anyone does try and arrive a little bit late. Dive on in and take this position away from them. But they should be able to hold that pretty strong. The Watson, of course, is going to help them fortify this building. But it's going to be about this Zone 3 shift here. This is going to be a big one. If we go up north towards Climatizer, it's going to be great news. But if it continues to trend a little bit further east, then that is even better news for the likes of Alliance, who have hoped that it was going to move towards these rock formations.
So Alliance in a great spot. You can see in your map overhead there, ExoClan, Complexity Guild, NRG, Bleed, Esports, all safe. But it now means that Not Moist will have to move a little bit further from their POI over at Climatizer towards where this end game is going to be taking place. NForce 36 managed to get a respawn while we were checking in with ExoClan, so they'll be up to a full 3. The teams at the moment who are furthest away, TSM, Dreamfire. TSM you can see rotating on the left-hand side of your screen now, all the way to the west of World's Edge, and they're going to be probably thinking their next stop is going to be somewhere around Fragment.
And TSM very happy with their POIs, especially here on World's Edge, because they were able to get the ability to have 2 POIs, essentially. Over from Lava Fissure, there's always that worry that Mirage Etoile is going to be taken by someone else, and then you really are just trapped when you drop. But they've got all of that western side to themselves, and that's why they are going to be arriving a little bit later, as Makers currently at the moment sitting between the fire and the flames and just hoping they can stay alive.
That's Moist who are trying to move up onto them. Skynade's going to come in here from Waltzy. Looking for some big numbers to drop his way, but not going to. Doesn't quite connect with that one, but we mentioned how Moist are going to have to start their travels north a little bit here, and that's exactly what they're being forced to do. Waltzy's going to be hit by the EMP, though, which is going to send them back. And speaking, I should say, of being sent back, it's ExoClan who'll be back in the lobby screen because Alliance win that fight, and Tyler is already on the lookout for more.
And I was saying the building looked fortified. You had the fences down, but Alliance, a team that is so good in those 3v3 engagements, and they're able to break through and take down ExoClan, and now Alliance are going to have a lot of space on that eastern side. But it is going to be Makers who are on the furthest east of this circle, by the way, who are going to have a lot of room to play with. As now we check in with Dreamfire, they're going to be approaching from the south. It's Fnatic they're looking at over towards Geyser. But of course, Dreamfire can head up these rocks. They don't really have to take this fight.
Yes, interesting to see, actually. Fnatic kind of fainted to go the Vault Tunnel way, so Dreamfire have decided they wanted to go the other way. But Fnatic have actually turned around and might be looking to mirror them. Now over into Fragment. Team Falcons. A little bit of a slow game, number one. as now they move their way in towards train station. Now, Furia were to their east. You can see them on your screen right now on third person, and this is what I was talking about with Dreamfire and Fnatic. Fnatic were thinking about trying to catch them off guard with the mirror, but it looks like Dreamfire were watching their back, and it's one of those things that's very easy to forget sometimes in the pressure of a match point finals.
Yeah, Fnatic were able to get a lot of damage. Elsewhere in the kill feed, Moist have just taken down Makers. I was saying how Makers had a lot of room on the eastern side, while Moist said, actually, we're not happy with that. We want to make sure this is our side of the map. As now Fnatic, they're being pressured here.
They certainly are. Dreamfire is sending this. They are trying to engage. They are trying to catch them off guard. Peter trying to hold the line here on the Newcastle behind his castle wall, but he's got to pop a med kit here. He's not going to be able to get it off. He's going to go down as well. But while all of this is going on, by the way, Dreamfire and Fnatic are fighting. Who's arriving to third party through the choke? It's going to be Team Liquid, and here they come. Liquid will get the final pieces as we're down to 16.
Yeah, Fnatic's still alive at the moment, but for how long? Because Liquid are pushing in.
Oh!
How's your defense, Fnatic? Can you hold on? Can you hold strong? They're doing well right now, but you've got to go big.
Zone damage is going to be a problem here for both players. Leica trying to clutch up. They've managed to turn this into a 1v1 somehow or other. But Leica chooses to pop the shield battery instead of the med kit. Can he get a syringe off in time? Gonna try and time the med kit. Did he get the timing right on this though? It's gonna come right down to the last second. The med kit is getting closer and closer. Just about pops it. It's perfect from Leica.
I have never heard a crowd cheer for a med kit that loud before, but I bloody love it. Now, Jaguares still alive, but it's gonna be a 2 versus 1. Gets the res. Elsewhere, Falcons taking the fight.
Falcons look like they have the upper hand in this fight as well. How and Zero get those knocks, and it's Vaxelon who'll be the last player trying to escape here, if I wasn't mistaken, from Furia. Back over to Fnatic though, and Fnatic have won that fight. Liquid Alienware tried to third party, but it's Fnatic who come out.
That is insane. An insane hold from Fnatic. And Liquid Alienware maybe rue the day that they did decide to push that, but they thought it should be easy. Leica's just gone down again to the ring, but I'm sure they'll be able to work together to stay alive, Fnatic. It is going to be a long journey from the south, and they do need to move quick. Elsewhere, Falcons got kills onto Furia. Furia are now down to 1. As Alliance, they look like they might be pushing again. Here's a little replay of that Fnatic hold.
I mean, it's a crazy, crazy play. We saw, it just felt like Liquid was sending it in. They were going to be able to get the kills, but it's Leica. The 1v1, you saw him get away. Both players realized that taking this engagement was not going to be healthy for both. They both disengaged. They have to pop the med kit. They have to do so just to stay alive, considering the fact that this fight is taking place in the zone. And it is Fnatic who eventually came out on top. We did see momentarily that Alliance were having a look at Noctum inside of this truck, but it looks like both teams, for now, have decided to disengage.
The bravery to pop that shield battery first, by the way. So many players would have probably gone for heals out of sheer panic, but Leica knew his exact timings and was able to get a battery and a med kit off, and now Fnatic are still alive. But they may run in to Team Falcons. As we saw, they were hovering around the middle of the map.
Speaking of which, here we are. Fnatic taking some damage as well. They've had to go through the skies to get here, and unfortunately, it's looking like Fnatic might be in trouble here. Fnatic are eliminated, and it's more KP going the way of Falcons.
Falcons need to keep going, though. They do have the drone out at the moment. Jem Burton's just scouting around, looking for, I think, TSM, who are nearby. As Cloud9 are being forced away by Enter Force 36 here.
Well, Shuby's going to help him out from distance. It seems like Bleed Esports and Cloud9 are working together at the moment when it comes to Enter Force 36. Furia are respawning, by the way. Madness and Vaxelon will be back in the game, so it was in fact Keon, the player, who managed to escape from that fight with Falcons a little bit earlier in Fragment. But speaking of fights, another one should be taking place here. Ender Force 36, the second run at this rotation doesn't work for them, and they will be eliminated.
We had a brief look at the zone as Furia brought back to their feet. It is going to be heading a little bit further north, up towards, by the way, Gaming Gladiators, who hold prime position at the moment. Imperial House just gone down, though, and it's going to be them against TSM right now.
Jem Burton's going to fall as well. It's all up to Zero and TSM on their revenge arc right now. Zero dancing behind the knockdown shield, but firing blind, can't connect. Falcons are out. TSM will put them down.
TSM put them down, but Noctum Scan are lurking like piranhas here, looking to see if they can clean up any scraps, but it looks like TSM have been able to get back on board.
They should be safe. I think Noctum don't want to drop from the position on height that they do have over in Overlook. C9, though, done some good damage as Guild will take out NRG, who tried to make a play for the truck that they currently hold. C9 have got to move from the southern side of this zone in towards where this zone is going to be pulling, which is right back up to the north. Guild eliminated in the meantime. NRG will win that fight.
Yeah, Bleed, Not Moist, Gaming Gladiators, those three teams are in the best spots. Complexity also with a real opportunity to do some damage here. because not only are they in a good position to transition to the next zone, but they can pick up kills from all these teams that are going to be approaching from the south here. You can see Noctum's got to move, but I think they're fighting TSM. At the moment, they're above them, though.
Well, TSM are making the play, and you can see they've already managed to find 2 kills here. Zap's going to get 1. Verholst is going to finish it off with a second as well. And Noctum Scam will be eliminated. It's Vaxelon who gets that final elimination onto Remix Powers. So Noctum Scan, after a great performance in game number 1, won't be able to make it inside of the top 10 this round. But TSM look like they're on the warpath.
TSM are on a warpath. Speaking of Verholst, he's feeling confident about their performance. They feel like they found their groove at just the right time at this LAN. And I'm sure they would love to hoist that trophy once more, but there's a long way to go until that could possibly happen.
Well, you see Unlucky is trying to rotate, using that electrified zipline to get back to his teammates of Alliance, and TSM are trying to hunt them down. One player going to be caught off here, but look at the kill feed. It's Sorcerer with the bow who's doing work. GG are going to join in as well, and Zap now left on his own for TSM.
It's such a difficult rotation for TSM, and it should be falling to your demise right about here, right about now, as they're out in 9th position. Fury are able to hold, but Fury are also being shot by several teams. It's VK Gaming and Alliance. And now C9, they're sending on Complexity.
C9 are trying to get in this building. Why wouldn't you? You've got a Devotion, and you've got a man called Naughty. Can't quite get that damage he was looking for to get that knock, and now they've got to pop outside. And when you pop outside with so many teams alive, it means there's going to be more bullets coming your way.
Dropped overextended from Bleed just to do that damage, trying to pick up some KP, but now he backs off. But it is Bleed from the north here who are doing a lot of real harm to these teams who are trying to approach as Cloud9 also falls.
Alliance now looking to move up onto this Carnage, but Unlucky decides he has to back up. They have to play safe for now. Tyler's going to send in the bango. Rolling Thunder will be coming down, which is going to stutter all of the pushes from the other teams in and around this building. 6 squads remaining as he gets a lot of damage off the bango, but no knocks.
No knocks in the moment, but Alliance need to think about how they're going to approach this northern side. Do they try and third-party this between VK and Complexity? Or do they actually reconsider wrap round on the eastern side, but then you are going to have to compete with the likes of Not Moist, who are currently holding it. You're only going to have about 10 seconds to make a decision here.
Well, Complexity need to move. 2 shots in the Kraber here for Monsoon. He can create an opening with just 1 bullet. But the less ammo you have, the more pressure on your shoulders as Complexity will slide out to the pylon. As Alliance now set up another zipline. Lou looking to move in. VK Gaming dealt with. There is a mobile shield down for them to try and res Monsoon, but it might just be a case of playing out as a 2.
How about Complexity, by the way? But look elsewhere. You've got Alliance now from the skies trying to find somewhere to play. Not Moist have been holding this position for quite some time. Let's jump into a listening.
I almost get big. I'm weak. I almost get big. What is he? Dead. Let's go. One shot. Behind Newcastle wall. Nice. Let's go. Left guy. You can bat. Get a bat off.
I'm batting.
Nice. He can't res. He cannot res. Yep. Play big here. He needs you outside.
No, man, he just has Mozams.
No, we just you don't.
Not Moist cannot clutch. Guild cannot get the clutch. And in the meantime, Complexity have just managed to respawn Monsoon.
Complexity back into the game. Complexity back on the stage, by the way. We've not seen Complexity in a finals since 2019 here in the ALGS. And they are cooking. They're into the last 3, and they might just get into the last 2 here.
We're talking about Complexity. We're talking about Bleed Esports, who are down to a solo. But who's the other team? Who's the other team involved in this endgame as a full, strong-looking squad? It's going to be GG. The winners of game number 1 are back here in our endgame in game 2.
GG looking to press, looking to try and get even closer to that match point threshold. They're on 29 points, and there is still plenty to be gathered here in this last circle. Drops the last remaining player from Bleed, just trying to survive, just trying to say, I want to avoid these sightlines right now and maybe hope that GG and Complexity fight so we can maybe sneak a second.
Well, good news for us is he's not playing Crypto, which means that
we can see him.
We can see him. And everybody else can see him as well, which might not be good news if you're a Bleed Esports fan, but for Blast, it means he can send it. He can get that kill, get that elimination. And GG here, who have complete and utter control of this zone, might be looking to go back-to-back.
What does GG have defensively here? You've got the Catalyst, and you do have a wall to use if you need it, but Complexity are getting aggressive.
Lufka just trying to play an anchor position here, but here's the swing from Light. Blast will get the first knock. Light still alive here. Complexity trying to push themselves. The follow-up is coming in now from Blast. He can't get it either, and all of a sudden it's down to Lufka.
Great Newcastle res, though, and now you just got to back up!
GG will go back-to-back in our match point finals. From unspoken to undeniable, GG are looking incredible on our main stage.
The Gaming Gladiators are here with one task in hand, and it is to win this trophy. You can see it in their gameplay. They know exactly how they want to approach these final circles. Their zone calls have been incredible. And it's the execution at the final of it as well. You see the Newcastle res come in and you think, there's two decisions to make, right? You hold it, you take the 2v1, or you surprise your opponent. And just like that, you take the W. And now Gaming Gladiators are closing in on 50 points.
Incredible, incredible hot start here from those three gentlemen you can see on your screen. Complexity, though, in second place. A great game from them, which certainly will put those points on the board that gives them an opportunity to start thinking about how many points they require to get towards match point. Bleed, again, involved in those final moments as well. Was dropped to scurried away as the solo to get them inside of that top three. But again, what a game. What a game of Apex Legends, and it's just going to get better and better.
And I mean, complexity as well, though, getting into the final two. It feels like yesterday when Monsoon joined us on the desk because he was struggling in the tournament, wasn't able to get to the finals, and then suddenly he's here in a match point finals yet again with the Complexity squad who look like they mean business.
So as we come back on camera, it gives us a chance to kind of just discuss what we've seen, and it's all about GG. I mean, what other better place to do it than in Europe for this EMEA team who has, it's been a crazy story, right? I mean, if you go back to the split that we just had in the ALGS in EMEA, halfway through the season, they make the team change, and before that, they just looked like they were not going to be able to produce any results whatsoever. But now, you fast forward a couple of events, you fast forward to where we find ourselves now on a Sunday, and they start off the match point finals going back to back. It's incredible to see the performance this team is putting in right now.
It was the ability that we just saw from Gaming Gladiators to kind of avoid any pointless fights up in that northern side, but then take the ones that would actually give them something as a reward. Whether it was utility that they required, whether it's positioning they were able to gain out of it, they just did everything perfectly in that final circle, and they are rewarded with 20 points here on set.
20 points, 8 kills alongside the 12 placements. Complexity with that second place. 5 KP for them. Bleed Esports, 6 KP is going to help them to 13 as well. And looking at elsewhere, when you're looking at KP, Fnatic with those 5, even though they finished down in 15th, means that they will get some more points on the board as well. TSM, we saw them go on a little bit of a run on that southern side as they approached that zone as well. But unfortunately for them, just too many teams in front of them to go through, and that zone really started to become a problem for them.
And now it means we will be moving over to Storm Point, right? And I mentioned the teams that were having success on World's Edge, but now for Bleed, a team who just got a top 3, they are our best Storm Point team in the tournament when it comes to victories, when it comes to points being scored so far. So the fact they are still up there in that conversation during World's Edge gives them a real opportunity here now to try and catch those lobby leaders.
And Bleed's still finding ways to get into these fantastic endgame positions as well. And I keep talking about drops, and I've been so impressed with the calls that he's made and the timing on their rotates to kind of thread the needle through other teams to gain access to some of these spots. We saw it yesterday on Storm Point. We saw it today in these first couple of games as well. And we'll take a look at the series results when we get back after this break. Not only that, we'll of course have game number 3 and our first look at Storm Point.
They are closing in on match point already, but it has been World's Edge so far. They now have 5 wins across the board this tournament on World's Edge, but when they move over to Storm Point, they only have 1 win, and they only have around 90 points as well so far this tournament, so it's a far worse map for them. So this should open things up for other teams.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? But I think the thing that's sticking out to me most, and you're quite right about GG's performance and how it feels like it's map specific at the moment when it comes to closing out those wins, but it's the word wins, right? With our match point finals today, you have to win a game of Apex Legends to call yourself champions, and I feel like every time I see GG in a top 5, it gets converted into a win. And that's been kind of the story of this tournament. Every time GG are there, it's no surprise to see them clutch out those final moments and call themselves the champions of this game. And the series results here will kind of back up some of those stats that we're talking about. Only 2 games gone here, but they are just 12 points away now from crossing that match point threshold.
But how long will it take them to get there, right? Because if, let's say, Storm Point is a dud for them for 2 more games and everyone starts to catch up, then they may not reach it until match 5, depending on how things go here. So instead, let's look at some of the teams on Storm Point who have found success so far this tournament. Bleed, Complexity, Not Moist, Fnatic, and TSM. They're the top 5 teams when it comes to points earned so far. In terms of wins, Bleed have 3 wins on Storm Point so far this tournament. Furia with 2 and NRG with 2. Everyone else, only the 1. So we are really changing the direction of the favorites here as we change map. And that's what we've seen a lot throughout this tournament, is it really can affect things on what map we're on.
Well, as we wait for the players to get set on our stage, Peeps actually caught up with some members of Falcons a little bit earlier today. So let's see what Peeps found out.
What up, everybody? I am here with the CEO, Imperial Hal. I gotta ask, not a lot of people know, how did you get that nickname, CEO?
I think it came from Monsoon, to be honest. I think we were joking around in like my Twitch channel, and we were talking about like, oh, you know, what are our job titles? And I think he gave me CEO, and everybody kind of ran with it ever since then.
It works. It works. Guys, the Sovereign Nation. So I saw a tweet yesterday. All right, you're the only person in the history of Apex to make every single LAN final. How does that feel?
It's kind of insane to think about, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously there's players right now that haven't been to the like tournaments at the beginning of the game. You know, like Waltzy, MT and stuff like that, because they started to play later and they were a different region. But the thing about it, I've been playing this game for 5 years and I've done that well for so long. It's kind of like, you know, I felt, you know, it's not like grateful, but it's more so all the work paid off in a way, right? So I was like relieved. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Deserve it, man. Well, you heard it here from the CEO. He's playing today. I wish you the best. I love you, man. That's it from us.
Always great to hear from that man on your screen, the CEO, Imperial Hal. But some different questions maybe to answer for Falcons as we move through these games. There's 2 games now on World's Edge where we really weren't talking too much about them.
No, we haven't been. I think the meta in general has not necessarily trended towards Falcons' success. I think there is other teams that have been able to find more success because of it. Certainly it's a bit more frantic. It's a bit more all over the place. There's a lot of Mozambiques, that's for sure. And some teams have benefited from that. Some teams actually thrive in that chaos. But Falcons have been able to find a way, and we'll have to see whether they can do that here in Storm Point.
Well, speaking of Storm Point, let's take a quick look at where people are going to be dropping here on Storm Point. This is the results of our POI draft that was done, and as you can see here, #1 pick went to Not Moist.
And in terms of win percentages from certain POIs, Not Moist have the #1. Cenote Cave, Zeus Station is also up there as a #1 pick, and Echo HQ and Devastated Coast have also been 2 POIs that have found a lot of success so far this tournament. And you can see that on the southern side of the map. Complexity actually going to have a chance to maybe do some damage from down there.
Yeah, of course you got to keep in mind as well, certain zones would have trended in certain ways, which will of course give you a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the success that you've had from certain POIs. But mentioning the Falcons story and going back to what we were just talking about there, they do have the mill. Even though they weren't one of the first 2 picks, they have the mill. This is where they're used to playing from. A lot of comfort for them in their rotates and how they want to approach any zone here on Storm Point. So maybe this is an opportunity here for Falcons to find just a little bit of momentum, because I feel like once they get the momentum going, they'll be very difficult to stop.
And TSM from Lightning Rod, I mean, you mentioned Falcons from Mill. fantastic POIs that they're going to be able to work with, and Alliance will have the freedom of dropping over towards Ferrari and having Northpad to themselves. So I think that's going to be good for them because we have seen them griefed a little bit in the past. It was Fnatic actually who were the ones who took it away from them. And interestingly, in this POI draft, we saw it last night. Fnatic went with Barometer, and they went with Barometer South. Now, usually we would see Team Liquid over towards Barometer, and Liquid said, we will fight anyone who tries to challenge us at Barometer. Well, they didn't. They decided, actually, maybe we don't really want to do that in a grand finals.
Yeah, you kind of look at that name, you look at that team, you're like, it's not a, you know, we might win one, might be traded. It's just not worth it. Fnatic's such a good fighting team, and if they do want to take that fight, it's always going to be one that's filled with risk. But good news, everybody. It looks like we're getting closer and closer to our game restarting here on our first look at Stormpoint. And for GG, I mean, I'm going to keep talking about them because they deserve to be, right? The World's Edge performance is unbelievable, but the trend downwards on Stormpoint, it's, you know, stats you've talked about and how that hasn't been their strongest map. But when you go into any map, after winning the first 2 games in a row, they are going to be full of confidence.
They are, and I mean, if they can find a little bit of momentum here going into Stormpoint, then the stats from the previous games won't really matter, because you mentioned it yourself. As much as we look at statistics across Apex Legends, there is always going to be zones that can affect it, and maybe you had bad pulls, maybe your POI wasn't in the best position, maybe you had a bad draft.
Maybe you got
inted. One thing that Gaming Gladiators have had success with was getting a good POI draft for this scenario, and I think they'll be pretty happy with where they're dropping.
Complexity on your screen right now. You mentioned the first time in their finals for many, many years, but they are here. They are back, and they start their day pretty strongly as well with a second place in our previous game. The 3v3 not quite going their way, but a second place with some KP will certainly put some smiles. Not that they really need to be put on Complexity players' faces. They're always smiling, but it's certainly a great way to start the day. You can see the Legend Select is coming in as well for all of our teams. Some of the picks being locked in, which means now we are just moments away.
Always just counting, wondering if we're going to get 100% crypto at some point, but it hasn't quite got there. There's plenty of Newcastles around, a few catalysts to work with, but match 3, it's locked, it's loaded.
Well, we had to wait a few moments here, but now we get back into the action, and it's our first look at Stormpoint on our Sunday in our match point finals, and SSG dropping over towards Launchpad here have been pretty quiet so far in this lobby.
It's Gaming Gladiators who lead the way on 38 points. They have doubled the lead over second place. But can they continue this momentum going into a map that hasn't really been as good for them? And will we start to see teams begin to catch up now? Not Moist already getting a knock here.
Wow.
On to BKG, and Timmy will have to take a moment before he reconsiders his next shot.
Tough break.
I mean, the good news is,
I would say it's better to hit the 100 plus, get the knock before the pause, than just as you line up. You got to stop hitting that pause button, Dan.
Don't you dare blame me. Well, it means we get our...
It's all Dan's fault, everyone.
It means that we get our daily stare-off. He's already blinked, so I already won that one.
I expected more from you, Fuda. Oh, he's back.
So I believe prior to match 3, there was
he's locked in. Don't forget about it. Like, you've got a challenge on your hands now. Fuda ain't... He's locked in. Oh, production decided maybe not.
They want to save my eyes. They want to save the whole audience's eyes. By the way, I mean, this is going to be a lobby restart. There was an issue with the POIs, so we will be starting this game again in its entirety. So good news for VKG.
Yeah, good news for VKG. Good news as well, I guess, for Timmy, that at least we caught that shot on broadcast before the restart.
Still looked great.
That was cool, right?
Nice warm-up.
Cool shot.
So we'll get this one reset. And sometimes that's going to happen, of course, with all the POIs being selected correctly when we do move to a new map. But it means that everyone gets to go through the same nervous tension that they did prior. Now, it is interesting when you do look across World's Edge compared to Stormpoint that it isn't the same teams. And one big team that is missing from all of those statistics across World's Edge and Stormpoint is Falcons. Falcons aren't up there in the top 5 in either map, and that isn't something that we're used to saying. They are usually the team that dominates the leaderboard when it comes to scores. And it is one of the reasons why they are always up there. And they are one of the best teams in the world. But can they find that same form?
While we wait, for this lobby to get restarted here, Peeps has been doing some good work over the last few days, and he was good enough to catch up with Yanya from Team Liquid Alienware a little bit earlier.
What up, everybody? I am here with Yanya. Dude, I gotta ask. Yesterday, some close calls, all right? Barely making it last minutes. You had the entire arena on their feet. Talk to us about that.
It was a roller coaster of emotions. We thought, like, on the first losers round that we were not going to make it, but we said, okay, it's all or nothing. We got to win this or we are out. And when we just won the game and qualified for the next losers round, we felt really, really good. Then the other losers round, we also qualified on top 10. We are on the borderline always, but today I feel like we are going to win.
All right. I'm loving the confidence. What do you guys have to do to get a win right here and become LAN champions in Mannheim, Germany?
I think if we just communicate like really good, we play as a team, like I think we can win. Like if we just play like a team, like are we supposed to do it? We can do it.
I got faith, man. I got faith. I wish you the best, man. I love you, dude. That's it for me and Yanya right here. We'll catch you guys.
Well, you heard from Yanya there, and you see Team Liquid, what a crazy story it's been for them. I would say just not over the last few days, but from ALGS to part of Team Liquid Alienware to then fighting their way through the elimination bracket in one of the most breathtaking Game 6s where you are under pressure and have to perform that we've seen in quite some time.
And I think what's even more impressive about Liquid's journey so far this tournament is they started off playing a composition they were clearly unhappy with, they were clearly uncomfortable with, they were trying to run the crypto, and it just wasn't their style. And they were brave enough going into elimination bracket to say, you know what, screw it. Let's go back to what we know and what we are better at. And they went for a composition that is far more to their style, and they have now found their way through elimination round 1, elimination round 2, and now into these grand finals. They do find themselves in 16th place at the moment, so still a long way to go if they want to try and catch up the lobby leaders. And I am curious how it's going to be from Coastal Camp. We've not seen anyone have any success from Coastal Camp so far, but also it's not often a pick that we see throughout. It is close enough to Barometer that their pathing is going to be somewhat similar, but we'll have to see how they do in these next couple of games.
Let's take a look at the series results. And this is how it stands so far as we get ready to eventually get into Storm Point. This could be GG up at the top. Great start from them, almost as good as you could possibly get. 2 wins in a row. Noctumscan just in behind them as well. But outside of GG, everybody else extremely close. There's only a couple of points between them. But when you're looking right down at the other side, Dan, and you're looking down at the bottom, is SSG, who have started beyond slowly again. 0 points from 2 games for them. Dreamfire also 0 points from 2 games. And we take ourselves back to that crazy fight that they were having with Fnatic. It's I mean, it's not one you want to watch back if you're one of them.
Yeah, and for SSG, I guess it's a little bit of a surprise considering their success in World's Edge so far this tournament, but they are dropping over towards Landslide. They haven't really been able to find the same kind of numbers there. I mean, they've not found any numbers at all. Not even found a kill, yet alone a placement point. So they really do need to shift their energy, shift their playstyle a little bit going into matches 3 and 4 here, because it can very quickly get away from you. All of a sudden, we could be into match 3 or 4, and Gaming Gladiators may have hit match point. That's how scary it can be and how quickly some teams can get there.
Yeah, it's a great point that you make here. And as we look at Noctum Esports, again, just another insane story, right? Like a crazy story of players who have fought their way through from the bottom rungs of Apex Legends all the way into a Pro League, all the way into the LAN environment, and now find themselves not just in a match point finals lobby, which is, I think, just one of the most commendable things you can do. It should get a lot more credit than it does just to get to finals. But now they find themselves up at the top of the leaderboard, 2nd place in the overalls, only 2 games gone, but it's, again, a confident start that just makes you believe you deserve to be in this lobby, alongside some of the names that you probably looked up to when you've been on your journey.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that can let the occasion just get a better of them, to be honest, and it's good that Noctum have not felt that yet. Now, I don't know how much you can hear the crowd at home, but certainly the EXO Clan fans are very loud here, as that is a Mozambique. You need another one now. You can't just have one.
Yeah, this is a few seasons ago.
We'll get him a second. I say we. It's not going to be me. Maybe Mark can help.
Wait, the man's got. He's got Kimbo.
I mean, it has been an
Nerf that
insane
man.
tournament, by the
Wait,
way.
what?
Mozambique's, this is the most kills we've ever seen from a single gun in a tournament. Like, Mozambique's have really just blown away the statistics. Around 1,000 kills is, like, unbelievable.
So Mozambique's been the talk of the town. Other things that have been talk of the town, especially in the green room, are predictions, Dan. Now, I am going to bring up a graphic. I'm not going to do that, by the way. I'm going to ask for it to be brought up. Let's talk.
Why are you laughing?
How are you feeling?
Why are you laughing?
No, I'm not. What?
Why are you laughing? That's a very respectable score. 371 points, Mark.
Yeah, just
sure. Everyone else has more.
Just 100 shy of Glitter.
That's okay. I went quite brave with some predictions, and I'm also known to be a curse. Now that's bad news for everyone who is a fan of Team Falcons, because everyone I've predicted so far have very much struggled. Even like after Na'Vi had the amazing game, I predicted them and then they suddenly fell off. It's just been one of those situations, but across the board, Graceful at least is lower than me, so I'm not losing, everyone. That's what matters.
There was an interesting conversation between Genome and Snipedown as well, because I think Genome was ahead, and Snipedown realized that Genome was constantly waiting for Snipedown to pick, so then he would pick the same team knowing that that gap could not be closed. But he called him out on it, and sneaky play from Genome, but Snipe's too experienced. Too much of a competitor. He was also asking for bonus points to be brought in at one point, I think, in the green room today, because he just wants to win.
By the way, just quickly, I know I said around 1,000 kills for Mozambique so far this tournament. I can confirm we have surpassed 1,000 kills for Mozambique in this tournament. 1,008 is now where we are here in the grand final. So congratulations to the Akimbo Mozambique for being insane.
It almost feels like the Mozambique was so far down the leaderboards that now it's kind of catching up for lost time, right? It's trying to get as many kills as it possibly can, just to feel like it was part of the arsenal the whole time.
You want to know how many EMPs we've seen this tournament, by the way, from the Cryptos? We've had 1,000.
Wait. Okay, I was going to ask the crowd.
200.
Okay, 1,200.
And 23 EMPs so far this tournament, which again just shows how strong Crypto is in this meta and how heavily picked he is at the moment as well.
How many Mirage ults have we seen there?
None.
None? It's a shame. A couple of Wrecking Balls. We did see a little bit of Mad Maggie. We saw a Horizon on a contest as well. But we're not going to certainly see this in this lobby. I have some wonderful news for everybody who is watching at home and who is patiently waiting in the arena as well, by the way. You want to know what that news is? It's time to get back into the game, everyone! Match 3! It's finally live here on Storm Point. It's taken us a while to get here. We thank you, of course, for sticking with us as we made sure everything was perfect and pristine for our players on that main stage. And now that it is, we're into match number 3, and the question stands, can GG get over the line in 3 games?
Only they can truly tell that story now. Storm Point has not been their home, but momentum is very much on their side. I will say, I was a bit confused last game when we had a contest, because it just shouldn't happen.
True.
VK Gaming now will be back at their actual drop location, as will Not Moist. So Not Moist down at Cenote and VK at Cito. Now, zone-wise, we're going to be heading up north. So this is a good opportunity, again, for Alliance, who are going to be near where this zone is landing, but another team who is up north, Gaming Gladiators, dropping up towards the wall.
Yeah, this is a really, really good zone for GG as well. It's looking like it might be going towards the Trident spawn, maybe pulling out towards the rock formations. We do see that zone that kind of gets a little bit funky, to be honest, and kind of just essentially ends in the open in the sea, but would be somewhat of a surprise to see that. Cascade is going to be left here by Guild, which gives the indication with the ring console they're hitting that they're going to be heading towards the north, and they don't think it's going that way. Fury also have ring console over at Checkpoint, so they're going to have a good prio to this zone. Looking elsewhere over at Down Beast and at Force 36, Team Falcons are going to be able to get there pretty quickly as well if they hit the Trident that will be in their possession. But GG, again, I mean, you mentioned it, Dan, not the greatest of stories for them when it comes to Storm Point, but 2 wins back-to-back and then getting a zone like this.
2 wins back-to-back. Takes the pressure off a little bit as well, or some would argue adds extra pressure depending on which way you look at it. And now they have ring console, and now they can move from the wall to this northern side of the circle. Now, the only team they really need to be concerned about is Bleed. Up towards Zeus, they also have a ring console, so they're going to be moving fast. But if there is a possibility for Bleed to get past Gaming Gladiators, they'll probably take it. There's also a chance that maybe GG hold up Bleed here and take the fight.
Quite interesting to see where GG choose to play here, actually. They're going to drop down and do a little bit of scouting, understandably so. Are they going to play the egg buildings in front of you? Are they going to look to see if the armory is open, which is always a little bit of a risky hold, or do they think they've got the timing to get one of the more established buildings where actually they're going to find out that Furia will be inside of? VK Gaming also flying in as well, and you can see that it is probably going to be a case of them playing those egg buildings towards the back as the one thing that is available for them. NRG, though, having a little bit of a conversation, shall we say, on their way towards zone at the moment. It's Complexity who will be on the other side of this.
It's not a one-on-one conversation either. There is someone eavesdropping, and it's SSG. As NRG run from Complexity, they will be running past SSG as well. But of course, the Dark Veil is going to help give at least a minimal amount of cover from that one side. And now they just need to keep going. And I think they should have got past SSG here as Reptar just about survives.
Now you know it's Complexity. The charge rifle. Always a good indication that Monsoon isn't too far away. Zainu's going to find out the Complexity here as well, as a nice shot is going to be stinging but not tearing away at the flesh of the fuse. And SSG now deciding that they're going to continue on their rotate towards the north instead. So NRG safe for now. Everybody has escaped the clutches of Complexity. As we now head towards a couple of teams who are a little bit closer together. It's going to be ExoClan and Noctum. And speaking of Noctum, it's going to be Fuda who gets the knock on them.
Fuda knocks him, but now, does take a lot of damage. Just needs a little bit of help here, but was just in the middle of nowhere.
Swinny's going to set the EMP in, but now it becomes a 2v2, or it might even become a 3v2 if they can stick this res in time. Players trying to take the high ground, but they do manage to stick that res. But so all of a sudden, after getting the first knock, Fuda went in a little bit too aggressively there. Swinny's going to even it up once more from a distance. And it looks like they will be able to get the banner and get away. And now Noctum are going to find the VKG behind them. Remix powers. Unfortunately, he's going to have a lot of time here to think about what went wrong in that fight.
The Noctum, who were in second place, who are in second place, may just be about to be eliminated as they will go down in last place here on Storm Point. And that will open up the leaderboard yet again as VK Gaming arrive from behind here. But that will and should allow ExoClan to get back up to a full 3. Let's just talk about it. Slayers takes the height just to make sure that his teammate can crawl back so they can get that revive a little bit later.
E36 having a little bit of a fight here towards Northpad. It's going to be Team Falcons who are controlling the building at Northpad at the moment. And you can see that DNAP is going to have to pop this Phoenix kit. Lost a lot of heals, lost a lot of shields and some flesh damage done as well. So most efficient way to get that back for them. 14th overall at the moment, although only 2 games gone. A long way to go, of course. Falcons looking to maybe hit a survey beacon that is available here at Northpad, but instead haven't hit it, haven't got some ring console information as well over at the mill. They're going to be on their way a little bit closer to the zone.
Yeah, what have they got to work with? They've got a few rocks that they can play on the northern side. Alliance will be aware of them thanks to their crypto drone, but now we're getting a little bit congested up here at the northern side. Gaming Gladiators will be at the very tip. They didn't get pushed by Bleed in the end. By the way, Bleed ended up going a little bit further south and then put themselves dead center of this current area. We take a look towards Team Liquid now on their rotation. It's going to be Fnatic next to them over towards Jurassic.
Part 2 of that fight. Now we go on board with Moist. Not Moist getting some more damage. Oh my word. Waltzy is a walking turret at the moment. Timmy will finish off the down. And now they're just looking for the final members. Makers are eliminated, and it is the man on your screen who is not just a huge human in real life, but he is playing like an absolute animal in-game.
I mean, Not Moist arrives so late to this party, so late to this zone, and probably catch Makers off guard a little bit. Maybe didn't realize there was going to be a team arriving that late, but now it means that Not Moist can move through checkpoint if they would like. They may be pushed a little bit later by NRG, but we'll check in with Complexity and SSG quickly.
This is happening just between Stormcatcher.
They're going to have the momentum.
Do we want to rat? I don't think they're aping you guys right now.
We need to go. No, we need to go over to the northwest.
You want to play duo? You don't want to go for banning?
Nah,
I think
they're gonna sit on it. I mean, if we can, that'd be great.
Circle.
Well, just a quick check-in with Complexity there, and you can see, unfortunately for them, Kimchi has been taken down, and they don't have the banner for now either. So Complexity have kind of been shadowing the rotations of SSG. Are now going to have to wrap back and think about a different plan. Maybe just looking to rescue that banner of the crypto. A little bit more difficult when you aren't, of course, the crypto yourself.
So the zone's going to continue to pull north as expected. It's not going to be any sort of dodgy shift. Well, Not Moist again. It's going to be Timmy and Waltzy working in tandem to shut down Nocturnal here.
I mean, every time we see Not Moist at the moment, they just seem to be picking people off so comfortably, so easily. And it's NRG who are going to find out next how difficult it is to fight against this Moist team, playing in the way that they are. Guild's going to find another one, and it just feels like Not Moist, they just want to kill everyone in the lobby. NRG will fall as well, and Not Moist just winning every fight without even taking damage at the moment.
I don't think it's a secret that Not Moist came into this finals as the favorites. And sure, Gaming Gladiators might have taken the plaudits so far with 2 victories. But you better believe Not Moist will be there with the conversation of potential teams to be lifting this trophy. As Monsoon, the last remaining player from Complexity, will just try and survive here. He's going to have to go all the way far east. But sadly, I think SSG are on the chase.
Yeah, SSG are always already ballooning on him, and Monsoon might try to play this one slowly. Don't want to give this away too much, but it looks like he might have just evaded the attentions of SSG. Monsoon, you sneaky beaver.
The old gypsy doodle from Monsoon, but now can he get the banner of Lou and maybe get them back up to a 2? And give them a chance to at least get some placement points in this game. 17 squads remain, so no placement points earned thus far.
What a slippery pickle. Going to get that banner. He's going to have an opportunity now to get Lou back into the game. So that's one of those plays that... Oh, he's found himself a Sentinel as well.
My God. Everything's looking up for Monsoon right now. Someone is watching over him.
I was going to say, not for SSG if he gets to line up a few of those shots and maybe have a bit of a revenge tour onto them. But, of course, he's got a lot more work to do to get Lou back into the game and play this one out as a duo. Back towards the zone, though, and you can see the Furia inside of zone. Falcons have managed to work their way towards one of those donut buildings as well. GG still on the north side of it, but TSM are inside of the wall itself. So GG will have some work to do a little bit later on. Fnatic, they're going to be outside of Command Center right now, and SSG are going to be holding inside of it.
Yeah, Fnatic actually saw SSG cross there, so they'll be well aware of their presence. They'll probably, both teams will move in different directions here, and I imagine this will amount to nothing. What is interesting on the map is that Gaming Gladiators have been able to hold all of those nut buildings that you were mentioning earlier as well. No one else has been able to take one. But TSM would be that team closest to potentially compete with them. As we look into EXO, they're a little bit further ahead of the likes of SSG and Fnatic.
Over towards the north side of things right now. And this is happening outside of the wall. Dreamfire showing a little bit of presence themselves. If they do choose to rotate through the wall, remember the TSM are inside of the building connecting where this end zone is going to be and the wall itself. The Dreamfire will be safe inside of this next zone. I don't expect them to have to do too much at this point. They're just trying to see if anyone rotates in late and clear their back. They know Fnatic are there. They also know that SSG are going to have to leave. And EXO-Clan have just spotted them out. Shots starting to ring in from numerous teams as SSG inside of the zone. Luckily for them, have just spotted out a member of Fnatic. But with the zone closing behind them, and their health meds being chipped away, this is looking like a rough rotation for them.
Very difficult indeed, just taking so much tick damage. They will have med kits to get back up, but now it's about where you go from here, because Fnatic are going to have eyes on, and one med kit didn't quite work out.
Fnatic now looking to move up onto this. You saw the drone going out as well from Fnatic. Satsuki doing a great job to just collect information, and that's the frustration, right? If you zone wrap and someone's got a drone, they get that information, you're never going to catch them off guard. Damage coming in, Bangalore coming in to try and stop things, but Fuka, he's looking for KP, but not going to find it as Phony. Will at least make things interesting.
We know full well Fnatic loves to send it into a fight, but when Fnatic usually sends it, there is often a third party afterwards. So I'm just looking across the map. Maybe Liquid Alienware, again, could get involved in this one, but we remember what happened last time.
Well, SSG's still alive, but only just. Sainu's gone down as well, and this might be the end of things. Like has got to change to that syringe to get that popped, but here comes Team Liquid now. We remember what happened last time. Well, Liquid will also have bad memories of that when it went into that Fnatic third party, but this time it looks a little bit more comfortable. Fnatic will be eliminated, and Liquid do get their revenge.
Liquid save SSG, though, as Complexity will be respawning the entire team. Been able to get the banners, been able to get back up. And speaking of getting back up, SSG are also back to a 2.
How have SSG survived here?
Well, it's a lifeline from Team Liquid, isn't it? Now, these are the nut buildings that I was speaking about. GG now will be joined, so TSM have been able to force their way into the one farthest north.
So TSM moving from the wall into the egg that you can see on your screen. EXO-Clan are going to have to make their way towards the zone as well. And we're going to be looking at some of these chokes that approach the Trident area. as extremely busy. In just a few moments' time, 42 seconds until that zone starts to close as ExoClan start to move their way towards that choke we're talking about.
Well, Dreamfire have gone over the top of ExoClan here, so actually they're going to be okay. It's SSG are the closest team, but we know they're going to be a team that are struggling at the moment, so Exo should be able to walk in, but it's about what they find when they reach this choke, because we've already seen VK Gaming holding this position.
VK Gaming also have the drone out, so they're going to be aware of the position that ExoClan are having to be forced to rotate into. Moist, by the way, are now approaching from the checkpoint side. Complexity, they're getting shredded on their way through the choke just to the left as well, and even though Lou is back into this game, and they do get back up to the duo, it's looking like it might be a tough rotate for them to just survive anywhere near this endgame.
Cloud9 should be able to do the final bit of damage here onto SSG. And that's going to be the cleanup crew ordered and delivered. 15 squads now remaining, so no placement points for SSG. As we go back over to the battle that's happening here, there's like 4 squads here right now.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to find a spot to play, but it's not looking comfortable for NForce 36. Waltzy again in the feed, by the way. One more player to deal with here. Zinap trying to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough. NForce 36 arrived just too late and found that the inn was occupied. Team Liquid might be going the same way as well. Jaguares will get the armor swap, but here comes that man again. Waltzy has his shields broken, but not without exchanging damage.
The human turret has entered the building, but now he's going to have a little bit of support, which he's found. You can see in the kill feed as well, Zero's just gone down. Falcons are getting pushed by Alliance here.
Jim Burton goes down as well. Hal's left on his own. The CEO has pulled off some miraculous things, but through the smoke, so difficult to find any way to connect with these shots, and it's looked like, or should I say, it looks like Falcons will be eliminated, and indeed they are. Another dud game for them.
But it's another big performance from another EMEA team as Alliance push themselves into the top 10. Liquid Alienware also getting a respawn down amongst all this commotion, are going to get themselves back up.
Well, not Moist down to 2 here. Timmy's left on his own on the Crypto. Also, you saw the Liquid Alienware somehow still alive in this building, but it was Furia who were on the other side of this. And also, Complexity were somehow or other looking at it, but Complexity have been eliminated in the meantime, so you forget about that. But GG, number 1, back-to-back wins, now under pressure themselves.
Yeah, it's TSM on the other side of this one, and if Gaming Gladiators can win this fight, they're going to put themselves very close to that match point threshold.
A little bit trigger discipline coming in there. As Gaming Gladiators looking to deal with TSM. Blast looking to live up to his name, and will do indeed. TSM fall, and GG are finding this easy.
Yeah, GG now hold that entire northeast side, but ExoClan are currently sending it on GG. Elsewhere, Cloud9 have taken maybe too much damage here, but they will have smokes just to protect themselves.
Sorcerer's gone down. It's going to be Bleed who are on the other side of this. Naughty's trying to go crazy. Newcastle Shield being a problem for him, and unfortunately not going to happen for him. C9 will be eliminated as Furia join them. Bleed Esports looking to get that res. Here comes Team Liquid.
This is carnage, because Guild are also here as well. Liquid trying to do what they can with the Mozams. Bleed get eliminated in 8th position. But Liquid are still a 2 here. They can still fight back-to-back if they would like. Maybe they'll even have a chance to get back up to a full 3. That's Niesel doing his job as the Newcastle.
There's the res coming in. No gold knock, but it's good enough. There should be some shield swaps around to get back up to full health, or at least be able to fight. Guild up on that high ground. Alliance firing in on this fight between Guild and Team Liquid. ExoClan and GG still exchanging fire. And look at the kill feed. It's going to be GG who take down Slayers, take down Furia, take them all down. ExoClan eliminated, and GG can't be stopped.
Gaming Gladiators are only 3 points away from breaking that match point threshold after 3 matches. They just need to win one more team fight. Just a few more placement points and they'd be up there. And they hold the entire Northeast. Their main problem is going to be Dreamfire, who can watch them from the northern side of the water. But it seems like at the moment, Gaming Gladiators don't care who challenges them.
One thing to note, by the way, while all of the fighting was happening on the south side, you might have just caught it. Timmy hit a balloon, he hit an evac and managed to overtake all the teams while the attention was taken away. And that's got Moist into a position to not only survive, but also maybe to thrive with all these other fights that are taking place. Big damage coming in from Unlucky. Now he grapples up into the height. It's Team Liquid pushing, but it's Tyler who's shutting it down alongside Unlucky.
Good use of the shield, though, from Unlucky. Maybe needs to go for a shield battery whilst the remaining 2 push. GG are approaching. GG are close to match point, but will they get there here?
Blast looking to do what he can. Mobile shield goes down as well. They only need a few points here. Light has decided this is not my time to fight. He's going to try and get there through placement.
Yeah, he wants to get up into that top 5, maybe even a little bit further. It is still doable via placement points here. Bangalore has the smokes, a good character to try and rat with. Alliance are taking damage, and Light could find KP
He's looking for the KP. He's firing in on this fight. Nades are going to go. Sends one up towards the skies. It's big damage. It's big knocks. And oh my God, Light, you've just put GG onto match point.
Gaming Gladiators will be the first to cross that line. And maybe Light still has a reason to do some damage here in this lobby for the remaining 3 squads.
Dreamfire versus Guild. Light still alive as well. They're trying to hunt him down here. Light, you've done your job, but can you do something miraculous? It doesn't matter. GG eliminated as Dreamfire look to put their first win on the board.
Guild have got a good position, though. I like this from Guild, and they have utility and potential shield swaps.
And a Kraber. Now, can you hit the shot? MT's got one as well. Oh. We've seen 360 no-scopes. The drone is good practice, but now it's time to take it from the firing range to the live environment. Legacy looking to move up here. He's got the turbo on that Havoc as well. Can't quite get some damage, as the shield will be good enough from the Newcastle to stop it.
Good EMPs, and actually the Kraber shot onto that drone might have been a shot that was very important to hit as well. It didn't allow them to push up on what could have been potential damage from an EMP.
Well, like I mentioned, MT, he can hit this when he's spinning in circles. Uh-oh. Legacy looking for the off angle. Oh! If a Pathfinder had hair, it would have been removed.
I mean, trying to hide from 2 angles, from 2 Krabers is not going to be an enjoyable experience. Another EMP arrives, and maybe that will be the call for Guild to send it.
And Legacy managed to break that drone once more. The Newcastle finds those rocks are slipping, but also finds the Mastiff is good enough to get that first knock. Guild Esports cannot hold. Dreamfire will close it out. And Dreamfire step up here in Germany to win the game on Stormpoint.
Much to the crowd's delight, as Dreamfire put their names up into the top 5 in the overall standings right now. And look what it means to them.
This place is rocking.
Dreamfire fans, they travel from far, but they travel in packs. And they've always been here at ALGS. And now they have a reason to scream and to shout. But of course, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. Gaming Gladiators crossed the match point threshold and will have the ability to win this tournament from the next match onward.
And that boy Light, my goodness. The cojones on that man, right? He sees the opportunity, and sometimes Apex Legends is about sensing opportunity and taking it. A lot of people would have put themselves in that position and thought, I'm just going to try and survive. I'm just going to try and exist. I'm just going to try and get the placement points while everyone else fights. But Light saw the opportunity here, knowing they needed just 3 points in that scenario to put some damage in, to send some nades their way. And as soon as you saw those numbers pop up and you saw those kills getting confirmed, I think he's probably the most relaxed person in the building.
I mean, Gaming Gladiators, 2 wins, then getting themselves across match point, going into match 4. Now, granted, we were saying Stormpoint hasn't been as good as for them when it comes to victories. But if they could just get 1 more match, then suddenly they're going to World's Edge, where they are the most winningest team in this tournament on that map. I don't know, things are looking pretty good for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, things are looking great for Gaming Gladiators, full stop. I think you could put them on Kings Canyon right now, and they'd probably find a way to get into the top 3 and certainly put some more points on the board. It's been an absolutely incredible performance from them so far. They have managed to cross match point in just 3 games. This might be a day where we're talking about GG. We're going to send it back to the desks to break it all down.
Oh, it's a day we're talking about GG. It just is only going to be determined if it's GG's in 4. That's what we are waiting to see. It is possible. Match point in 3 games. It's only maybe been done once regionally, and that was online, I'm pretty sure. I don't think at LAN we've ever seen this as a match point format, and it's unbelievable to witness the dominance that Gaming Gladiators have displayed, Lauren.
I mean, we talked about their consistency heading into this series, knowing that they were definitely a contender to be at the top. But this consistent in this level of a lobby, on the global stage right now is absolutely unprecedented. They look untouchable right now. Hitting match point in 3, they can kind of do whatever they want, wait for that perfect time now.
Yeah, Jamerson, it's not always what you expect when you go to match point, and some teams handle it differently, especially in this crowd dynamic, but GG have risen to the occasion. It's probably helped that they were in the similar situation 3 weeks ago as well.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to say that at this point for GG, in this tournament in particular, here for ALGS playoffs for split number 2, that a large majority of this tournament, it was Moist that was shining.
It was.
GG, though, that entire time was continuing to chug along and perform so extremely well that they were just being outshone. But now the tables have been flipped.
Completely flipped as we see our match 3 results. A big notable performance from Dreamfire at the end. Without talking about Light's heroics earlier on to get to match point from GG, it was Guild and Dreamfire who made some huge movement into the final series results that I think Guild might be top 3, top 4. Dreamfire may be top 5 after that, a 21-point game. Biggest thing, too, was their fans celebrating with them as well. Liquid Alienware finally getting into the mix. Snipe down on the other side of this, though. You know, some teams not doing too well.
Yeah, I think, you know, there were 2 teams coming into this game that had 0 points. One was Dreamfire and the other was SSG. SSG was actually able to at least put a couple kills on the board, so, you know, at least that's something. They don't go into this after 3 game with no points on the board. But how much momentum did Dreamfire just gain from something like that? It really does only just take one game. And I think another team that we need to talk about a little bit is Bleed.
Yeah.
Bleed has just flown under the radar a little bit, and they're up there. They've kind of performed better and better and better every single series throughout the whole tournament. And it's exciting for me to see them because I did get a chance to play with that team a little bit before Noct came back.
Yeah.
And it's a great team. Dropped has shown a lot of just overall how talented he is and how much experience that he has. And it's exciting to see them do so well. 3rd place overall.
Chuby is a shooter, man. Combining that with Noct and Drops IGLing, it's so good to see a team like Bleed shine. But the thing is, you're right, they are a little bit under the radar. And will we see some stories like that keep occurring? I have a feeling that's been, for me, a big part of what this tournament is. We're paying attention to the big dogs. We're looking at this major pop-off. But then these teams are sneaking into the conversation, Lauren. And it's showing you that anybody can actually win. That's the whole point of Match Point. You can actually be 3 games out, but then obviously have that final moment. Let's take a look at these final circles, Lauren. Let's start talking about game number 1.
All right, well, obviously we kick off the day with a GG win. First match out the gate, they decided to make sure they got some points on the board. And this end zone was actually really cool. Obviously, match number 1, people are just trying to kind of feel out the lobby, see what the plan is, and also just get some points on the board. Now, Gaming Gladiators had a beautiful position here. They were the only one on this side of the zone when they had both Noctum and I believe VK Gaming across from them, debating how they were going to handle this back and forth engagement. Once Gaming Gladiators move in, what happens is Noctum, and we heard Vicky talk about this on the cast, Noctum realized that they were not about to be able to win the game, but they wanted to get those points on the board. We've talked about how important they are, and Noctum end up playing for second, going into their fight purposefully with VK and kind of helping GG get that win, but also helping themselves get those points on the board.
Having a perspective like that, you understand that there's so many good things you can do by just having the spot that forces other teams to fight for their lives, knowing they're not going to win. The cap wall also helps, and that's the thing about this Legend that they're playing, not the Crypto. They create space, and they own that space. I love this iteration on the current meta, and Jamerson, it led to that win there. It also led to another win of theirs in match 2.
And in particular, because of their performance, being able to get that Skyhook West priority pick for themselves allows them to continue to play their play style that has been so good for them. We get a zone pulling all the way over to Climatizer this time, coming from Skyhook West. You know it's going to take a while to loot up, and so they get all the way over here with some fights along the way, and they are so extremely healthy. They've got all the utility in the world. We're seeing why a lot of people are now saying Light is one of the best IGLs here, and he proved it in this fight. Slow and methodical. That's how they take it here. He baits out the peak. He's got someone in that close corner waiting for it, and then the drop down in from Lufka. I feel like Lufka hasn't gotten enough love either. This entire squad has been firing on all cylinders.
When you talk about Lufka, you talk about moments where he was one fight away from claiming a match point finals against TSM. That one fight put him in a position to now be on match point finals yet again with this new iteration. And look at this, Dreamfire would steal the show in this final game, Snipe, and it was a great hold from them. Guild also vying for that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of those 3v3s where it's so fun to watch, and everyone's trying to figure out who's going to make that first play and that first push. I think we saw it was the opposite team had 2 Cravers at the end of the game, Guild, and they were the whole time kept trying to peek for angles. And you got to say, Dreamfire did such a good job holding them off. You had EMPs going off. Their drones were getting destroyed. They're all holding the rest. Honestly, when we were watching this from Guild's side, it looked like they had the advantage the entire time. You saw the Newcastle in the end up falling off the rock right here. But this is what we're talking about. These shotgun metas is so much different than what we're used to. You know, we're not in an automatic meta anymore. We're in a Mastiff pops off, Mozambiques pop off. The other team was using Havocs and Flatlines with Cravers in the back. And if you don't get that big opening with the Craver, then the Mastiffs right in their face. We saw how much damage they did, and they were able to get those easy picks.
It is so far removed from the meta we were just at with Havocs. You mentioned that. If you have been watching Apex Legends over these last few months, it's been unbelievable the amount of changes these players have had to adapt to. And they've done extremely well up until this point. Some teams maybe hitting their limit here. Falcons, we'll talk about that in a second, not looking great so far. But for those who are excited about what's to come, I got to tell you, today we already told you, we're telling you where champs will be. We've set up some teasers all along the week, and here's another one for you right now.
eligibility.
Verhul's brother there. Just win, he says. And Gaming Gladiators, they need that just one win to walk away champions in the Split 2 playoffs at Mannheim.
I was looking at the player chat, and Blast said, I'm having a lot of fun. As he should, right? When he's got like 10 KP, evenly spread out damage amongst his team. It's like a 20 or so difference between themselves and Not Moist, who have 29 points. But Gaming Gladiators, they woke up this morning and they meant business. Love being able to highlight what Light has done as the IGL for this team, how he's been able to coordinate this insane squad.
Now, Storm Point, we're over at the wall. That's where Gaming Gladiators stage yet another fantastic game. 3 out of 3 for them. Of course, bringing up that match point eligibility. And you got to remember, this is their second pick. So getting a zone so close, one that they could just rotate, you know, just from the wall over to the oranges there to the left, super easy for them, is something that they're going to be happy about. But Vicky, they still need that win. And if there's one thing I am superstitious about in Apex, it's like, don't use your wins up too early in a match point finals.
I
okay?
100% agree. It's so crazy. I'm very superstitious in the same way, because, you know, you don't want to use up all the dubs that you've already been able to acquire. But, you know, you don't have to worry about that if you're the most consistent team in this lobby, which is what Gaming Gladiators has displayed to us. And they also have the ring console over by wall, seeing that the fact that this circle is going to be pulling up towards the north. They can absolutely benefit off of their positioning.
Two of the closest POIs at the start in Storm Point are Echo HQ and Coastal Camp. Often they're fighting over the Trident. It spawns over at Coastal Camp. There's one to the right of Echo as well, I suppose. But either way, it's Liquid Alienware and Complexity right now.
And if you could clean up some KP very early on here between both of these squads, you absolutely also want to be able to capitalize off of a counter rotate into being able to suppress T-Loss, since they are going to go for a slower rotate in comparison to Complexity. That's something we've seen from Complexity before, right? We know that they like to take these fights versus neighboring teams, while we look at Gaming Gladiators flying up from above, who've already made that rotate from wall, who found that building here closer, or rather closer to the hilltop, outside of the command center building. They're looking at the teams that will be over by Cascade Falls, where we know by this hilltop, if a circle does end up pulling more so towards the north side of Cascade, this is a better rotate for Gaming Gladiators in the end game. You just have to worry about your backs for any teams that come out of Command Center.
And we previously talked about that in the tournament and how it interacts with the current meta that we have here. Newcastle makes this spot even more playable than it was before. Because previously, you were really just playing around these blue boxes a lot, having to use them for cover. But with all the time that they're going to have to both set up their castle wall and then also regen that ultimate, Gaming Gladiators hopefully will be set up there for quite a while, if that is indeed where the ring continues to pull, because it's centralized on Cascade Falls right now, and it feels like there are still some options on where that could swing.
Very true here. As we take a look at Falcons, how with that ring console scan on the fuse, some of these teams still utilizing the crypto, even if they aren't the most experienced genome. What do you think about the squads that may not be able to find their footing on the crypto, but still force it anyways?
Yeah, well, look, I was having a chat on Twitter with Tech, one of the best cryptos in the world, or at least someone who's been a long-suffering crypto player, someone who's really admired and tried to pioneer that play style. And some of the things that he noted was that people were getting their drones broken too often, too early. But I think what the point I really liked was that the EMP pushes, they're very hard to coordinate. And sometimes, you know, you're looking for that, as we see, we got one coming in here, might just be for a little bit of chip damage, I think. But you don't want to take too much damage before the EMP goes in, because all of a sudden, then you're just trading a bat for bat and no one's really any better off. You need to be lurking nearby and push so that you get in both with the damage and the stun.
Yeah, but why pop the EMP if your teammates have already taken damage before the fight has even begun and you're forced to actually back away, and now you've already used up that EMP? Something to note when it comes to some of these engagements that you're going to see with these cryptos, as we look at Moist, who are also going to be coming out from Mill's side. They had that ring console survey beacon to their north, so that way they could get some extra Evo shield charge. And they even got that trident, so that way they can go for a quick rotate, perhaps even through checkpoint, where we just saw Alliance earlier. Since this circle is going through Cascade, there's those limited building space that you could share, as you see some teams already trying to see if they could take height, or are they going to be forced to play off that low ground. Dreamfire, a bit of miscommunication here, has now granted out to get that free knock.
And that's so rough because it's their Newcastle player as well. If the Newcastle player was still up, they might be able to drag the teammate to safety with that retrieve the wounded passive. But it's not, and so Pete actually goes down. A nice pickup for Falcons.
You know who's giving him a haircut? That charge rifle in the distance. I always assume it's going to be Complexity, who are probably to their south, but they still were able to get that early KP. Very necessary with Dreamfire forced to play this out as a duo inside this building here, too. While the fighting has not stopped, all the way over to the south side of Storm Point, on the edge of the zone, is this fight happening by Echo HQ. It's like Liquid can't catch a break. If it wasn't Complexity, now it is Fnatic, who had rotated all the way around through here, too.
Yeah, Complexity have made their way well inside the ring, but Fnatic popping over from Barometer have decided to compound Liquid's woes over here at Echo HQ. They're trying to get away. Fnatic are on the chase, just like Falcons are with the rest of the Dreamfire squad.
I like the call to overextend and actually find the duel that was left for Dreamfire here, because they knew that there was that Moby that's over by that top of the hilltop that they could have utilized even if they felt the pressure from Complexity, but that's still 2 extra KP and an entire squad wipe for Falcons as they desperately need to start racking up more points.
Yeah, I do wonder if they were trying to go down to the respawn beacon and Falcons chased them out, but here we go, the EMP engage that we talked about, plus the Mozams means this is very much going Fnatic's way.
My goodness, Yuka is dancing like he's in the Matrix. He takes out Liquid Alienware. Nice display of movement from Yuka. Also the way he was able to pace out those shots in between, even with the Mozam and before swapping over to the Nemesis. But that is Fnatic, who has been trying to take that fight, now completing it, and still being very slow on that rotate from the south side.
Maybe they need those points just to tick them up a few points on the leaderboard here, Vicky, because look at where Gaming Gladiators are, the team that we will continue to keep our eyes on, the one team on match point currently. And they've got a nice little spot up that hill. Still sitting at the spiders where we saw, but as we mentioned earlier, the question really was, where is the ring going? And as it shifts up the hill, it gets better and better for GG. They have to worry about their back with Bleed Esports, but that's a little further down the road.
We'll take a look at that team and continuously keep track of where they stand in that next zone, while Not Moist forced their way over from the south side after taking that fight versus Complexity. They've taken out Monsoon and Walty again on another level, while TSM see the mother load by the spiders, and they've pressured out Alliance, leaving only Unlucky alive. Huge nade earlier from Verholz to start that engagement.
Has to pull all the way out into the zone. Says, hey, you're gonna have to waste some meds if you want to chase me. I'll try and get through the other choke, back through checkpoint. Not Moist also trying to grab some of those kills as we saw before. TSM, they were mentioning how good they were at their EMP pushes, actually, when I was chatting to Verhulst on the way in today. He said, Waltzy is so good at finding these little assassin positions where he lies in wait, the other team doesn't know he's there, and he will immediately swing upon Timmy popping that EMP.
It's great communication, too, from Waltzy. It's about leading not only with that info from Timmy, but also the space that he's built whenever he gets those initial knocks, being that entry fragger for the rest of his team. So you see Verhulst getting that finishing blow onto Hawkins in the ring, while still that one member of Alliance is alive as he's forced to wrap around. TSM, we're looking for him, as you could also take a look at Command Center, and it's not just Makers, by the way, that are inside of this. It's going to be Bleed Esports waiting on the outskirts of Command Center, Space Station, a team that had started off struggling with double bagel points on that south side of Command Center. So we're able to now pick up a little bit of points this time around, but they could keep squads that do opt to rotate from the south side of Command Center.
Because there's a couple inside right now, you know, Bleed, Makers, SSG. And depending on how they decide to work through Command Center, do they want to go south, or do they want to go out
west towards Gaming Gladiators. There's a couple of options, and they probably won't have all of the ring information they would like to have right now in order to do that. Alliance get the double respawn back in, just like Kimchi did for Complexity not too long ago down near Cedo Station. We have had an uptick in respawns in this entire land just because of how prominent Crypto is and being able to throw that drone in.
And also being able to have a Newcastle, so that way if you have to craft those banners, you have the opportunity with that support legend. See Falcons, Kraber in Zero's hands, having to make it work. We know, very consistent at times with that Kraber, but trying to see an angle. Doesn't like his position. I do know now that with the Biz resetting, they also are going to be able to have that assault bin to get some extra Evo shield.
A tiny bit of extra Evo, but oh my lord,
Everything.
The attachments.
You get a gold, you get a gold, everyone gets a gold.
Hammer points for the whole team. But I have to wonder, you know, what's in Zero's mind right now? How is he thinking about the Kraber shots that could have cost them EWC? Or is he thinking about the Kraber shots that won them so many other important points and finals throughout his history in ALGS?
Listen, let me tell you something. That was like, what, a 300K or so? Like, missed shot, I'd be seething. But this is why they need to get this KP with only 9 points to their name. They have to get a little aggressive. But at a circle like this, it's hard because this circle is shifting away from Cascade Falls, more so towards the north, closer to Gaming Gladiators, where Guild is also positioned by the buildings. But this is very open for the teams that have to get out of Cascade. They will be out for the likes of Gaming Gladiators to just take free shots at them.
Okay, so now we have to start to wonder, how much do these teams know their macro, especially in a POI draft meta where it's not as predictable and as well known as it was in previous times? Because when you get to match point final, knowing the teams that are match point eligible and working out where they are likely to be in a certain set of zones becomes incredibly important. Bleed, Makers, SSG have gone south. Those two teams, a lot of this lobby's hopes could be riding on them. Can they come in and remove Gaming Gladiators from the lobby?
That would be crazy. I mean, somebody having to match Gamin's Freak at this point, because the way that they've been playing, Bleed now engaging finally as the circle closes in on Command Center, forcing this fight, backing away, not having to watch out with the Arcstar to his back. And this is what I'm talking about too. It isn't even from Cascade only. It's also from this bunker as Gaming Gladiators pepper into the fight that we just saw between Makers and Bleed.
But Makers, they're going to be coming in off the back of this in no time at all. We can see, actually, they're getting the kills. Onto dropped, onto knocked.
And now with Makers, Dexter popping this medkit, Asia is going to be able to give the suppressed fire, survive that one shot. He gets the shield swap, and Gaimin don't want to overextend still, though. They're still looking for an opportunity, and too much time has passed. They've backed away.
But do they realize it's only a duo on their back right now? Because Makers can get the respawn in here. They are a threat to GG. If they're not...
I mean, the fact that they don't have a crypto is the reason why they couldn't overextend. They didn't have the information that it is just a duo because they don't have the crypto in that legend composition of theirs.
Looking forward, looking back, the zone has shifted away from GG slightly. They'll probably have to go up and fight a team like Guild at some point, but I do think there's rocks and spots that they can play up the north where no one can really contest them unless we see some evacs over the top.
By the way, non-stop fighting in Cascade. I just saw Falcons get a knock onto what looked like Timmy. Yes, it was How in the feed, and Space Station on the north side on top of the waterfall is going to be able to feel some pressure with the knuckle cluster. Zainu's got the bow check.
Okay, they're coming on from around near the waterfall, and they're on triple reds. The one thing that GG do not have going for them right now is that they're on blues. They rotated quickly and don't have much of a chance to upgrade their armor. If SSG can get down there, a team that has, what, 150 more shields than them, that could be a big deal.
Oh, and they just saw the res happen right before their eyes. At least from this fight, they could get to purples, but that would mean having to get aggressive to move forward here. As we take a look at what they want to do and see the res, let's jump into a listen-in with Gaming Gladiators.
My Wolves game winning, so... People game is busy as fuck.
I'm low. I smoked you. Behind is low.
Right of nading. Look, direction, don't.
I will set tools. I need tools.
Okay, I'm bangled team.
Okay.
Looking back a bit.
They can peek here. Phoenix, look over me.
I'm dodging inside the crate. All you, blast, all you. Coming, don't die.
I cannot. Wait, let's go. Stun.
One.
I'm ready.
Okay, yeah.
Play bar, and we win. Let's swing a light.
Yeah, rest me.
One shot, bank one. I can't do it. I got one more. Oh, fuck, I died. Bang is here. They're both cracked. Oh, lost to me. Finish me. Pull me. Keep in them.
Okay. Bro. Go on me now. Yeah, go on me. Shoot on me. Now we need to slide down. Why are we fucking pushing us? Hello?
We got some more Apex Legends here in the Split 2 playoff finals. Gaming Gladiators get taken out in a very intense fight. Even though they came out on top, they were worried to their backs. They got poked out from afar.
It was almost like an infinite respawn glitch there with the Newcastle staying alive and just continuously rezzing the teammates back to half health with that gold knock. With all the bins, with all that extra loot that you get at the moment, that's one of the reasons why Newcastle is just so good in this meta.
You know, Captain America coming to save the day here when it comes to that Newcastle. I know we've all been in that position where we get frantic seeing an enemy Newcastle just res before your eyes. It's almost like a taunt. But Zero, no way! He misses the shot and then has to run into zone after getting peppered and gets knocked. It's fine. They're under some cover. Hopefully they don't get bombarded by nades. It's not like they have a Watson or a Jen. They will be able to get the res, and because they have the gold knock, they can reset even quicker.
And this is VKG that are looking at them as the zone closes. They only have to take a few steps back, and they're safe. But Falcons are coming towards them, and one Kraber shot could even things up, but not with Jen going down so early. The Devo pays dividends for QQ.
I mean, moving in the line of sight of VKG with no smoke nade to help you in the process. Right there in front of VKG now as they're playing around the Newcastle wall, but they were also pinched here. If you try to move from that position, not only are VKG looking at you, but you have to worry about TSM, who are also playing on the southwest side. TSM, clean up what is left of Falcons. Going into the zone now. Energy get eliminated in 5th. We have Guild, TSM, Space Station, and VK Gaming alive in this game 4.
Guild kind of farming right now, and they've got a good spot on the high ground. They've got the building for cover. They are also in 3rd position overall right now, poised to take over, not Moist. You got to remember, after they've just had this roster swap, MT and Waltzy no longer together.
Oh, VKG! Space Station get eliminated. They're still playing nicely off of this Newcastle wall. The Thermite pressures them out just a little bit, but no one is going to push out of their position. Our last 3 squads now.
TSM just behind them. None of these squads anywhere near making match point. Gaming Gladiators still very much firmly in the lead, but Guild and TSM starting to do some work to catch up.
The crowd chanting here, chanting for their favorite teams as Guild have high ground. TSM looking to see what plays can be done. Remember, TSM do not have a Watson, and you still have to worry about at least one other Bangalore from Guild.
I mean, this final circle, it's disgusting for Guild. It finishes just below the high ground that they control. Everyone has to walk up to them. It might actually be better off, honestly, to get under them early so that they have to expose themselves to peek over and hit them. But most likely, VKG and TSM will be getting into it and playing for second.
It was riskier for VKG because they were going to be forced to rotate into the line of sight of TSM. The EMP rings out, but VKG found a little corner to play off of. They have set up the Watson Gen 2. TSM now jumping into the line of sight of Guild, finding some space to be able to play safely off that low ground that you mentioned. Redstone with the knock, by the way, too, with the Kraber. He got a huge knock, but they can't fully engage on it just yet.
That's insane that they got the reset there.
for VKG. Now they move up a little bit further, taking away some of that high ground from Guild that we talked about. They're playing from the roof, but sooner rather than later, they'll have to drop.
You know, Legacy in the comms are like, it's safe on me, it's safe on me. He was able to
getting
reset.
inside?
TSM got inside for free. Are you serious? I mean, they had to, right? Guild felt so pressured, and they had to reset on top of that.
It's just such a smart call, though. Zap has been doing so well after the first day here for TSM. Verhulst this morning saying he's been playing almost perfectly.
Lots of confidence within the new IGL for TSM. The props for Verhulst with the circle starts closing in as they're stuck in the corner.
The way VKG have set up the fences down the bottom now means you're almost certainly going to fall into their web as you come off the high ground. MT tries to pop the EMP.
No way! The EMP timing slowed down TSM so much. It took a lot of circle damage, but it's fine. They still have a sliver of this corner to play off of, but I don't believe they're going to be able to fully reset. But for Guild now, jump down, and they're able. TSM runs though! Oh my god! That Kraber shot was huge, but Guild cannot clutch at VK Gaming! Walk up for free!
BK Gaming. Only one of them with any LAN experience before playing at the Split 1 playoffs. And they look like they've been here their whole lives. 20 points for VKG that they pick up there. The one thing that's been consistent across these first 4 games is no one really going nuclear, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was 8 kills there for VKG, and they pick up 20 points in total. But the only reason the Gaming Gladiators are on top right now is their incredible consistency.
Look at the VKG fans in the crowd, standing up, going wild. And that's off of their rotate from Cedo. So they were honestly right behind Guild when it came to going into that next zone. We saw them holding that slight hilltop, looking at the teams that had to come out of Cascade Falls right behind that new castle wall all set up. But honestly, a little thank you to Guild. After they dropped down, they were forced to engage with TSM that were in that corner. Reps, it looked like he got a hit fire shot on the Kraber. We weren't watching his point of view, but you saw it in the feed. And then after that, we already knew that TSM was so in low. So VKG just had to walk up and clean up whatever was left from that fight.
It seemed like TSM were done for. I mean, they got the double EMP. You saw VKG pop theirs first. MT, his drone's going to get destroyed, so he has to use his immediately. The drone dies, sure, but the EMP still goes off. That means minus 100 shields for everyone on TSM. But the VKG fans, we just saw them pop off. I mean, we've been talking about Exo's fans, Navi's fans, everyone else throughout this weekend, but there's been a little sleeper cell over here just waiting for their team to give them something to cheer about, and they've done just that, moving up into second place overall as well.
And off of that last game of Storm Point 2, because we are going to make that transition onto World's Edge, where we saw Gaming Gladiators pop off and go nuclear. With that game done and dusted, though, we are going to be heading over to a break. On the other side, we'll see you for game number 5. Dub. And let us not forget, for our first 2 games of the day, they won both times on World's Edge as we make our way back to the streets that we all know and love. World's Edge here. VK Gaming, your winners of our previous game on Stormpoint as we get this nice flyby over by Epi.
Look, I know over on the Apex South broadcast, we definitely highlighted VK Gaming a few times throughout our regular split and throughout this year, Vicky, but to be this much of a threat, I don't think there were many people counting on that. But VK, they're out here to show everyone there's something special. There's something different. And after winning that last game, propelling themselves into the second spot, they now have to make their way to the west side of the map. All of a sudden, a circle that looks eerily familiar.
It does, and a familiar zone that we know and highlighted before when we saw it for game number 1 that could benefit TSM.
Hey, just remind me, if it is the same circle as last time, who won this one, Vicky?
Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, okay.
Which land over by SkyWest / Trials. They're going to probably go for a similar rotate if they hold that northern choke south of Countdown. Could be lights out. Although I will say, though, this circle could shift slightly over to the south side. We're going to have to wait and see because TSM splitting that loot over by Mirage and Lava Fisher. They'll get information at the ring console over by Mirage. Again, it's getting a little hint of deja vu because Complexity, instead of wrapping, though, around but to the south side of that big rock, exiting out of staging, they're actually opting to go from the north side, holding by the rails.
And you remember there were a couple of these what-if moments last time where teams could have taken those positions away from Gaming Gladiators. Bleed was one of them, the other team landing in Skyhook. And you have to wonder whether teams will look for Gaming Gladiators if they try to hold up a similar position around the bin south of Countdown.
A lot of open cover, but you also at least still have the rocks. Depending if you want to hold that high ground when you exit out of landslide, where Space Station are going to thrive. Seeing that they have also a beacon that they take their time to scan while everyone still is in the process of rotating, making their own moves. But we've already seen Furia holding on that south side of staging, exiting out of Thermal Station because they have a ring console there, so they went for a quick rotate. Gaming Gladiators, all the focus on this team as they're going to be able to get looted up before rotating through Countdown side where there's another ring console waiting for them.
Yeah, because they didn't get the ring console in Skyhook this time. So if GG wanted to make the fast rotate, which seems like that would suit their plan as the only team on match point, they couldn't quite do it. They have to look for another one first, and the fact that Countdown is the closest one means, that's got to be the path. They don't go through Lava Fissure. They do have to go there to get that info.
The Space Station already by landslide. Complexity perhaps in the back with a charge rifle, wondering, seeing how so many other teams are opting to rotate from the eastern side of this landslide zone. See, Gaming Gladiators, we are going to still stay on them, and they are going to keep looting. A lot of these teams not trying to fully engage just yet. Again, it's so close for the overall series thus far.
I mean, it's the negative rotate right now for Gaming Gladiators. Do they have that Vault Key? Is that why they're going back towards Skyhook?
Or it could be to get some extra points, because there was a ring console over by the far east side, but didn't contest early on because Bleed Esports likes to linger, and they've already rotated by this timing. Even if they do have that Vault ring, though, or rather that Vault key, that would be amazing for them because they'll get extra loot and still play into their strengths, into slowly rotating and playing by the edge. The chance now as the crowd gets a little crazy and Complexity up on top of the tracks that we saw teams play off of earlier before in game 1.
It feels like there's at least a few teams who think this is going to be the same circle, and so they take up similar positions in the crow's nest here to get a peek on out at whoever else is around them. You can see GG going through the tunnel. It's going to be a very different game for them. So they did have the loot key, the vault key, I guess, to get the loot. And It's going to be a very different game, Vicky, because last time they were playing for Godspot, playing for that position that they're just going to lock down. This time, they have to be the warlords in the lobby. They have to be the gladiators if they want to push through and find a position that will take them all the way to that #1 spot and the trophy.
Living up to their name, and look who's right behind them. It is not Moist. Again, maybe trying to prioritize this rotate, since you could see in the mini-map there is also a server beacon right there. Getting information while trailing right behind Gaming Gladiators, who may be coming up in a sandwich situation, because guess who's waiting for them up this hill in Countdown? It is Bleed, and Lefka knows. He takes some shots with the Nemesis, but they still have to keep their wits about at their 6, knowing that not Moist were trailing right behind.
Like a shark in the water here. Not Moist said they're not scared of a single other team in this lobby, and they've proved it throughout the entire LAN. Doesn't matter how good GG are playing, I bet you Not Moist will back themselves against his team in a 3v3. But will it be an isolated fight? You've got NRG over to the right of your screen. You've got Bleed as well. A couple of teams thinking, hey, is this a countdown circle, or are they all just waiting to try and get access to that ring console? Have they been, maybe debated into thinking it was a countdown zone because there's so many teams in the area? It's one of those weird situations sometimes where you get false information and you make inferences that are incorrect by seeing too many teams in another area.
Oh my, look at the circle here too. Look at where it's pulling. It looks identical actually, to that first game. But being able to see that there's way more teams waiting for Gaming Gladiators, I'm pretty sure Not Moist knew that that was Gaming, and that's why they were chasing behind him, knowing that they take a slower rotate right through Skyhook 2, chasing right behind them, forcing out the Newcastle wall. You saw Blast had already put up the catwall earlier, the EMP to slow him down, but they still get a little bit of safety. Moist want to keep this going. They want to get aggressive, but after that Newcastle wall was put up, there's another team taking shots at them. We know that NRG did have height on the southern building of Countdown. They were the ones that I think with the triple take were shooting at Gaimin earlier.
It was a life-saving Dark Veil by Blast there that gets them back up into the safety of this room where their Catalyst can reinforce the doors. You saw Moist throwing out the EMP to try and grab them. The rest of the lobby would have cheered. Maybe even our crowd would have cheered. Knowing that that would lock in, of course, yet another game of Match Point Finals. But GG survived. They're too wily, too wary of that attack.
And Not Moist now have wrapped around from the north side of Countdown after everybody saw that this circle was continuously shifting over to the south side. Bleed have given up that northern building in Countdown. So this allows Not Moist to wrap around, take this spot for free, and we're also able to still put some shots onto GG, but still no opening available for them to engage on. Even with the crypto and them having the EMP, waiting to see if they'll have another opportunity, as everyone will be forced to move soon in the next 20 seconds.
NRG won't be forced to move, and they're the team ahead of both Gaming Gladiators and Not Moist. They're not ahead of anybody on the scoreboard, unfortunately. Dead last with 20th spot at the moment, which is a shame because they really did well in the POI draft, in my opinion.
Been a difficult time here for NRG. And Bleed also haven't moved away from Countdown. Even when they had that ring console in front of them, it's definitely very difficult to even try to take that when you have NRG looking at you with snipers. Gaming Gladiators now just taking a roundabout rotate, looking at VK Gaming, who wanted to see if they can move into Countdown themselves, but still having to be careful of Not Moist. Again, they're mirroring them constantly.
If Not Moist have worked out that this is Gaming Gladiators, then yeah, I agree. The mirroring is exceptional, and they really are doing the rest of the lobby a service here. As you said, it's a roundabout rotation, though, for GG. So will they go all the way around to Lava Fissure and then continue to go south from there? Too many teams in Countdown, a little too hard to push through without, taking a big risk, and risks are not what Gaming Gladiators want right now.
At least they'll have a survey beacon here that they could scan at the very least with Lava Fissure and this rotate. They'll be able to note where other teams are within the vicinity, waiting for them on their approach, while seeing the teams waiting by landslide. It is Space Station looking at Makers, who are so low. Huge nade inside the truck. They can't fully engage though. Alliance are waiting on the other side, and they'll easily third party this, but they're not the only ones, because then behind Alliance, the fourth party waits. It is also Not Moist, who are looking at VK Gaming, coming out of the tunnel side, exiting out of Skyhook.
still Moist lurking around, just waiting to be a part of something. We saw Guild and Moist get into this situation over at Landslide in the last game, or sorry, the last time we had this circle in game 1. And similarly, we've got another couple of teams locked in with it here. And it's really tough because you can play on that platform and it's great, but as soon as you want to leave, all of those other teams are going to take that opportunity.
Was that the zipline put down by Alliance actually right behind Moist so that way they can get closer and now completely suppress them? They have the advantage and they've also committed here.
Oh, Alliance are just going straight for this. Makers get it taken out in the meantime, and Alliance have not taken much damage at all on the entry here.
You let it blast between the zipline, the EMP. Alliance take out not Moist in 19. Talk about an amazing call of repositioning from Alliance to also find even more kills in their pocket. They had gotten one knock, I believe it was from Unlucky, onto one of the members of Maker inside the truck, and then completely diverted his attention when they noticed not Moist.
Now we have to get a look at the circle at some point here, Vicky, because it's very different. We do not have the same one as last time. Guild are set up where GG were, but they'll be a little bit sad to find out it actually goes down towards Mirage Voyage.
And with TSM having the POI advantage, we know that they split up between Lava Fisher and Mirage, and they were up on top from the very beginning.
And I think GG have just used their drone here. Oh, sorry, not their drone, of course. That was VKG Gaming from the north. But there was the survey beacon, as we mentioned. And if they could have got that information, it would have been so helpful for them going further south. Because if we get a ring that a couple of teams don't expect, then all of a sudden GG could just find their way straight into a great spot. As it is, it looks like they might even be playing for points, looking behind them towards the zone.
Oh no, but with VK, you saw him scratching his eyes. Let's jump into a listen with VK as NRG are peppering from above.
拉放拉血他们没圈到。OK， 血要够吗？来我血要呗。
血要不够。
好妈，好烦。我身上有10个小血包。没用。
你操，真进不了了。走哪都不行。
啊，没3塔，有个3塔好了。你升。哎。
Very, very tough for VK Gaming there. Unfortunately, they'll go down in 18th, which doesn't help their chances. Still in second spot at the moment. Let's see if any of the other teams just below them, Guild, TSM, can get above. Not Moist, of course, also out on 32.
See Unlucky trying to give suppressed fire even though he's hitting that Newcastle barrier just in case to prevent them from trying to overextend because Alliance don't have that Newcastle. They don't have that makeshift knockdown shield barrier while GG on their rotate. Nice catwall once again from Blast. Allows them to get on top of this building, but they will have to start moving close to less than a minute. It was E36 who are on the south side of Lava Fisher, but they're not the only ones here too. There is 4 to 5 other teams that will be rotating from the north side.
Blast does pick up the Dark Veil again and again, saving his team from almost certain doom, and you can see how much they're investing into that ultimate right now, popping multiple ult excels to try and enable their next rotation south. So many teams. There's teams on top of Mirage Voyage. There's teams underneath it. And Enterforce 36 are also waiting in the building ahead of them. So GG have got a very tough path here to make this next zone. I don't know if they can do it.
I'm getting deja vu seeing Bleed in this fight out here too with Guild. Also recreating a bit of a memory here from game number 1. Bleed get eliminated in 17th. The space station had sandwiched them from the other side, and Guild recognizing that, back away. Back towards the rocks where NRG were playing from the north side of that building area. But playing off of the Watson fences, trying to ping and seeing where that team is to their right. They call it an evac tower, and they're not the only ones. GG also looking to see if they can make a move.
It's the evac for GG, it's the evac for Guild as well. I like the way Guild were playing that, looking for a few kills there before they make their evacuation route.
Can we talk about the fact it is like 3 different squads up in the air, finding a spot, and Gaming Gladiators get on this high ground on top of Mirage. whole TSM get jumped on immediately, and they get taken out. It was a plethora of different teams that were shooting at them. It was Team Liquid, it was Guild, and now How blasting away at Space Station. Guild get eliminated.
Guild don't make it through, but GG somehow do. Ultimate height, I guess that's what you would call this. Right on the top, but there's so many other teams that they have to unfortunately be part of this party with NRG, one of the ones up the top.
It's the fact that NRG and GG, who had came up from the evac tower to find the high ground on top of Mirage late now into this rotate. Dreamfire get eliminated. All the action happening below their feet. This could be an amazing opportunity for GG. They have just evicted NRG from here. C9 get eliminated as we jump into a listen-in with Gaming Gladiators.
On me. Yeah, I'm coming. Chill. I have the bat. Coming. Keep behind, below me. Right. It's you.
I think someone just climbed on me. Ultak nades on me. I'm popping.
Yeah, take nades. Three flags.
I need heavy.
Just loot. I'm looking for kills.
Down below me.
Yeah, I'm looking for...
Got almost.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
Back in the open.
One. Nice.
Hey, look, evac. Someone evac.
Where
evac?
No.
Okay, never mind.
I need heavy. I really need heavy.
Okay, loot plus.
Yeah, but like, I couldn't find any. I might have some guns. I'm checking.
Yes, time to loot.
Yeah, doing.
Look here, 3 kills. My ping is 3 kills.
Okay.
It's literally 3.
Solid.
Frantic comms communicating that they need some extra ammo. They have been fighting and they've been rotating this entire time, but this could be a game-winning moment for GG. This next circle still is part of Mirage as they're the only teams uncontested on the high ground.
Everyone else down the bottom is so preoccupied with each other. No one's going to be looking up at Gaming Gladiators. This is an incredible opportunity for them to win here in match 5.
And Alliance looking to clean up. Even Team Liquid, who was so low now, forced to get through the other side of this catwall, while Alliance are looking at them. They lose out on one because GG, it is just free firing on everybody in their line of sight from down below.
Team Liquid are down to 1, Alliance down to 2. NRG, who they evicted, are playing underneath them right now and probably have the best chance to make this go another.
Could this be it? Did somebody tell Gaming Gladiators that this was a speed run? Because right now, they are looking to be your winners. They still have height. This is game 5, and it is crazy to see the position that they're sitting in right now. There is only 3 squads left, and NRG, by the way, are still underneath them.
Alliance do get the res, though, so they're back up to 3. It was such a patient, incredible rotation by GG to win this high ground spot. And now it's 70 points, almost doubling the rest of the lobby. They look for the win.
It would be crazy moment if Alliance make moves with a zipline. We're gonna have to see, but even if they try, they would be in the line of sight of NRG from right down below Gaming Gladiators. It all comes down to this in the next 10 seconds. Our last 3 squads, Gaming Gladiators, Alliance, and NRG.
Alliance hide behind the wall. A Kraber in the hands of Hackers. It's stopped teams winning tournaments before. So much responsibility in this man's hands. EMP is ready to go. The drone not risking it until now.
Calm before the storm. The Newcastle, though! Gaming Gladiators need to finish this fight quickly. They push in with the Newcastle wall. That is the green light for NRG to come up behind them for free. Gaming Gladiators didn't know. With NRG coming up behind them, that is a lackluster information from not having a crypto drone.
Blast gets the wall off, but Lufka is not going to be able to get the res onto Lights. He gets finished. Alliance go up against NRG. I don't think GG can pull this back.
They didn't have to jump that early. Now that is Alliance who have taken the height. NRG stuck in between both squads. Are you kidding me? Gaming Gladiators, they originally have height and now have swapped places, but it's still doable. Blast, Lufka, only up to Lufka. He's the only one left to keep the dreams alive, and we're going to more Apex. Gaming Gladiators get eliminated.
Alliance have had a taste of victory recently, and they want another shot at it. So they take out NRG and win match 5. Until that final 3. GG looked phenomenally good on top of Mirage.
I'm very happy for Alliance, but I'm sorry. I am so cursed. It is never gonna happen. I'm never gonna have the moment to celebrate with the team. Or maybe never say never. Because Alliance...
We're only in match 5, Vicky.
Yeah,
there could be plenty of Apex left today.
Can't believe Gaming Gladiators rotated so early with the Newcastle wall. They set themselves up to get pinched the moment they committed to it, but it is even better news for Alliance because now they are at 44 points.
I mean, so often we see those teams make the last-minute plays, though, where the zone forces them out. Perhaps the other two teams wouldn't have been expecting it that early. GG, I guess my question is, were they going to actually commit to that fight, or were they trying to carve out a space for themselves in the graveyard and then force the other two teams into each other?
Didn't work out because 16 KP go in favor to Alliance, 7 points away to find themselves in that 50-point match point eligibility. And that is with a complete other side rotation from World's Edge. Remember, they land in Overlook. They had to trek all the way over in that direction, fight so many teams off of that fence line that is off to the side of Landslide. And it was T-Law that was right in front of them. So many other teams. I know TSM was one of them at one point. But it was the fact that they still held safely behind that fence when all the teams were forced to collapse from that north side of zone.
Congrats to NRG, though. It was a good game for them. 14 points, which doesn't move them that far up the leaderboard, but all of a sudden they're amongst it. A lot of the teams on the sort of low to mid-20s, and now we can see they push even further in the rest of this tournament. Of course, with another 3rd place, Gaming Gladiators are just getting so far ahead now. It's a little ridiculous. 70 points. And Alliance, with a banger game, 28 for them, means they move the closest out of anybody else to match point. 44 right now.
Getting a little closer here to that finish line on match point. Guild right behind them, though, with 37. Like you mentioned, Dino, it's getting very tight for a lot of these teams as we go and wait for that next game.
And if you've ever wondered about the impact an IGL can have on an Apex team, remember, Alliance has a sub right now. They're not even playing with their full 3. And they are still, currently, as it stands, the 2nd best team in the world.
Can we talk about the fact that Mia on top here, getting some hometown power? This is beautiful to see within our top 2 teams. Alliance, like you mentioned, Hockey's just on another level when it comes to his IGLing skills, the way he helps enabling his team. While we take a look at the action here in the SAP arena, we see Alliance take a game here.
We've got more games of Apex Legends to bring your way. Match point was so close. It was so near for GG in those final moments, but it's an EMEA powerhouse of their own who snatch it out of their hands and send us into another game here.
Teams who are not yet on match point may begin to tremble though, because Onset has appeared. And if you've been watching match point finals for quite some time here at ALGS, it somehow always ends up with Onset being on that call. However, it is still only Gaming Gladiators on match point. They've had 2 chances, 2 very good zones to try and win this tournament. Will they be presented with another?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? It was a great zone for them. They got great, control of Mirage in those final moments as well, but you just wonder, were the communications kind of coming between the 2 teams of this could be GG up on height? We might need to focus them. When Lufka got that res though, I was like, wait a minute, this could happen. However, it doesn't happen and we keep on going here. That is just history at this point, which brings us to that conversation that you kind of highlighted is we still have only 1 team on match point. So GG are the only team in the lobby at the moment who can still get this done.
Well, the good news is for Gaming Gladiators, we're still on World's Edge. It's still their best map. They still have had 5 wins across the board throughout this tournament, so I'm expecting them to have a good opportunity here of still winning it. But there is going to be plenty of teams trying to take them down, and I think it was a good point what you made, right? It is 2 teams in that final circle against them who are very good, very knowledgeable, very much aware of the kill feed, and were probably keeping tabs on who is alive. And I think they maybe had an idea of GJ still being there.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. And now, we talk about this conversation, we talk about the chasing pack and who is close, who is almost over the line. Well, that's what it's all about, right? That trophy right there to become a champion is what everybody fights through the Pro League, fights their way through the brackets, the group stage to get to this point. And as you can see, only 1 team is going to be able to lift it. Dan, we are getting into the business end now. This is kind of what I feel like is the midpoint of our match point finals, where teams start to arrive and hit match point. GG were there early. It was a record-setting pace from them to hit match point, but now there's so many teams that are within striking distance who could well join them in this next game.
Let me take you back to the World Championships when Optic Gaming hit match point in just 3 matches. And where did they end up? They did not go on to win the match point finals. In fact, it's a team that you might remember quite well that went on to win it in that scenario. Will we see some of our big hitters get back into the game here in match 6, or can Gaming Gladiators close it out?
Well, match 6 is live and we're going to jump on board with Alliance on their loop path. What a performance from them. I mean, just overall has been absolutely superb. Unlucky and Hackish picking up Tyler. Effects out at home, I'm sure, cheering his boys on. But now they find themselves just 6 points away from joining their fellow EMEA compatriots in GG on match point. What a story it's been for Alliance.
Amazing, the trials and tribulations that Alliance have been through, and of course they're doing it for effect, but Tyler also doing it for himself. Not only would he be proving a point, but he'd also be putting himself on the map. Everyone would want to get Tyler on their team if Alliance want to do it themselves, but of course, we know Effect is worth keeping around. I'm sure if you could have 4 of them, they definitely would.
That's very, very true. Let's take a look at the zone then. Let's look where we are going.
My.
We're going down south, everyone. We are going about as south as you can possibly go. And for GG over at Trials, that looks like a long, long way away.
Even though Skyhook West has turned out to be arguably the best POI to find victories on World's Edge so far this tournament, it is arguably one of the hardest zones to get down toward. Because when you look at playable space, when you look at the areas that teams are actually going to start to position themselves here very quickly, there is going to be little room for Gaming Gladiators to work with when they arrive here.
Well, Falcons at the moment, still on their loop path. You can see ExoClan have already moved up. Look how quickly they have rotated over from Harvester. Really, really quick from them, and they're trying to scope a few players out. Maybe they realize they've got the timing on Falcons on their loop path here to try and solo someone out. But for now, it looks like Falcons have managed to regroup together. Liquid Alienware, by the way, have moved down to the platform and are kind of overlooking this. And if you're wondering if they had the timing, well, the answer is no, because Jim Burton has got the 30-30 in his hands, and he has spotted out ExoClan.
And I'm sure that Falcons actually have ring console information right now, but the arrival of ExoClan maybe tells them enough that they need to know of where they're going to be. Oh, well, they do have a ring console there. They just need Hal to get onto blue. Once Hal gets onto blue, then they can get that ring console information. Of course, how are you going to get onto that?
Well, for now, it's a very slow game from Falcons. EXO overtaking them. You can see the position taken by Team Liquid, exactly what I would have expected them to do. Move down to this building, which overlooks the big crevice behind it, the canyon below it. There's a great place to output damage, not just for the teams that are rotating in from the north, but potentially towards that end game as well. We've seen finishes on the platform itself. We've seen them just on the lower side as well. So Liquid, who have been through a lot, I would say, during this tournament now, have a chance to make this game their own.
And you talk about teams who are very good at playing zone and holding a position when the zone comes towards them. Team Liquid is one of those that turns up and can put on a show for you. Furia, they'll have to transition a little bit further east and probably work their way through complexity if they want to find themselves in zone. You can see a beautiful aerial shot. Shout out to our observers, by the way. They've been phenomenal all tournament long. But Furia will have to pass through that choke and then challenge complexity, or they can try and go around if they would like.
Interesting zone, this one, isn't it? Because it's one of those where if you arrive late, then you're probably going to have to fight for KP on edge and then hit an evac to try and land in zone as it closes. Playing the center of this zone, if you aren't one of the first 10 teams or so to arrive, is essentially a death trap just because of the angles that could be taken against you. Furia, though, with the evac tower in, are going to find a safe spot here within launch site. So they're going to be in a pretty good spot for the long game. I imagine they'll be very interested in trying to move up a little bit towards the Cloud9 position, which is just to their south. And there you can see complexity. That's the building they're going to be holding. And as we beautifully, artistically, move our way down towards Skyhook, you can see what GG are doing. They are moving through Countdown right now. They are completely on their own. But like we mentioned, the only team right here who are on match point have got quite the path to tread.
That does mean, though, that they can be very patient with their approach to this zone. They can maneuver their way around the map just to make sure they get as much Evo as possible. Hitting any beacons on their way. Well, not any beacons, it'll be any ring consoles, excuse me, with Blast on the Catalyst. And they will be biding their time. There's one in Landslide, so they can actually hit that for Zone 3 information. Just gain a little bit more Evo and send themselves up to purple. But there is still Bleed for them to worry about, because Bleed were, of course, at Skyhook East. Now, elsewhere, Fnatic currently laying down some damage here at Dome. I wonder if the zone would even pull this far. I'm thinking it will probably be a little bit further towards launch site when we get there, but this could be a big fight to win.
EMP is going to come in, which is going to slow down their push. White Armor's here for Fnatic as well. And if you get EMP'd with White Armors, it really can be a problem, as we are seeing Leica almost be taken down, but not quite taken down. However, the first knock is going to come down, and it's going to be Dreamfire, who found themselves now, I believe, down to 1. The grenade from Leica is good to take down Peter.
Yeah, Nocturnal also getting involved from distance, so NRG will start to approach, perhaps, and Fnatic need to be aware of that. If they're keeping an eye on the kill feed, they'll know that they didn't get that second knock, and that's probably why we're not seeing them get too aggressive here, as NRG are very close by, but far enough away that Fnatic could finish this off if they wanted to.
Zipline over there.
NRG playing the outside of the dome. This rock formation, one of the most difficult places to play, or should I say approach. Certainly not to play, but to approach if you are coming in from the south side. Really, really solid position to hold down. If we do see that shift a little bit more to the south towards the dome and the surrounding areas. So many options for you to rotate, so many rocks which have great elevation to fire down from. But Fnatic for now are still trying to chase down these two remaining members of Dreamfire. NRG are still there on the other side of this shell. So for Fnatic, it might be just about forcing Dreamfire into NRG and just clearing them out their way.
And Fnatic will probably want to go deeper into Dome to get the ring console that's there just in the zone as well. But because of Dreamfire being around, they were probably reluctant to actually press in. But the zone is going to continue to pull southeast, so it is good news for Fnatic. It is edging a little bit closer towards that lava. It's bad news for a lot of teams, though, in buildings. As Alliance, they might come across Dreamfire here. As NRG also in the area, there is definitely a fight that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is Dreamfire going to be dealt with. That's them eliminated from the lobby, and it's another point on the board here for Alliance. That gets them even closer to match point now. Step by step, inch by inch, Alliance might be the second team to hit it, and that will be two EMEA teams who will find themselves on match point. One team who's chasing a few more points in this game to get to match point is TSM. Let's jump into the comms and see what their plan is on this rotate.
I'm gonna hit the map room, okay? Yeah.
Come to me.
Team in tree, team in south siphon.
We kill team tree probably.
Yep. Hit this map room here. They might, we hit that map room, they might not even see it, not know we're there.
Yeah, go for map room. We're gonna hit balloons.
After the street team,
they're going to launch. I see them walking towards launch right now.
Okay.
I just beacon. Let's go. Go this up.
You got the XP?
Yeah, I can.
So currently a little bit more of a serene trip here for TSM. However, look at that feed. It's starting to light up. Multiple fights taking place, and one of them does involve Alliance, but it will not involve Hackers anymore. He's been taken down.
How frustrating could this be for Alliance within touching distance of match point? And to exit here will be so detrimental for their chances trying to catch up with the likes of Gaming Gladiators, but there's still hope. Unlucky and Tyler, hand in hand, they've done a lot as a duo in the history of ALGS, and they have a chance still to find those extra points.
So the good thing is that Unlucky is on Pathfinder, so he can grab this banner and he can get out of there. 20 seconds till that grapple comes up again. And with the drone coming towards him as well, he's going to have to use his zipline just to create a little bit of space away. Notmost also approaching from Big Maud. So Alliance got to be careful here. They're going to try and get the respawn in the eggshell, and they will be able to. But back on board with GG. Trying to approach this fight in and around Siphon at the moment. Good shots coming in from Light here. Watson Fancy slowing him down for a second. They're not going to push this too aggressively, because for them, it's not so much about the points. It's all about the win.
But we did see last game, Gaming Gladiators are not scared of a fight. They're not going to avoid every contestant they could potentially have on this map. Instead, they try and put their best foot forward. They've got great shields to work with here. Two of them essentially on red, with Blast getting the extra from the controller. And they really want to take this fight, but there is other players maybe involved here.
Blast will get the wall down, which is going to allow the line of sight to be denied. He gets him away. It's beautiful use, but no! There's a flank coming in, and welcome to the party! Space Station Gaming. Lufka tries to stick the res, but he won't be able to, and GG are gone. We will have more Apex Legends coming your way.
Much to the fans' delight here in Mannheim. There's nothing like match point finals. Furia eliminated as well. They won't be able to get any closer towards that threshold right now, so our eyes turn back towards the likes of Alliance. Can they reach 50 points? Because they are back up to a full 3, and they are back on the high ground.
Great job from Unlucky on the Pathfinder. Use that grapple to get the banner, get out of dodge. And then the Crypto on the drone sends that banner over to the respawn beacon to welcome Hackers back into the game. The leader is here. And the situation now remains the same for Alliance. They will be safe inside of this next zone as well. But the pressure on a fight at the start of a series like this, 3v3, very different to the pressure of a fight when you only need 4 points.
But Alliance would, of course, been watching that kill feed. They would have seen that Gaming Gladiators were eliminated. That does take a little bit of pressure off of not just them, but everyone in the lobby. You can now put all of your brain space towards actually trying to put points on the board here. There's how it looks in the overalls. Alliance only 4 away. Guild also only 12 away, and VK Gaming in 4th place, 13. Very achievable. Now for TSM, though. Under a little bit of stress, a little bit of duress, as Verholst dodging, diving to stay alive.
The swing was big from that balcony, but Verholst just about managed to catch it at the last second. That should buy him the time to pop the battery. The only problem here for TSM is that End of Force 36 keep putting pressure down. Liquid Alienware are doing shots from distance as well, and here come 36. They want a piece of TSM.
You've also got to be fast about this. The zone will be rapidly approaching as Verholst has gone down.
Verholst down, E36, aimbot just keeps moving forward as well, but there's a player in the corner, and now the numbers get evened up. Cnav's going to try and find Knock himself, and will finish off TSM. So TSM, who are close enough to think about maybe reaching match point in this game, unfortunately will have to wait to the next.
Well, Force 36 are probably going to have to take the evac tower because the zone rapidly approaching. Elsewhere, Fnatic are going to be down by this dome side. It's Bleed Esports that are on the other side of this. Bleed Esports, remember, they started over towards Skyhook, and they find themselves at the far south side of this map right now. They've had a fantastic rotation.
Well, as you can see on the map overhead as well, we have pulled a little bit more south and a little bit more towards the position that we were talking about NRG held earlier on. So NRG are in a fantastic position, whereas Complexity are under a little bit of pressure. They are inside of zone and will be upon zone close as well, but they have Falcons in front of them to deal with, but no, they don't anymore. Team Falcons eliminated, and it's Koifor who gets the final knock, final elimination, final kill onto Imperial Hal.
Falcons eliminated on 20 points as well, still 30 off that match point threshold. Quite a way to go. But is anyone else going to cross it? 15 squads remain, so a couple of placement points for teams to use now as EXO will be eliminated. And also Guild in the kill feed now finding those members of E36 that just arrived.
One team is in a really good spot here is Not Moist as well when we look at the overall zone. But before we do, we've got to turn our attention to Team Liquid, who we mentioned had the best prio to this zone. And now they are continuing to control this platform. But the thing for Team Liquid is it's now pulled away to where we mentioned the position of NRG was earlier. So Liquid tried to play for what they believed an endgame was, but the problem is the zone, it fooled them.
And with this zone, if you are not one of the teams that is already on kind of dome side, stack side, it's going to be such a rough journey from you. But west to east is going to be treacherous as Cloud9 look to try and put some damage down here, but they've already lost one.
Cloud9 versus Complexity. Lou, he's going to find two, and Lou does a huge amount of damage in that 5-4 Complexity. But even though they won that, it all just opens the door here for Makers to move forward. Monsoon goes down. Last player alive is going to be here, but Lou finally will be eliminated. Complexity will go down. Makers should be able to get this res pretty comfortably, as Enter Force 36 will also fall in those final moments.
And Makers needed that opening. They needed some way of approaching this eastern side now. But they're going to have SSG ahead of them. Bleed are going to be ahead of them. NRG arguably holding them out as well. Now Fnatic, who have been down at Dome for quite a while, they can obviously move further into Dome and be safe. But they were actually forcing Bleed back. They weren't letting Bleed into Dome at all.
Well, here comes Team Liquid, and they are going to get lit up. Oh my. I mean, you've got to ask the question, did their feet even touch the ground before they were eliminated? But speaking of eliminations, speaking of teams who are desperate for points, it's Alliance. They only need 2 points here. This team fight could be it.
Tyler laying down some damage.
Unlucky gets one.
But they need a bit more.
Unlucky gets two.
The 50's been crossed, and Alliance will be the second team to reach match point. And with Gaming Gladiators eliminated, they will have a shot at winning next. Now, Guild Esports, they're doing damage in the Vault Tunnel.
Oh, Noctum Scan will be eliminated. It'll be Guild who win this fight, but are they able to creep their way towards zone for Jesco to be able to get a res? That's the question. One of them, the answer is no. Do they have a Moby they can use? Maybe on the outside of that tunnel. MT will be brought back to his feet as Makers will be eliminated. But the big story from the last few moments, Alliance join GG on match point. 2 EMEA teams here in Germany have a chance to close it out next game.
Can you imagine Alliance winning the most recent international LAN and then coming into the ALGS Split 2 playoffs and doing it again with a different third when the hand was forced to make a substitution? It would be unbelievable. But they've done the first job, and that is reach match point. Cross that threshold, but now can they put a victory alongside it here?
I'm renaming Unlucky to Mr. Mozambique, by the way, because he has been electric. I mean, everybody's strong with him, but he just seems to barely ever miss. The speed at which he can eliminate players in team fights has been a real standout for me. But SSG have a good amount of points so far. 8th in the overalls, but 34 isn't too far away from hitting that match point threshold as we see a res coming in as well. Bleed Esports eliminated as we see this res come in. And the res will mean that Guild Esports can now play as a 3. Let's jump into the comms and see what the next plan is.
There are 3 teams on the right side.
Okay.
Team behind us here, yeah?
Yeah.
Kills left here, right?
Yeah, we gotta kill right, and then we play for this rock.
Oh, they're imping us.
They're sending us.
Getting it down. Just
Going back.
Nice.
Joe got broken, we gotta focus right.
Not gonna have a gen now. No gen.
That's fine. Full team on the right. Full team, close right. Get Ventus down there if you can.
Yeah, got it.
Send us.
16, crack.
One shot, I'm gonna bat.
Shoot this crack. The other one, when you like. Above you.
Oh, man. They just ran it off. Different teams from top box.
Guild eliminated. Alliance continue to win team fights, but maybe this is just one fight too many for them. Tyler, the substitute, maybe he's going to change that though. SSG go down, Alliance will follow, but those KP, they hurt SSG more than they credit Alliance.
But now we're down to just 3 squads, Not Moist, NRG, and Fnatic. A chance to try and climb up the leaderboards a little bit more. Not Moist are 8 points off, crossing that match point threshold. They were to kill both of these teams, it is still doable. Can they be the third team? Or will we see a team like Fnatic, who have been down at Dome throughout the majority of this game, really take advantage of their position? But they have to push out of this eggshell, right? And there is so much focus from both Not Moist and NRG towards that direction.
Not Moist have full control of zone here. You can see it's going to be pulling right towards them. So Fnatic are probably going to be the first team to be exposed. NRG have a few rocks to play behind, and you have to wonder, Fnatic knowing this, are they going to try and play for second here and send it on to NRG? That looks like what they're trying to line up right now.
Fnatic looking towards NRG. The shield, though, will maybe make them double think this one and second guess themselves ever so slightly as Fnatic maybe approached onto Moist side, but look at the shields on the side of Not Moist.
Timmy! He just got absolutely ripped by Nocturnal on that devotion. You have to wonder, though, is there an opportunity to push off of it? Nocturnal's trying to swing on it, and Nocturnal, he's going to find 2. Nocturnal with 3! That is a play to remember.
NRG deny Not Moist, but it will open up space for Fnatic to push out here.
Fnatic now move up through the Bangalore roll, trying to take a little bit of height over NRG. Yuka, Suzuki, it's 1 to go for Fnatic to announce themselves in our match point finals.
Well, they dropped down towards Stacks. They took control of Dome, and they held it for the entire game. But it was how they were able to manipulate other teams' path. They forced Bleed away. They said, no, you're not allowed into Dome. They made it a fortress. And then that one knock, that NRG push, just gave Fnatic the opening that they required to get out of those eggshells, avoid those sight lines of Not Moist. And then boy, did they capitalize as they find a victory and push themselves up to 42 points.
All the credit goes to Fnatic. Of course, the champions, but there's a moment in that endgame we need to highlight. Nocturnal, with that devotion, gets the first knock onto Timmy, follows it up and gets the second, and then all 3, if I was not mistaken, will be credited to him. He single-handedly took Moist out of that game and denied them a match point opportunity.
But of course, during that game, Alliance did cross the match point threshold, which means we have 2 teams. And there's a man from one of them, Gaming Gladiators. They've now had 3 opportunities to try and win this tournament. But now they are not alone. Alliance joined them on match point.
Fnatic, of course, with those points, are going to shoot themselves up the leaderboards, and they will put themselves maybe with another good game here as we change over to Storm Point within a chance of hitting match point themselves. We are starting to get to that stage of our match point finals. Team after team is going to be joining match point players, match point teams with an opportunity to win this tournament. But for Alliance, I mean, there's a lot to talk about how they got those points, right? I mean, the res that came in, Unlucky, who manages to just about get the grapple in to get away with it. But there's so much to talk about. Do you know what? We're not going to do it. We're going to send it to Des to do so because you do it better than we do.
No, not at all, guys. You do it fantastically. Onset and Gasket with another banger of a cast, banger of a game, especially if you're an APAC North fan. I know we had some in the house as well, whether it was Dreamfire earlier on or Fnatic just now, grabbing a win as we come back after 6. Traditionally, if we were in a normal bracket of Apex, we'd be done. But this is match point, so we keep on going. Rain Day on the desk, joined with Glitter Explosion. Jamerson sniped down yet again. Jamerson, just to kick things off, a scintillating ending there, but this entire thing has felt tense once Gaming Gladiators got to match point so early.
Yeah, game number 3, that's where they secured match point, and it was absolutely insane. It was a moment where it shifted in the crowd, right? Everyone became a fan of every other team at that point. As much as you want to root on GG and Gaming Gladiators for everything that they're doing so far, you still want to see some more Apex Legends because it's been high octane, incredible aggression across all stages of the game, and it's been so much fun to watch with so much drama.
Blast on your screen from Gaming Gladiators there walking around. Lauren, that is kind of the truth of this. Everyone becomes a fan of anybody who can keep it going longer. Eventually, you might have 10, 16 teams on match point, and so you become a fan of those other 4 teams. You might, I don't even know who's on that team, but I'm rooting for them to win.
And we see it happen every single LAN. I mean, the crowd doesn't want to let Sunday end too early,
No.
so we want to see these games keep going, but you know that every single time that GG gets this close and then doesn't close it out, they start to stress a little bit more.
I love the stories we're starting to build, though, and I'm going to send it to you now, Snipe, to walk us through these final 3, because 3 versus 6, everything was at a moment of ending when Gaming Gladiators being on match point. The first round, though, doesn't go their way. VK Gaming get things started as we go to Storm Point on game 4.
Yeah, this was actually a very exciting ending. We saw GG was in a great spot, and honestly, I think if they took the initiative to take the fight on the res behind them and clear out their back, they were in a position to possibly end this tournament in 4 games, which would have been insane. But we had VK, who's holding the side of the building, and this is so good for them right here because you have a team on top and you have a team below, which was TSM. And you know that if you just hold this, the zone is going to come pull to you, and those teams, the team on top is going to have to drop into TSM. So they saved their nades. I'm sure this was the comms, is hold your nades as long as you possibly can, and we're just going to throw them in the air. And one of my favorite things about this is Reps, I played with him, he's one of the best cravers in the game, him and Sweet together. And when he dropped down, we saw him no-scope, get a kill, and then VK just cleaned up the rest.
And the intensity of that moment was only surpassed by the intensity of this moment, Lauren. It felt like we had our own separate drama in here in this fight as Gaming Gladiators and Alliance down each other, get picked back up. Oh, they're still alive. Wait, they're dead. No, they're alive again.
And you know, there was a lot of back and forth in the green room watching this as well. What could they have done differently? Did they Newcastle in too early on behalf of GG? From the top of Mirage was Alliance. Obviously, had they had enough time here behind this wall, they had the best safe space, energy there on the low ground, and these fights kind of got really chaotic. Reptar was actually able to stay alive for a long time for NRG, while GG was down back on the low ground trying to survive whatever they could, but Alliance just had too much positional advantage here that they were able to close this one out. And like I said, when GG gets this close to getting match point, and then the team that ends up taking them out is the next one that gets match point, they start paying attention to that stuff.
They do, and it also started the run for NRG, who have been doing quite well. Kind of a sleeper pick for a lot of people here. Hodstick, and obviously that squad, being coached by him, having to keep strong mental strength heading into this, because that's one of the things that they can struggle in, Jamerson, but they found a way to be in the right spirits, the right mentality now. Heading into game 6, it would obviously turn a different direction. You'd see some big plays from Guild, you'd see some big plays from Gaming, but you'd also see some big plays from Fnatic, who would close this one out.
Yeah, importantly, you have to note that the position that Fnatic is in right here at this moment, this was where NRG set up early on, but with the shift on over, that left space for Fnatic to be able to move in, NRG move over to the eastern side. They did have the angle on the third team here on the northern side, which they were able to expertly keep out. But you saw Fnatic, they had so much utility, and I love that we were finally able to get another winner here. Surprisingly enough, after 6 games, EMEA, they have a win. APAC North, they have a win, and now APAC South have a win, or excuse me, APAC South and then APAC North have a win.
We're looking for North America to rise up to the occasion, but Snipe, as we kind of track over this Fnatic dub and they start jumping up, you could see that SSG, even a team that started, we had mentioned when we first got back on the desk with 2 points or so after 3, now at 36, they're like in 7th place.
Yeah, Dreamfire had just got a win in that 3rd game, and SSG only had 2 points and dead last, and now we see them right there in 8th place with 37 points. It's impressive. So when I was talking about the leadership, I don't know what the comms were after those first 3 games, but they obviously got it together. I know Dawn was probably a huge, big part of that. And to see them at the top of that leaderboard, they're in a position, one more good game with the pace that they're at, they could put themselves right into that match point.
That's actually what is scary about the position that Gaming Gladiators have now let themselves be in. There's been multiple opportunities to close out this match point, and every single moment that they are not winning, they're giving teams chances for these miracle runs. We even in the green room for a second, Lauren, saw Falcons hit top 5. We said, is this the beginning of that run? Still hasn't been, but here's the overall match results that we've got after our 6 games played coming at you. Lauren, Fnatic, obviously this is our game 6 results here. We'll have series results in just a second, but Fnatic's with 17 points there. NRG right behind them. Maybe making a move. Maybe there's enough time.
I mean, NRG look like they've got some really good momentum going right now for themselves, like you were just saying before. So this is an opportunity for them to really kind of grab that with as much aggression as they can. Keep pushing. Whatever's working right now, continue doing that. Don't back off anytime soon, because now, the more teams that end up on match point, the less time you likely have. Not to mention, not Moist just going out a little bit earlier than they probably would have liked there in that final fight, because had they been able to clean up both of those teams, they would have been on that match point situation. That one has to sting a little bit too.
What about VK Gaming, Jamerson? I mean, the fact that they're showing up so far. It's impressive.
Yeah, VK Gaming, it's this really weird outlier when it comes to tournaments, right? You have a lot of teams going overly aggressive, and that creates a lot of openings for teams that want to play center zone. And all tournament long, whether it was in group stages or in bracket stages, VK Gaming have been able to take advantage of that extra aggression that comes out from the other teams. We heard it earlier in other interviews. I believe Matafe was like, yeah, we rotated into a spot. It was free for some reason. VK Gaming are actually the beneficiaries of that right now.
You know who is also the beneficiary of some pop-off plays from Tyler FPS? That's Alliance. Guess what? They are already a team that in this month, well, actually it's September 1st, so in the last month, but about 3 weeks ago, have lifted a trophy. They earned some crazy prize pool. Are they in the position to actually have another win? That's what I'm so excited about to see, because we start telling that story. Tyler FPS, unlucky. Hockey's doing it again with a new team snipe. That starts to me, that spells dynasty.
You want to know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Jen Burton getting COVID at one of the lands, having to pick up JMW
in Sweden.
Zero, carrying that team to a win, and then going to the next event, getting Jen Burton back and winning another event to get that back-to-back. I mean, Hawkes, give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and they're right there in that match point. So, Gaming Gladiators got to look out. They play a unique comp as well that's very easy to spot. They don't run the crypto. They're running the Catalyst, so other teams are obviously gunning for them.
Lauren, you've picked Not Moist a lot this weekend. It's why you have so many dang points in our talent predictions, and you're beating everybody. You picked GG today, though, so you do have something going on. But with Moist's performance today, are you impressed? Are you hitting expectations with them?
I think they're a little bit slower starting than I would have initially expected, but they are a team that can handle that type of maybe an underperformance mentally and be able to come back from that. No one can be perfect all the time, and they had a phenomenal group stage into their bracket run, whether that was in an individual level or a team level. So the fact that they're here right now, I don't think is necessarily any sort of indicator of them falling off in any way.
And honestly, to that point, I mean, we saw through the group stages in the winners finals, right, that it seemed like Moist had a little bit of Alliance's numbers. We saw a lot of counter rotates into Alliance, and this time around, Alliance, right, dropping over at Overlook on World's Edge, are just completely avoiding Moist. You can see that Moist are trying to find timings on other teams around them, and so Alliance are just kind of avoiding the biggest threat that happened to them on World's Edge. And of course, not having Fnatic near them, which was their biggest detriment when we were over on Storm Point.
One of the greatest times I've actually ever seen has to do with Match Point, because the emotions that we feel on the desk, they're huge. I remember tearing up after champs when we first got back in Raleigh, right after that Sweden land. One of the best things about it, though, is emotions are flying high everywhere, especially with people you love and care about. It's cool when they send you a FaceTime or a picture. It's even cooler when they're in the crowd saying, I love you, and they got your back. And we've got someone in the crowd with a very big TSM fan base, maybe the biggest fans in the world, standing by with Peeps.
Rain, thank you so much. I am here with TSM Squad and the Verhulst brothers. Dude, I gotta ask, listen, you're looking at your little brother travel the world, become a world champion, living one of his dreams. How is that as an older brother?
It's the best feeling in the world. I mean, he grew up watching us play at our football games and basketball games, and I feel bad for him, because look at what I get to experience when I come and watch him. We've got the best esport in the world, the best players in the world, best casters in the world. It's an unbelievable experience, and I wish everybody could enjoy it. If you're not a fan of Apex Legends, it's because you haven't watched the Match Point finals yet.
You heard it there, man. I mean, crowd, how we feel about that? So, dude, I gotta ask, right? Gaming is something that has come up recently in the last couple decades or so. When your brother told you he wanted to be a professional gamer, how did you and the family take it?
It wasn't even about when he told us. We knew it was gonna happen to him when he was way young, super little. So we knew it was coming. He didn't have to tell us anything. I mean, this is what he's done since he was like in his teens, everything. So we knew it was coming. We expected this.
Just born to do it. Some might say levels. Well, listen, we got another interview in the crowd. Tiff, take it away.
Hi, thank you so much, Peeps. Here's the deal. You may have found the Verhulst brothers, but I found Blast Sisters. Hear me out. We were watching from the crowd, Gaming Gladiators, the top 3, your face, I saw the emotions. How hard is it for you to be here and watch them be so close to cinching their dreams?
Pretty hard. I mean, like,
I end up getting way more nervous than they do. I sit here with almost like a heart attack and my heart's going, and it's just, but I'm so proud of them, but my heart continuously throughout all of this, especially at a match point, you just never know what's gonna happen, but I think we're doing all right.
All right, so I gotta know, are they gonna do it here? Are they gonna close it out? And if there is one thing you could say to him and he could hear you, what would that be?
First of all, they're gonna do it. I know they're gonna do it. And what I gotta say to him is, they're gonna do it, and that is it, and I'm so proud of him.
She is so proud. We're all proud of him. But let's get back into the action. Onset and Gaskin, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tiff. And yes, indeed, always great to hear from the family, the friends, and the fans that have traveled all the way here to Mannheim to support their teams and players and everybody that they love. So it's great. I'm supporting you as well. Just so
Why?
you know.
Stop doing this. He's being too nice. It's always worrying when he's being that nice. All right, Gaming Gladiators, they are on 70 points. Alliance are on 57 points now. They are our two teams on match point, but they are being chased. Guild, Fnatic, and Not Moist are all in touching distance here. If you want to win ALGS Split 2 playoffs and you are GG or Alliance, boy, do you want to get it done now.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at that chasing pack. I mean, you go down to TSM, who are down in 10th. Even further, you put Liquid Alienware in that conversation. A win here with some KP, and they probably will hit match point. It's very likely, with the scores that you see on your screen there, that there's going to be not just one more team that's going to join Alliance and GG on match point, but also probably multiple teams who have the chance to do it now.
The bad news for Alliance fans is we've yet to see Alliance find a win on Storm Point as we move over away from World's Edge. And similarly to what I was saying about Gaming Gladiators earlier, they've only found 1 out of their 6 victories on this map, so it is still wide open for all of the other 18 teams that have yet to achieve match point.
Well, here we go then. It looks like the game is ready to go. It looks like it's time for us to get back into watching a little bit of Apex Legends. Match number 7 is live. And it's only right that we start it off with Alliance.
They have earned the loot POV. And what an incredible story it would be if Alliance were able to win this tournament. Not only with a substitute, but across 2 entirely different metas. A new patch that has arrived, and they have been able to play unbelievable on both sides of it.
I want to talk about Tyler as well, because when he's had previous LAN experiences, they've not been great. Let's be real. He's not had the greatest experience, not the greatest of placements, and hasn't managed to get to a position where he can say he's been part of a championship Sunday. But now he's part of a team that is finding themselves potentially 1 game away from becoming a champion. It is a fantastic story for a young man who has been through a lot and had to prove himself numerous times. And for GG, well, they could probably say the same. A lot of stories on this lineup that we've heard throughout this weekend as well. But Europe at the moment, EMEA region is certainly stepping up and being recognized.
And of course, if GG or Alliance were to lift the trophy here, it would be the first EMEA team to lift an ALGS trophy. And that would be quite something for the region. Zone-wise, though, we're going to be heading southeast here. It's looking pretty good. Down at Pylon, or if you're an Echo team like Complexity, they might be enjoying this one as well. But look at Cloud9. They're moving. They're grooving. And Liquid Alienware also very quick to arrive here down the southeast.
Yeah, you can see Echo HQ is going to become very busy very quickly. A lot of teams already banking that it's going to be pulling right downtown towards the south side of that zone. Noctum Scan kind of doing a little bit of gatekeeping at the moment inside a Pylon, but they're hitting an evac themselves, so they might be trying to leave and get a little bit closer to Echo. But that is getting very congested, and you can see VK Gaming firing some shots off onto Noctum as they take that evac tower. And now they try and chase them down. They might be thinking of doing something similar themselves, but seeing so many teams overtake them at this point becomes a little bit more risky if you're one of the last ones to evac in.
Of course, it wouldn't be an ALGS tournament if we didn't have an Echo HQ finish.
It's true.
Always seems to happen once when you least expect it. We pluck one out of nowhere. The VK Gaming will be moving through Pylon here, as will EXO, as will Noctum. And it's getting very busy. And there's going to be a lot of teams that will want to avoid all of this gunfire and actually just surpass them. Move down towards Echo.
Well, EXO Clan looking to get a little bit aggressive right now. VK Gaming still down below them. EMP is going to go off, and maybe that's going to be the signal for them to push. It's 20 who activates it. The castle wall is down. Now they've expended that. But is there any opening damage for them to play off here? You can see they want to be aggressive, but just not really finding any openings. We'll move our attention towards the north side of the map, though, because Bleed Esports and GG are very, very close to each other.
Yeah, Bleeder now approaching GG, or should I say the other way around, but GG taking a little bit of damage here. Try and answer back with some shots of their own, but I think Light's probably going to back off of this one. GG going to be reluctant to take this fight right now, but we've already seen in previous games, once they have a little bit of an advantage, once they sense that the team is backing off, that's when they usually strike.
Just want to mention as well, Blast, one of those players who, a lot of talk was obviously about Imperial How and his switch from mouse and key to controller. Well, Blast is a player who's done exactly the same thing. So to be in this position shows that he's been putting the hours in, he's been putting the time in to perfect his craft on a completely different input, and certainly having some success up until this point. But GG decided that best thing for them, knowing that they just have to win a game, is not to try and take this engagement too early. They're going to back off. They're going to rotate a different direction to what we saw from Bleed.
When we talk about EMEA as well and the chance for some British pride, we've already seen JMW become a champion on the main stage in the ALGS. Well, either Blast or Tyler, of course, hailing from Great Britain, a chance to put themselves on the map alongside JMW and, of course, the team that they'll be playing alongside. But it almost feels like it's still a long way to go here. If you think about the most recent international LAN, I mean, match point, we got all the way to like 12 teams being on match point. We still only have 2. There are so many teams that have been able to find victories throughout this tournament that could really steal this one away and keep us trotting throughout this tournament.
I'm not going to say what I wanted to say because I feel like I was jinx it, but I was going to say I feel like there's quite a lot of... Anyway, to play. Guild Esports rotating at the moment. Down on the southern side towards Coastal Camp. Going to go through the tunnel, and you can see that Waltzy and Co are probably looking to do something pretty similar. They've taken a little bit of damage as they had to boost into this position themselves as Guild looked back. Have to take the time here on the Trident just to pop some shield cells, just to get healthy again before they think about what the next play is going to be. Now, there is a survey beacon in Barometer if they wanted to go and hit it, but also arriving in Barometer right now from the skies. It's going to be not only one team, but 2. Alliance are one of them. Yeah,
Alliance and Enter Force 36 were both approaching, but I think Enter Force 36 saw those dive trails and decided they're going to get out of there, and they don't really fancy it. I do think it's worth noting what the desk were talking about. Compositions that can be spotted, that are a little bit different. And whilst we do have a couple of Pathfinders, there is only 2. I believe it's only Dreamfire and Alliance. No, actually Furia as well. So we have 3 Pathfinders in the lobby. So you are hidden at least a small amount. Whereas when you look across on the other side and you've got a Catalyst involved, you've only got a few of those as well. So it's definitely one that could be called out when you are making your rotation.
Well, Moist at the moment just holding out Alliance. Alliance had their drone broken as well. You saw that from the POV of Alliance, so they weren't able to get the info. They weren't able to scout out how many players there were. Think about using that EMP. One way to deal with the drones, but now it's back again. So we'll have to see if Hackis can show off a little bit of drone skill here. A little bit of up and down, give them the wiggles from distance. Looks pretty good.
Imagine if drones could shoot as well.
No,
maybe that's the next.
Don't get the devs anymore.
You don't think so? Then Crypto would really be the best character. Then we get the 100% win rate.
Jay Beebs' his notepads out right now. He's like,
sounds good. Well, Alliance, they'll probably be on their merry way, and they don't really fancy taking a fight against Not Moist here, especially with the zone approaching shortly. And then past that, you've got the likes of Guild. Now, Not Moist and Guild both closing in on match point. We check in with Gaming Gladiators. There's going to be Makers on the other side of this one. And actually, with where the zone is pulling, of course, we are expecting it to go down towards Echo. I don't mind this position from GG, because they'll be able to wrap round on that eastern side as it continues to pull.
The GG will be safe for now. It's a very difficult balance for GG, though, of kind of showing enough presence to force teams away from your position and look for KP, but also not showing too much presence that your composition can be spotted out, like you said, and all of a sudden people start to focus you a little bit more and stop your rotation that might have been a bit more comfortable had you not been on match point. And there's your map overhead, and that's where the zone is going to be going. So a great shout from you down towards Echo HQ. We get our allotted Echo HQ game. C9 in a really good spot as well towards the back. NRG in that, what do you call it, the cranny position?
It's a nook or a cranny, depending on how you're feeling in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, NRG, we've seen teams win from that position as well, where NRG currently reside, especially if you have the composition to hold it. And NRG do have the Newcastle and the Catalyst on board. Of course, two incredible legends to lock down a position. You can make some deployable cover with Newcastle, and then you can, of course, pop out that Dark Veil if you need it.
Bleed Esports need 20 more points to hit match point. And they're currently taking a zipline past, a scenic one.
I love how it's
GG.
just not even worth shooting people on the Pathfinder zip anymore.
Just leave them.
Now, because of the charge, it's just like, we don't even need to shoot them. And also, if you're GG, you don't really want to bring any extra attention to yourselves. You just want to go about your business, allow everyone else to kill each other, and then you start to get involved later on. But you can see Guild need 5 points, Fnatic 8 points away, as are Moist. But we do have several teams here who could definitely reach match point here if Gaming Gladiators or Alliance do not make it and win the tournament here.
Well, it's interesting how this game feels a little bit different if you're one of those chasing packs as well, right? Because you're not really thinking about winning the game, so to speak. Obviously, you're trying to be involved in an end game. It's the best way to get points, but if you need 3 or 4 points, like we saw with the Lions in the last game, right? It's a team fight. It's an opportunity to get the points that you need to take advantage of. It's not about putting 15, 20 points on the board, as nice as it would be, and stay in that rhythm. But if you have an opportunity to find the kills that will get you across the line, you have to take it.
Well, elsewhere, Bleed Esports just got taken out. And it was Dreamfire who actually did the damage. But elsewhere, Falcons and Moist are currently scrapping, and Not Moist have already lost one.
Not Moist who need 8 points from the position they started in. Find themselves having a fight against one of the best fighting teams that you could ask for, but Zero's down. Jim Burton's going to leave Guild on his own, though, as he will find another knock here onto Walsey. Now, what do you do here? Guild looks like he's going to try and back away from this situation. Maybe thinking about wrapping back around that mountain range just to keep their game alive.
Several teams struggling a little bit, one of them being Alliance. Tyler will get the bat off. Him and Unlucky, we've already seen them get Hackis back up before. Can they do it again here? It's TSM pushing in and getting aggressive.
Tyler left on his own. Good shots coming in from him, but unfortunately E36 are just behind him as well, so this could be a match point team leaving our lobby. Alliance eliminated. TSM still just about alive, but it is a very weak pulse.
Well, we hand things back over to the Gaming Gladiators then, as TSM's Verhulst now just needs to escape and try and play safety. They are 13 points astray from that match point threshold, and Enterforce 36. It doesn't look like they want to let him escape.
Yeah, they want to cut him down. They want to find another KP themselves. And they're going to spot out Verhulst. But on the Bangalore, just makes it a little bit more difficult to hit those shots. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, as we see E36 chasing him down. Couple more fights starting to break out. Walsey is back on his feet. Guild has pulled off a miracle. And somehow or other, Not Moist are back in this game, everybody. 3 players back on their feet, ready to fight again.
The Team Falcons out again. No points scored. Down in the dumps, down in the bottom 10. You have to wonder, can you even recover from that with teams now so close to match point? As Gaming Gladiators have just taken to the sky, by the way. This is a huge evac that's happening. Blast is going to be the last to land, but have they found a spot to call home? It looks like the answer is yes. Cloud9 were here, but GG is safe for now.
Newcastle is down though. They're trying desperately to punch him back, but they're not going to be able to. They will get the banner. Light gets the armor swap as well to keep them alive. But alive is one thing. Kicking maybe not so much, because Lufka on the Newcastle will have to be respawned here. They do have a Moby.
Do have a mobile respawn beacon though.
C9 are pushing this. C9 recognize this. EMP goes down. Blast trying to pop that battery. In fact, it's just going to be shield cells. And I tell you what, GG! It's GG for them, as they will go as well. It means we have more Apex Legends. Neither of our match point teams will close it out here.
Match 8 will be here, but how many teams are going to be on match point? Not Moist, one of them closing in. 5 required here. Fnatic are on the other side of this, and they've already dealt with one of the best fighting teams in the world, but now we've seen how good Fnatic can be. Not Moist are really gonna have to try and force themselves out of this one.
I mean, Leica's just burning them. He's singeing them. Not Moist are crispy around the edges as well. It doesn't matter how moist you are. With that kind of flame down on the floor, trying to get the finish onto the knock. Guild will go down as well. So even though they are so close at the moment, Not Moist now It feels so far away, but look at this again. You've got to finish him off because Not Moist will rise from the ashes if you let him. Finally, Fnatic will send it, and Not Moist will be eliminated.
Not Moist will not cross match point, but Fnatic are closing in. They only need a couple of more. Imagine if Fnatic were to go on and win this tournament. By the way, TSM just were able to respawn back up as well, but they're currently scrapping here against Furia.
Fury looking to push this advantage. ARC-Stars are going to go in. Swing now comes in from Keon. That's going to be good for 1. It's going to be good for 2. And it will be the end of TSM's game.
But where do Furia go from here? Well, they've got to try and get through Exo Clan first, because Exo have heard all this commotion, and they've said, we fancy a bit of this. This could be some KP that we need.
Well, Furia did have an evac tower, but now are they going to have the time to use it? Because Exo have decided they want to try and take this fight. Maybe they thought a bit more damage was going to be done by TSM in that fight against Furia, and they could sweep in and have a comfortable third party. But instead, Furia already Evos, but Evos don't matter when you're hitting shots like Slayers.
One down on either side, though, and now K-Swinny needs to join the fray. Furia's been able to do a lot of damage, but can he do enough? Yes, you can. It was an isolated fight. Exo Clan will survive, but they have 12 seconds to move here.
Will be an evac on those bodies. Remember that they can rip if they need to get closer to that zone. Back in Echo HQ, though, Fnatic 2 points away. Another fight taking place here is going to be between SSG and C9. Phony hits some good shots, breaks the armor, Koifel comes in, and Koifel sweeps up.
And this is isolated right now, but remember, Exo Clan, Dreamfire, they're all going to be trying to arrive in the circle. Will SSG have time? It looks like yes. As Fnatic still holding off all these teams that are trying to arrive from the west.
I mean, as soon as this cat wall goes down, Fnatic are going to be licking their lips. There is an opportunity for them to look over all of this carnage that's going down. Dreamfire eliminated and maybe find the KP that they need. They're on 49 points. It's 1 more point for Fnatic, and they will be on match point.
Just 1 more placement as well, and they could be there. I think if they just play this patient, which they do, as they move up now to 7th place, it secures match point, and Fnatic will join Alliance and Gaming Gladiators.
Noctum scan gone, Liquid Alienware gone as well, as we find ourselves now with 6 squads remaining in our endgame. Make it 5 as Exo Clan will be eliminated as Guild Esports announce themselves as another team who will fight for the championship in this next game. They have hit match point.
Next up is going to be VK Gaming and SSG. They're both only 3 points away from match point as well. We may go from just 2 teams with a chance to win to suddenly 6 if this plays out correctly. Now, VK Gaming will be on the northeast side. They arguably have to go through SSG here, so maybe only one of them could reach match point if that fight does occur.
It's a really tough rotate for them to make, though. You can see they've got to walk down that hill towards zone. Fnatic at the moment are having some fun, though. Yuka going to come back to his teammates after taking a little bit of damage, quite a lot of damage, actually, as NRG now move to have a little look at things. Nocturnal's in that feed once again, and this time it's the Bocek, not the Devo, that's making Guild feel the pain.
Where do VK Gaming go here? The drone is going to give them all the information, and with that information, let's jump into a listen-in with VK Gaming and see how they feel.
没事，我给你们套。他盾我拆掉了没动，3个人还在。OK， 我们这边拆了，要打的时候说。可能贴，80炮到。等，敌的盾要留一下。在盯我们，主要在盯我们。跟他们爆了，到时候都行。90帮他，5颗星我们要点，5颗星我们要点，95。小野准备了。这边往下跟着过来。哎，完了，别。拉我！往前吧！啊，不行，这个盾没了，贴了。
It's a desperate play from VK, but it will be SSG who come in to sweep behind, and have they just done enough, Dan?
Yes, they have. They'll cross match point as well. So we now have 5 teams there. But NRG are also closing in. 3 squads left. 1 more team fight. Or even a win here for NRG would have sent them through as well. And I think they know it as they wait behind this rock, as they want SSG and Fnatic to fight. So Fnatic have already crossed it, SSG have already crossed it, but NRG are hoping, praying that they fight one another.
Well, the crazy thing for NRG is I don't think they realize Fnatic are a duo at the moment. If they do, they could send it and get those two KP and the placement point that would send them over the line. So for NRG, there's an opportunity here. Maybe they're just waiting for Fnatic to show, let the zone do the damage, and then play off the back of it.
Well, have they shown enough? You can see Nocturnal considering it. He's getting closer. He certainly saw two heads pop up. Will they be able to join and make it 6 match point teams going into the next? The zone's about to close, so they are going to be forced out slightly, but SSG are beginning to encroach on their space.
Nocturnal! Oh, Nocturnal! This man has put on an absolute show for everybody today. 2 more for him, and that puts NRG onto match point.
Can you follow it up with a win, though? That's the real question, as now SSG closed it.
SSG will move in. Nocturnal can't quite pull off a miracle, but they have done enough. NRG will hit match point. SSG, the winners of this game, will hit match point as well. And boy, oh boy, did the chasing pack turn up. Now we have multiple teams, 6 in total, who will have the chance to close it out and call themselves champions.
And this is what I was worried about when I said, if you're Alliance, if you're GG, you will be kicking yourself if you don't take that opportunity in this game, because everyone was starting to get a little bit too close for comfort. But Storm Point just hasn't been the map for GG, and sadly wasn't for Alliance either. But now suddenly you have 6 teams, and a couple of those teams, Storm Point has been a good map for them. And NRG, they may have lost that team fight right at the end, but it was job done. It was SSG, though, who take the victory and go on to match point. And there's also a man on your screen who's already managed to hoist the trophy once. Can he do it again?
Zainu looking to add to the collection. He's going to need a bigger shelf if SSG manage to close out in this next game. But like I mentioned, now it starts to get to a situation where people aren't focusing the 1 or 2 teams that they think are going to be on match point, because we are now in a situation where multiple teams is almost too much to track for some of these teams to try and eliminate. We are now into the gauntlet. We are now down to the favorite bit of the tournament, I think, for everybody, where so many teams have made it. Now we look at who's going to win it.
Yeah, it's the what if, though. It's the what if another team is able to get a victory, because if you are one of those teams in the chasing back, the one way to secure yourself staying in the tournament is by winning a game. The only way we can do that is to go for a quick break. But when we're back, we have match 8 here at the ALGS Split 2 playoffs.
Going down.
Wait,
now
they're still solo, still alive.
Taking two, I'm taking two. Nice. Listen, we just push this team up high and we chill.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's 2 down there, guys. Pretty sure it's 2 down there, okay?
Okay. There it is. It's 2 man.
I'm like, running in our front.
Bing one.
20.
I can't see him. He's
He's
on
under the gunner. That's your kills. That's your kills. Fight.
Look.
One
They
died.
don't
They died. I'm waiting. I'll be above me. Fight.
Yeah.
Fake crack.
Nice.
Let's get you. Triple down you. Got that.
Nice.
Look at you guys. Overloading.
Got the one. On me.
Nice.
1-1. Last one.
Let's go.
After 7 games, we welcome 6 teams at match point for our Split 2 playoffs. Is this it? Is it time? We'll have to see. We still have another game on Storm Point, and the competition is getting even tighter.
So often we'll see teams get close but not quite be able to make it over the hump. I guess you could say VKG is in that position here, hiding behind that Newcastle wall. It felt like there was a chance that they were going to walk away with that game, but they don't. I think it was 48 points. They were so close. But so many other teams do get that chance, do get that opportunity now.
I cannot believe this. First it was 2 teams, and now we welcome 4 more after our 7th match results. Space Station take the dub with 13 KP. The same Space Station, by the way, who had the roughest start in this finals lobby, really showcasing that when they get the ball rolling, that momentum keeps going forward when they are feeling themselves taking these fights.
2 bagels to start off with, but hey, like a good tennis match, sometimes it goes all 5 sets, and we are still here, still playing some good top-level Apex in match 8 of our match point finals for the Split 2 playoffs.
That's why you don't want to burn out your wins a little too early. Now being able to see the showcase of matches put on thus far, double-digit KP. As we take a look at the series results now, look at this. 6 teams, and there could be way more going into this next game. Like you mentioned, Genome, VKG, 48 points, not Moist, 5 points away from also hitting match point.
And it's the global series here with EMEA, then NA, then EMEA, then APAC North, then North America, then APAC South. We've got it all to play for here, and representatives from our 4 major regions showing up and giving every place around the world, every country that has Apex fans in it, a hope that they could walk away lifting the trophy after this match.
What's crazy is I was just talking about this yesterday, the Wraith old running animation, Naruto run back, although shifting her box. Hold on. The OGs remember. Navi's not here. They were. Honestly, a shame though, but we got some of the best Apex legends in this lobby right now. The fans showing their support at the SAP Arena. But you also have to talk about the mental boom that some teams may feel where they got a huge head start. Now it's starting to stagnate a little bit. As we go on through more of these games, as we approach game number 8, we all know what it feels like when you play a lot of Apex back to back with little breaks in between.
Well, whatever Space Station are doing, I think they should keep doing it. It seems to be working. I mean, look, they're running that aggressive composition with the Crypto, the Bangalore, and the Fuse. And they've picked up 23 kills in the last 2 games. They are farming, and if they can continue to do that, well, could be their turn for victory. But definitely some, I guess when you get to this point, Vicky, you got to think about, hey, which teams can still win that would make this series go to the next game? And there's definitely those around. We've got Not Moist sitting at 45 points. VK Gaming showing up. They're at 48. I mean, TSM just behind them. It's interesting. You get, it'll just be every couple of games, one of these top teams will pick up, a nice bunch of points, and then they move forward. They catapult up the scoreboard, and it really is Not Moist. TSM, I feel like, have been waiting for one of those for a little while.
I mean, when you take a look at the way that Space Station just won that last game, landing over by Launchpad, not having so much space to have to take when it comes to making those rotates, but also looking at the teams that have already hit match point, like NRG at one point was in last place Another team that was able to skyrocket after making some adjustments going from World's Edge into Stormpoint.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about refueling. Look, I went and grabbed 2 schnitzels while we were waiting there, and the players got that opportunity as well after match 6. Or in Australia, we like to call them schnitties, actually.
Oh, that's actually, okay, that's fantastic. That sounds like an Australian thing, honestly. I've yet to try one yet. Hopefully I'll get an opportunity. Fuel me up.
Not gonna lie, they do them pretty damn well here in Germany.
I mean, that makes sense, right? The place to get them, the place to be. Especially when you hear this crowd right next to me. The teams that are lit up, by the way, on this stage are the teams that are currently at match point. The EXO fans jumping up and down right next to me as well, just cheering for the EXO boys.
Look, even though EXO find themselves in 14th spot at the moment, not quite on match point themselves, I can't imagine they're going to walk away with this day, from this day with anything but a smile on their face. Such is the incredible support that they have.
And what, we got like 3 teams right now from EMEA sitting at match point. We're getting set up here for our game 8 as we continue on through Stormpoint. Players are locked in. Look at Space Station. Getting set up, but still being able to feel that momentum as we get ready, everybody. Time to get hyped here in the arena. Are you set up for some more Apex Legends? Because I sure am. This could be it. This could be the moment. 6 teams sitting right now on the chance to hoist that Split 2 playoffs trophy. Let's get started.
Well, it'll be me and Vicky taking you through the next 2 games, and how long will we be here for? I don't know. Could be now, could be next match. I mean, I said Moist in 10, and you know what? At this point, I'm still sticking to that, Vicky.
It may not be the team that I was looking at, but I did expect this to go at least to game 8. We're gonna have to see, but you know me, Gino. I'm always down for some more Apex, especially to the caliber that we've been seeing it thus far. We tune into Space Station after their recent dub, and also gonna be able to see their loot pattern being over here by Launchpad, maybe going a little bit more over to the north side, seeing where the circle pulls.
Okay. Next ring comes in. It's around Stormcatcher. Interesting. At some point, we were thinking about all the places we'd seen the circles so far in this series, and I remember someone saying, hey, we haven't had one, up around near Lightning Rod yet, maybe even on the hill below Thunderwatch. This one, there's a chance we get something like that, but there's still a bit of that command center hill in there as well. Either way, elevation is definitely going to be an issue.
I agree, and that is what Stormpoint provides, right? The high to low ground disparity between the north side of Stormpoint into that south side. And you know what, you mentioned Lightning Rod Circle. We got enough of those last year. We had to mix things up a lot after the action that we saw from TSM.
So Guild with the quick rotation, that suits them. It suits their game plan, and it suits the fact that they have just reached match point. Fnatic coming down from, or up from Barometer. As we said, they're going to have to fight uphill. That will be tough. Moist will be looking to farm points out of Cenote Caves. Hopefully, their brute strength will get them through and pick up those extra points on the way to 50.
I'm also thinking about the teams that rotate from the south side here of Stormpoint and the ring beacons that are accessible during that pathing, specifically Launchpad being one of them, Echo HQ if any team wants to wrap around and play more so by the edge, Complexity being one of those teams that have already made their rotate off the Trident into the line of sight of NRG, while not Moist being the only team here in Cenote as they do land here in this POY, but they'll have information with the survey beacon to see where everybody has already congregated.
Fnatic actually taking their time in Barometer, so we'll see after Moist try and grab some scans from the survey beacons on the way through. They look for those early fights. So many teams sitting on match point right now, 6 we've got. They are not going to be looking for those early fights. That much we know, unless it is for a phenomenal position. That's a big risk to take.
And that's what we see from our match point teams, playing a lot more reserved, which could be out of their actual element where they find themselves a little bit more uncomfortable. We've even seen it with Gaming Gladiators getting a little excited as Jaguares is able to get away, feeling pinched, though off to the other side, is able to pop, or not, rather, no, Yanya was able to pop the shield back here. They lose out on Jaguares, and Nizel forced to drop down. They immediately push in, and Liquid in a lot of trouble now as Noctem is able to find 2.
11th versus 12. And then we've got over here, it's TSM coming through Secret. I think that's Makers on the other side. This is such a great spot to hold, and especially if you have Newcastle, Watson, any of that kind of composition coming for you. Gaming Gladiators, now they are also prioritizing this position, but we see Blast get picked off on the fly in.
Oh, when they were trying to go into that cliffside building, Blast now gets res thanks to Lufka. He backs away. Get down, Mr. President, with the Newcastle wall. But this is going to be very difficult. The team not giving up the hype just yet. Looking to see if maybe there's other teams within the vicinity before they give up not only the hype, but now they're just letting Gaming Gladiators reset.
I mean, look, they do get back up and running, but they do not get that position that they were desperately looking for. You saw them, they tried to land up there on the balcony. Incredibly strong spot. Sure, they would have had to worry about Makers, TSM, those teams that are behind them. But if you can ward off those threats in a circle like this, that is one of the strongest positions in the game.
And with TSM and Makers sharing that building too, TSM still has to pay attention to their backs while looking at Gaming Gladiators, preventing them from being able to come up for free. Although you will definitely be able to hear them, it's something to note with Gaming Gladiators now forced to play behind that tree for only cover. And all of these teams have already found space on top of Stormcatcher, underneath Stormcatcher as well. So with all these squads now just completely congested from this side, I'm thinking about teams that do like to take their time, like Alliance, going to be able to rotate from that north side.
Here we get an overview of a couple of those teams on the separate levels of Stormcatcher. Most of these teams won't have too much to do for a while, but NRG looking to get a little bit active. I mean, look, almost 400 energy ammo in the bag now for Nocturnal. May as well use some of that to try and get purple before it is too late.
More than enough for him to work with while they stay posted up here. And we saw the shots onto Noct earlier because it's C9 who are also within this building. A lot of areas here actually in Stormcatcher within the building itself that a lot of teams could split hold while Bleed on the high ground also. Gonna be able to look down at all the teams that have gone for a slower rotate who didn't have that POI advantage. Falcons being one of them, who are on the southeast side of Command Center out by the tree.
NRG was such a powerhouse for such a long time. Top finishes in North America in the Pro League. Top finishes at LAN, and then we had a drop-off for them. There were some people, I think, who didn't believe. Said, hey, maybe Nocturnal's a bit too old. Maybe he should be retiring. Well, he's looking to shut them up right here and right now.
Hodstick, their coach, sitting in the back like, that is crazy while he's still standing there. But let's be honest, you know, you and I were able to talk to Energy, specifically Nocturnal, and they really didn't sound too confident while we were in transit on the way over here before day one even started. Yet here they are in the finals lobby, sitting at match point, sitting in the middle of Stormcatcher. But if this circle ends up continuously pulling up towards the north, we know what that's going to mean for the teams that would have to funnel in that direction, for the teams that already have height up on top of the hill.
Yeah, exactly. If it is one of those Thunderwatch hill endings, it can be very hard to play, right? Newcastle will help you. There are some spots on the way up that hill. Usually they've got too many sight lines. You're running back and forth, popping bang smokes behind you, in front of you, trying to juggle the aggro of other teams. But all of a sudden, if you've got a permanent place to play behind with the Newcastle wall, it could be very doable. And it's Enter Force 36 and Guild, the match point team, who are currently on the northern side of that hill.
What's scary about this is aside from Guild, on that north side, you have to imagine the other different edge teams that are also sitting at match point. Alliance over by the west side, exiting out of command center.
We're having a look at SSG on the backside here of Secret. Now, there's a window, but it's closing of when they can come in here and start trying to take position behind those other teams like TSM and Makers. And if SSG wait too long, they could themselves get wrapped up by Complexity or Moist.
But Complexity actually end up moving away from that DBZ building next to the Evil Harvester by Cliffside, so SSG actually don't have to worry too hard about a team trying to contest them on the edge of that zone. Until they have to move in, though, you know there's a lot of open area once that circle is forced to close behind your back, and there's teams like Dreamfire that have found space inside that building off to the side of Stormcatcher, and then even Complexity could look at them if they're safe behind that gas station.
I mean, I guess SSG have options, though, because they could go through Secret, but as this map shows, there will be a bit of space in front of them, close to the area where Dark Zero took home land.
Also have to watch out for a team that may want to end up rotating in that direction. Makers being on that low ground. TSM having to look at their backs. Now Moist, though, have actually opted to commit to rotating off through the Spider Caves south of Space Station.
This is the perfect spot for Not Moist. I think if you're coming in this late in the game, this is an area with a little bit of space and a little bit of separation from the other teams that you can try and play for a powerful spot that hopefully you don't get third-partied on. With Complexity ahead of them, they have to worry and hope that they don't start looking at their backs too soon.
Scary though, because when you're in a position like Not Moist, when you're so close to match point and you could find yourself possibly pinched, they hear the crypto drone from Complexity flying around them, Space Station 2, looking at Not Moist. Not Moist may want to opt to just end up rotating from the south side, take a little bit of that ring damage because it's less contested, but although when that circle does end up showing where it's going to pull, this really will determine whether Not Moist stays in this spot, fights for this position, or if they want to go from the south side up the hill where Noctem is at.
And they'll get that info in less than 10 seconds. A couple of teams still within command center, by the way. Furia, Alliance, all playing around that area. They might even be able to hide in that little part where the gravity cannon comes out the top. It's a big shift. I'm not sure that was a gasp I heard across the crowd there as they realized it wouldn't be the hill, but in fact Stormcatcher and the buildings to the east of it where the circle will end.
Where all these teams are on top of each other. Guild would be forced to slide down. The same thing for Gaming, Not Moist. Now taking the shots onto Space Station after seeing the circle pull. They aren't going to wrap from the south. They want to commit to moving here, and Complexity aren't going to contest them outside the building.
I mean, you can see Waltz is actually taking a bunch of zone damage right now, just looking for that extra angle to pen SSG in. We said SSG have got options, but Moist trying to take those options away from them.
And that's the opening right here for Moist. They lose out on Phony, who cannot get away even when he was able to pop that shield bag just briefly before Walsey was trying to take it off angle. And TSM, by the way, are hearing this fight go down. They're actually appearing from the bunker doors. Not Moist. See SSG in their line of sight. We see Yuka taking shots with the Kraber. It is fighting non-stop from the south side here. Yuka gets the knock. Onto Nocturne here. Fnatic playing by the Trident. He's able to reset here with his shield. He shoots right with the Havoc on the other side. An EMP following up because VKG are also looking at this fight happening between Nocturne and Fnatic.
A lot of teams now swinging a little further south. And Fnatic, they need to clear out this position ahead of them. Zainu, the single member left alive as he fires some parting shots at Moist, who actually try and fly into the zone. They don't want the walk up. Interesting decision as we go back down south to the gravity cannon.
Oh, Yuka getting the finishing blow here. Moist currently at 47 points, by the way, after they were able to get those initial knocks into Space Station with some help from TSM. Now, as TSM fully collapsed onto Makers, it was inevitable, and TSM have now cleared that bunker cliffside building. They still are by the lip of the platform, but they will eventually have to move.
They could jump down. GG will be below them. welcoming them into the next zone. SSG, Zainu trying to rat now near Dreamfire and Complexity. I'm expecting this zone to shift to the east, away from the main Stormcatcher building. And yes, it goes directly on top of Dreamfire and Complexity.
Zainu's still alive, trying to make a play with the mother load. Well, the fighting now has finally begun after the teams have funneled their way outside of Command Center. Furier, by the way, are still on top of the very high ground of Command Center where the gravity cannon is, and they can actually third-party this fight if they time it properly.
I mean, let's say this game were to end now. Zainu staying alive a bit longer could mean that SSG maintain that second spot. When 5 points behind them, Fnatic and Alliance trying desperately to both catch up and finish it here and now.
Let's not forget, second place walks away with $160,000. Still having to play for that money. As we see the circle pulling towards Complexity and Dreamfire towards the east of this POI. Falcons get eliminated. It is Alliance blasting away at Falcons' dreams. 17 squads left and Furia. They take the gravity cannon. They try to time it and they jump unlucky.
Hackett, as we said, trying to get above SSG right now. Can he do it? The EMP comes out.
Wait a minute, Hockey's trying to be the savior. He's got help from Tyler. He's able to reset his shield. Madness is out of there. You also saw in your feeds that Space Station get eliminated. Higher possibility here with Alliance now. Looking to see where that straggler is from Fury. They cannot find him. So now this has to be the chance for them to make moves because the circle's closing in and they're feeling pressure from NRG who are on that height. Fnatic fly in. They find space underneath a Stormcatcher, but we know how open these different angles are in this position.
Multiple teams are going to be watching Alliance as the zone chases them in. It's going to be a struggle to do anything more. Alliance actually getting the respawn in just at that moment. In the meantime, Fnatic have taken a hit.
Waiting out for his smoke nades. 5 more seconds, and he's still in the line of sight of a team on the low ground. Oh, Yuka with the Kraber. He is moving, breaking ankles, finds Madness. 15 squads left. He can't shoot through the smoke here, but he is going to try to come into the res. But Alliance are waiting right on top of them.
Meanwhile, from the north, Guild come down the hill. They sneak in. Only 1 point from a placement point have they accrued this game, but I like their position. Somehow Alliance make it into this next ring, but Tyler gets removed just as quickly as they exit from the dropship.
4 teams that are a match point are left in this lobby as Alliance get taken down. Guild being one of them, now looking at Fnatic, TSM, and Gaming Gladiators safely inside of that only northern building in that next zone. It is going to be a bloodbath for the teams that have to rotate out of Stormcatcher.
GG take that position away from Dreamfire, someone who could have kept the series running.
What? Madness with the clutch res. He has brought back the rest of Furia in this lobby.
It feels crazy that Furia are sitting down at 18th spot right now after the tournament that they have had. Someone like VKG, a lot further up, not Moist, up to 49 points now. Them and VKG searching for those last few points to try and get across the line.
Look at Not Moist right now. They are sitting with 49 points. They need one more kill to also be at match point. Playing this methodically here on that south side of Stormcatcher, up on the high ground. The circle closing in. Can they get that KP as Fnatic are also going for a crazy res? Furia getting eliminated in 12. Guild Esports playing off the low ground by the fence line, by the buildings.
Yeah, they just sneak into this next zone. Great spot for Guild, as long as they just need a little bit here to set up, and they're going to be in such a great spot. Not Moist. Coming in now, Fnatic, Cloud9, so many teams stream towards the circle, but many of them won't make it.
Can't destroy the EMP in town. Right now, Moist confirmed at 50 points. Moist at match points officially. Guild, though, still alive here on the other side.
They get across to 50 points, but they would still need that one more win, Vicky. It's Timmy, though. I don't know if he's going to survive this without the rest of his teammates. And we've still got so many teams, 3 left alive with the match point eligibility right now.
And Moist aren't the only team that now are sitting at match point. TSM need only 1 more kill to meet them in the match point club. Can they do it? C9 on the other side of Guild, but it's going to be difficult. You still have 3 teams that are match point alive in this end circle out of the 7.
Well, we've got 2 buildings on either side of this zone. It's actually very equally distributed. They're both going to have to get out of this as they come from the south and the north. Eventually, they'll leave these buildings and we'll see who will be left alive.
TSM at 50 points. They officially make it to match point. And Timmy trying to stay alive, but Moist get eliminated. But they've done enough. Now, their hopes and dreams waiting to see the outcome of this lobby.
Guild are starting to move around now. I like this. They want to clear out Cloud9 from this position. They know that their side of the fence will get taken out of the zone first, so they make a move. They're proactive, and as we can see now, Cloud9 from down the hill are going to have a problem.
Calm before the storm. Look where Energy is positioned, taking shots from the cable cart. Bleed playing right underneath them. Guild playing off the fence line. C9 looking at Guild as C9 are going to desperately be in the line of sight of both Guild and Bleed.
Okay, Mozam's Eva come out now as Guild are getting into an unlucky fight here and will get taken out. Unfortunately, the engagement with Cloud9 happens at the same time. TSM and Bleed still trying to keep this series going, but NRG are well set up here.
The TSM chants are ringing through the crowd now. This is their moment. The double catwall that you saw. Gaming Gladiators hiding behind the new castle knockdown, but he does not have a gold knockdown shield. They do not get the full reset as quickly as they want, as now NRG are forced to collapse on Bleed.
Oh no, Bleed take a knock, and NRG looks so safe behind all of their walls. 5 teams. 4 teams now left alive. Reptar with even the overshield to help him through this last circle.
Is this the moment though? NRG in a tough position. TSM hailing from the high ground, looking like vultures. This is their moment. Unless you think we have more games of Apex. TSM versus Bleed and TSM. Keep this series going.
Relief, elation, confidence. All of those flowing out of the different members of TSM right now. Once it would have been Raven shaking their hand, but Talmadge taking the helm.
Remember, I did say TSM and 8, except they weren't at match point yet.
I think you might have left something out there.
Oh, they win game 8. The sigh of relief as we get more Apex Legends at the Split 2 playoffs. They heard the chants. They felt your energy. Huge dub here for TSM. Imagine in that final circle, Gino. It was Bleed versus TSM. Who even had Gaming Gladiators out there, Guild on top of it. How close that could have been. And just ending it right there. Now we welcome even more teams on match point.
2 more. TSM with a big win, shoot all the way over the top into 3rd place with 63 points. Also joining them is Not Moist. They managed to get a respectable 6 and move just past into 51. VKG still trail. They needed 2 points and they only managed 1 of them. 49 points now, them and Bleed very close to stepping over, but they don't just need to step over now, they need to step up and win a game to keep the series alive.
Oh, the chants. I love the pan that we saw earlier from Verho's brother in the crowd, the pop-up from the TSM fans. Imagine the story. Imagine As the next map would be World's Edge, we take a look at the 9th match results. TSM with 13 KP.
It's pretty huge. Coming into this game, they had 38 points. By no means were they guaranteed to move forward, but they do in stylish fashion as well. That was a hard end circle to play. So many ultimates coming in at the same time. Dark Veils, EMPs, and somehow they still come out on top.
By the way, this is match 8 results. Getting a little ahead of ourselves. Can you imagine? Maybe predicting the future. You guys can't leak the script yet. But Bleed also with 8 KP, 17 extra points. They're inching closer and closer, Genome, to meet the rest of these teams at match point.
Alliance went out early, but they did pick up 6 KP. And that's important because they are still now in second spot, ahead of 3 different teams on 63, by the way.
Making sure that that gap is just big enough. It is getting hot here in the arena while taking a look at the series results. Look at this, 8 teams right now at match point. I mean, these match point finals, Genome, just keep getting longer and longer, but I'm not complaining. This is what makes Apex Finals as good as it is.
I mean, we've tinkered with the format a little here and there, Vicky, and I think the fact that we've taken away those advanced starting points have made a difference here.
Absolutely has, and look how close VK Gaming is by a single point. Bleed again, like right behind them. Slight gap, but still very possible for Complexity to have that pop-off game as we make our way over to changing up the map into World's Edge. Also shifting things here for the teams that may find that success here, but it's getting so close. I keep elaborating on this like you saw here, Genome. It's been insane, and the crowd has been going wild. I want to hear more from Peeps, who is sitting with the fans.
Vicky, thank you so much. I am here with some TSM fans. I know we just interviewed the Verhulst brothers, but after that win, we got to talk. Listen, after that win, how you feeling?
Absolutely excited about TSM win. I'm really confident to you guys. You will get the champion today. I absolutely believe myself and your teams. Don't worry about it. I will confident it.
All right, well, you heard it here, man. That is nothing but faith. So listen, talk to the people back home that are watching right now. What are they missing?
So for people who miss about TSM just win again, absolutely outstanding. They got a really good spot. And next round, they're gonna dominate in this champion to Germany. You will be seeing about it.
All right, man. That is passion. That is nothing but faith. I mean, I think that's it. Des, back to you.
Thank you so much, Peeps. I love the energy. It is absolutely possible. Can you imagine the story that could happen here if TSM get to hoist another trophy? Or can it be another region here? I mean, it's the Global Series for a reason, and with more teams at match points, I'm getting excited, everyone. This is the passion of Apex that we share.
I mean, TSM have won back-to-back-to-back series, or games, should I say, to take it out before. Why not another back-to-back to win here?
Very possible with a nice flyby of our teams that are getting ready to go. Imagine with a circle pool like that, the amount of teams that were banking on a Stormcatcher pool, but honestly, most of the times that we see a zone like that, Gino, when we see that it is going through the Stormcatcher before it completely shifts, either away or closer, it ends up usually pulling away, where the demise of a lot of these teams ends up being with the squads that have to force their way outside of Stormcatcher, because when you do drop down, you're still on that slight low ground. You have to climb uphill at the teams that already found space on that lot.
Yeah, and it just doesn't finish in Stormcatcher, right? So you know that moment is coming at some point. It's just whether you were one of the teams with priority and you grabbed the buildings, or you're one of the teams who can somehow carve a space outside of that. And you saw very few teams do that. Cloud9, I mean, they tried to go down the bottom, but eventually ran into Guild. It was like, there was almost just no way for those teams to come out on top.
All right, everyone. The game has started here. The fire is out. We aren't gonna take any breaks here. It's just full throttle at this point. Not holding any momentum for our teams. Again, as we move over to World's Edge.
Another swap of maps. With only a few teams prioritizing their picks here, Vicky, does this mean we're back to gaming Gladiators' stronghold? Of course, they won 2 out of the, how many World's Edge have we played so far? 4, I guess? They've won 50% of the games that we played on World's Edge so far.
That's insane.
And they got so close to winning the Mirage one as well.
We were all sitting on the edge of our seat there. In a game like that, getting a little excited with little to no cover on top of that Mirage corner. Utilizing that Newcastle wall early, but not in the best position. Learning from their mistakes, we see the Legend select. And this could be the moment, everyone.
By the way, I think if my math is correct, they're averaging 15 points a game on World's Edge right now. That is a truly wild number. I mean, this is the hardest lobby in the world. And these guys have been dominating it on World's Edge. Can they do it here in match 9? Or will it be one of the other teams? So many that have joined them on match point since.
As the best in the world compete all together in this possible final game. The tension is high for the teams that haven't been able to perform. A team that everyone saw as the super team that are currently sitting in 19th place with only 20 points. This meta has not been friendly to Falcons in the way that they play, but this opens up new avenues for the teams that are vying to be your Split 2 playoffs winners.
No, you're right. Why are we talking about TSM getting back-to-back-to-backs when Hal has joined Team Falcons for the super team, as you said? Surely it's Falcons coming from behind who can upset this lobby. It's kind of crazy calling it an upset with Falcons, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
How are we in that spot?
It just is insane to be able to see how so much has changed with a new season in Apex Legends, a new meta, new weapon compositions with a double Mozams, the loop bin resets. There's just so much that goes into a play with the way that these teams want to play for positioning in end zone.
And when we get those massive changes that Apex does on the regular every season, we're getting fresh content, fresh changes, and that, of course, plays out in the top level here in competitive Apex esports. But usually we say, hey, it's the teams that have the support staff, right, that do very well. And, well, it hasn't worked out so far for Falcons.
I mean, with a northern zone like this, though, it could absolutely bode well for Guild, Not Moise, even VKG that are just a point away from being at match point themselves. Gaming Gladiators at land Sky West that are going to take all the loot by Sky West and Trials, and they'll get information from their server beacon when they see everybody already rotating quickly into Skyhook, a zone that we know so many teams can coexist in with the amount of buildings. So you can expect a very stacked end game in a zone like this.
I mean, Guild are going to be ropeable. They didn't get beacon this game, Vicky, so they've had to hedge their bet and play from the tunnel. If they had have, they could have made a much more educated guess or perhaps rotated even faster for a better position. As is, they will be playing above teams in Skyhook. Now, going over to Epicenter, we've got Alliance. Of course, they get Overlook in 11th pick. That was their first choice in the entire POI draft. And it hasn't netted them a ring console either, so they have to take further time going through Epicenter. A couple of these teams on match point not blessed with a ring console.
Yeah, it does work with Alliance in this case as they like to rotate slowly here. They will have that information now and maybe even plan to engage onto Not Moist, another team that likes to rotate slowly, playing much more aggressively even when they are at match point. Alliance looking ahead as we take a look at the action over by Skyhook. In a zone like this, we've seen a few times where the circle ends up pulling towards that northeastern building. Sometimes that truck outside of the tower. Gonna have to see as Team Falcons mentality here, trying to reset as we go again into World's Edge.
Apparently not a fan of the Gold R301. Just saw that get snubbed at the care package, but obviously, there we go, thank you. Not enough ammo next to it, who knows. But either way, they keep going. Through Monument, through Fragment, TSM have lost on reps, and it's Monsoon on the charge rifle. What a menace.
No, every time you see that charge rifle, of course it's gonna be Monsoon.
Great spot for it too.
And there, yeah, exactly. Whenever you're on top of here, you know you're gonna be blasting everybody with a sniper, and with Monsoon being the only person, the only breed of person to like the charge rifle, he makes it work best. Good spot for them to hold for now. An Alliance here, while TSM are gonna be able to bring reps in. That's big news for TSM fans to keep the dreams alive. Alliance still a lot more slower, as you saw that they were trying to get information by Grandma's house.
Yeah, they're currently in it. C9 just a little bit further south. We have seen big pulls over here, by the way. I mean, I remember one specifically from APAC South where almost every team went into Skyhook. It pulled directly back to Grandma's house. It was a different season. It means different zones, but you never know. Maybe Alliance get lucky on this one.
Reps having to reloot now too. Look at his ammo right now. Did have information to see where that next one was pulling, which is why they find themselves early in this building, but while also keeping an eye on the teams that may be neighboring them. Believe that could be Space Station here, as Zap is gonna take some shots with the Havoc. No turbocharger on there yet. And he's got the mother load also ready to go, but I'm not expecting these teams to overcommit unless they want to force their way into a building.
I mean, for two reasons, right? One, because it's a Skyhook zone, and teams have a lot of buildings to get into and set up. We don't have to worry about those rotations and fights usually until about zone 4. But the second one, of course, is we've now got 8 teams on match point. And with so many in that enviable spot, they don't want to take more risks than they absolutely have to.
Oh my, the moment you poke a toe outside though, C9 and TSM feel pressure from the teams to their north. C9 lose out on Chaotic. Nadi's gonna be able to pop that shield bat. Again, it's like we mentioned, no one's gonna fully collapse or give up this space. They're just gonna be here and grief the other teams if they have the ammo to boost up those evos. Monsoon literally one shot away from purple.
Of course, Monsoon on the M&K helps him out a bit with those long-range sniper shots. He's got the 6x there, and the circle does go Skyhook. Alliance stuck in Grandma's Grandma's house there. Have a rough road ahead of them. So too do Falcons.
Grandma's got a lot of grandkids out here. The way that we rotate through Grandma's house. Team Falcons backed away though, giving respect to Alliance, but also being wary of the teams that could possibly third party if they do want to fully engage, because Dreamfire and Liquid Alienware are right around the corner.
Now, the fact that it's gone northwest as far as Skyhook is concerned may have actually worked into Guild's favor. We said before they had to hedge their bets, and it's kind of worked out for them. But Makers and Moist are on the back side of this, and as they come up from the eastern side, let's have a listen to see how Moist are going to make this rotation.
Yeah, we shoot. I can't see yet. I'm coming. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here.
Super gun.
I think we're trying to rotate. Yeah, we need to get behind these guys. Yeah, I'm going.
Yep, I'm gonna play the cart.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on top of the cart.
They're trying to run up.
There's a guy on the tracks on our left.
Bang, bang.
I'm banging on the same. Banks flush, banks flush.
I'm swinging the wall team, I'm swinging the wall team, I'm swinging the wall team. Yep.
What?
There's a team deep, there's a team deep all the way
on the track. I'm swinging the wall team.
Yeah, I'm going
back.
back.
Come back. What's happening, Timmy?
There's a team all the way at the beginning of the tracks.
Yeah, I think it's a team playing tunnel, playing big.
Yeah, I do. Come here.
Okay, then I think we need to fight these guys.
Yeah, we do. I'm just saying.
Okay. You have fuse ult? Yeah, I do. I'm gonna wait for him to EMP to fuse ult.
Yep. I'm gonna ping now. I'm EMPing now. They have no Watson. Hit them all. Hit all of them.
Newcastle one. Fuse ulting. I can fuck them. I'm gonna nade the fuck out of them. Nading. Watch out on me. Nice. On me. Last one. Res. New team here, new team here, new team here.
Run to me, run.
Ready. I might die.
Lots almost cracked.
I might die.
Run. Oh, you go. Trying. Run to me, run.
Yep.
Guild comes so far out of their spot in the tunnel. They were safe and sound, but they wanted to make sure that no one was on their doorstep. And Moist, after winning that fight with Makers, now are in Struggle Town.
This is so smart from Guild because they know that if any team is going to fight on the outside of zone over to the east, it has to be not Moist. They want to secure their chance at being the team to take this game to prevent Moist, who are sitting at match point, from clutching it out, but they still managed to get away. They probably could clutch out a res.
And remember, it was an early rotate play for Guild, so getting access to, 5 death boxes there is incredibly important for their mid to end game, as the tunnel is going to be an awesome spot for the Australian squad to play from.
Gaming Gladiators, you saw right there, just straight chilling as Falcons get taken out in 18th by Dreamfire with some help from Monsoon. As you know, they were holding that middle sniper tower.
I mean, if you want to talk about momentum, there is a complete lack of inertia for the super team right here in our finals.
There you go. Timmy's picked up the banners. Huge change here that we've seen with the Cryptos. And also huge moves here for Not Moist because they're one of the teams that don't have a support legend. They can't risk letting those banners time out because you can't replicate it. And maybe even taking their time, depending on where Timmy wants to get the res, perhaps by survey with the drone here.
I mean, this is a great outcome for Guild. Not only does all of that happen, but they don't get their spot nicked in the tunnels. It's going to be such a great walk-in for them. There'll be a couple of teams they have to worry about, but now we look at Fnatic down near the zone.
What I love about this timing is that Guild cannot extend on this because of the fact that they've been out of that tunnel side for so long to take that fight initially to Not Moist. It's also allowed teams like Noctum to continue on from the mouth of that track building here, off to the side here by those bins that are looking at Guild.
Yeah, now you're, of course, talking about Guild the team, as we've just seen Guild, or Gilderson's the player, get respawned back in by Not Moist. So many people in the arena right now wearing the jerseys designed by Timmy himself to support them. But can they get back in here? Maybe the bin reset will help them, because obviously they've lost so much of their loot, the attachments, everything else. But the bin reset after Zone 2 could be of help to Moist. Now, we look at this zone up here, Gaming Gladiators. Interesting to note that they are all the way up the north. I've not seen a lot of people play this spot, but I think it's usually because the zone often will cut off a little bit more southerly around where the train station is, and it's not actually in. But this is an awesome pick here from Light, the IGL of GG.
And they looted all of Sky West by trial, so they still have a gold knock to work with. This plays into the way that they want to station up in that next zone. Although, as slow as it is, they still have full blue Evos. They could pepper into the teams that poke their heads by the train station side, but I'm not expecting them to commit anytime soon until that next zone reveals itself. While other teams like Liquid, Bleed, who are in that train station, will have to coexist. Another fight here as Not Moist now have gotten ahead of Alliance. They're holding on the edge of the circle, trying to prevent them to rotate in.
Alliance were just desperately hoping that circle would pull south, and it doesn't. But they have at least a Kraber to their name, which is probably a lot more than Moist have in their hands. As Zip Rail comes out, a nice Kraber shot. No EMP,
follows up. Oh, beautiful. And then the follow-up here, too, from Tyler. Gets another Kraber shot. Hockeys, 3 for 3. Sends out the nade here to clear up the space. Sending out Unlucky to clean up Not Moist. Out of this lobby, and knocked them now, looking to get involved. Alliance cannot fully reset yet unless Hockeys can make a huge play with this Kraber. Misses the shot, and that was detrimental. Losing on Hockeys, only up to Tyler. He gets 1 knock, leaving the other one flesh. He gets a hip-fire shot. He gets 2. Can he pull it off behind both knockdowns? Here he's playing through, but the barrel shove into him doesn't let it happen as Atnam comes out and another third party rolls in.
And the train rolls on. This time it's SSG coming in. And Noctum was so hurt and injured already from the alliance fight that SSG will easily take that, helping them into third spot now with 64 points.
That is 2 teams that were at match point, now eliminated from the lobby, all in the same choke. While Space Station have cleared that south side, this circle's pulling all the way to the north. Monsoon, beautiful tracking here as he's trying to line up his charge rifle shot, but that drop-off, man, could hurt. As I'm getting word that VK Gaming have now officially hit match point.
But there's 3 teams who aren't on match point, Vicky, that are in the train station. There's every chance we go to 10 here, I'm just saying. Liquid Alienware, Bleed Esports, Dreamfire, even Furia, who have now taken up position inside the zone. It's really all of them versus Gaming Gladiators.
Because Gaming Gladiators are in the safest position. They don't have to worry about a team wrapping up behind them. There is no space for another team to coexist unless a squad just ints on them.
As the zone starts to close now, we see SSG having to make their way in. Teams are fighting for supremacy up the top here. You can see that even the Newcastle walls getting blasted through as Complexity Guild SSG move further into their positions. GG are getting sent on.
They know that it's GG. The EMP, but Light is playing off of a beautiful head glitch off the corner. They completely take out Complexity, but here comes the nades. The Arc Star, but a huge wall coming in from Blast. The gold knock to allow GG to reset, but nobody wants to commit, even with those nades hurtled in their direction.
They're just so good at turtling every time someone throws aggression their way. GG weather the storm and then come out on top. Guild Esports. We talked about them. That fight they took earlier has at least got them some of the way to purple. But they're going to be going up against a lot of teams with better armors than them. Still quite a few teams who have been sitting within that train station playing a little more passively. Sure, they're still on the blues. And we do have to remember, any team that's got a Watson at this point or a Catalyst, if they stay within the zone, you get an extra 25 shields at the moment.
Half of this lobby, out of the 12 squads right now, are still alive and are at match point. We may see one less with Fnatic holding on to dear life. Leica still alive. E36 still with those full blue evils like you mentioned, Genome. Still so many teams still lacking that health diff. BKG now playing underneath the tracks. Guild having to be careful because Space Station are climbing up to jump right there on top of the tracks, jumping right on top of the train station.
Where do they go? They want the roof, but there's already another team up here. Zainu has to work out, takes too long to make the decision, doesn't drop.
That was a miscommunication right there. He was the first one to drop, but the rest of Space Station landed right behind him.
Spinning in circles.
They didn't know. They wanted to make sure it was possibly clear, but they had to go for the risk. NRG get eliminated as you see Furia holding on to the high ground. With that zip line, they were able to also go on the other side. Now they can hold a different angle.
Zainu drops. They get the res?
C9 sharing that though. So many teams inside of this station. Liquid, Bleed, C9 now, as they were able to get the reset. VK Gaming still fighting on the outside. They take out one from Guilds, and they finish off Legacy.
Most of these teams are fighting for just a tiny portion of the map to themselves. Meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators have got a mansion up north. Expansive grounds, everything that they could hope for.
The teams that could keep this going is the solo member of TSM. E36 is out of here. Furia still alive, trying to hold down the high ground, but Space Station have made their way up on top. Koifal cleans up the fight, finds Furia. You hear the hemlock shot. VK Gaming now looking to third party who have now taken up on height. They're also one of the teams that can keep this Apex going.
Still quite a few teams in that position. We're seeing a few of them here. Fighting each other brings us closer to an end.
C9 meeting them, having to slide right back down to the safety that they've built up for themselves and the Watson. You saw the Nemesis shot from the other side. Bleed have now officially hit match point. So many teams now, though.
Guild's done amazing things as a rat. MT on that crypto. Some have called him the best rat in the game, but it's just him. Unfortunately, they don't make the rotation with all three.
And TSM get eliminated. Look at this chaos. While Gaming Gladiators are completely uncontested on the north side, outside of the tracks.
Well, they were, but then they lost access to the weather tower, so they try and hide behind this tiny part of rock.
All eyes on VK Gaming. The nades. The different angle. Gaming Gladiators down to 1. C9 engaging on a fight. It is Team Liquid who are still alive in here.
Only one left alive for Guild and for GG until now. It's a respawn.
The clutches res from GG here. Trying to, at least on the other side. It was Gil that had gotten the clutches res, bringing both members back. Bleed still inside the train station.
I think MT lost his drone, so instead of being able to stay in Viz longer, he gets revealed.
Oh, finds a Mirror Guild Esports on the sticks, and Team Liquid get whiff of the res. They completely pull out. They look alive and healthy. Gaming Gladiators eliminated from this lobby. Only Guild alive, and we get more Apex.
We're going more!
We got more, everyone. Bleed dropped down. Liquid, Bleed, and VK Gaming have seen us through. Our last 3 squads, VK Gaming do it. Liquid Alienware trying to put respect on their name. Puro Beach and Liquid putting themselves on top, getting the dub. That was so crucial. They were sitting in 15th overall before that. Waving the flag, Viva Mexico! The beautiful Nessie, but this is how it starts. Look how many teams just hit match point, Genome.
3 more. We've got VKG, who picked up 16 points. They move up into 5th spot, continuing their incredible run and take match point eligibility. They are joined by Bleed, up to 60 points now. And Team Liquid with that 7-kill win, that gets them to 51 points.
Surely, how can I expect it to end there, Genome? When I'm on the mic? That can't happen. You can expect it to always go to another 2 games when we're up here. But I wouldn't have it any other way when it comes to seeing more teams pop off, skyrocketing themselves in the overall standings, sitting at match point. I cannot believe we're about to go to a game 10.
Blast tried so hard to drag his team with him there. He's been ripping amazing catwalls left and right, just like he's been ripping apart other teams. He added 5 kills to his total there. But still, it wasn't enough for Gaming Gladiators. They had such a killer spot for the first 4 zones, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get over the line.
I feel like now, as we close the book on Game 9, that this has to be the most games we've seen in a playoffs finals. This is just absolutely insane. The tensions get even higher. And you can also just imagine with teams like GG, who were sitting at match point so early on within this series, that they are feeling a different type of way. There's so much to break down. I want to hear from you guys on the desk.
Thank you, Vicky. Love you, my friend. And thank you for that great cast as well. Who would have thought it would have continued to go on? I did, because that's basically what happens when we're here at an Apex Legends Match Point Finals. 9 games gone by and 10 coming right up. Right now on the desk, Glitter Explosion, Jamerson, and Snipe Down. Guys, it's hard to say reactions, because our whole bodies are reacting to this. We can't believe it, Lauren, but we go yet again. This is quintessential Apex.
We have been sprinting out to the desk since match 3, waiting for somebody to close this out, and instead the exact opposite happens. Every single time you think it's about to end, one of the 2 remaining teams that isn't on match point manages to clutch it up and keep us going.
It's like that slippery slope, Jamerson, you know, and then somebody goes and throws more soap on it and wets it up, and it's just like we keep falling into chaos. Will this ever end is what I'm wondering.
What's insane is that every single match after GG ended up securing match point first, we're adding more and more and more teams. In game number 8, we added another 4. We add more here. It's absolute insanity at this point.
And Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, this is why match point format is the best format in any game that's out there. I don't think there's another game that has the anticipation and hype that this does. I've always said I get more nervous as a player watching than I do on the stage playing because you're so focused. And like you said, we've just been sprinting out here nonstop thinking the game's going to be over. I thought it's been over about 5 games in a row. So
I'll tell you what. This would be a good day to wear my Apple Watch. Unfortunately, I have a different watch on, you know, one my parents gave me, but I'm getting my steps in. I can already tell you. Let's head over to our match results after 9. It's crazy to say of what happened in that one. Team Liquid Alienware, Viva Mexico. That was one of the most amazing finishes, especially seeing our match point teams one after one. Guild Esports, Gaming Gladiators fighting each other as solos. Blast, the last one alive. But it was VK who really put them in that position. Liquid Alienware might have ended up winning, but the battle for height, Lauren, was what made that so impactful. VK coming in after SSG, after Cloud9, and then cleaning that up. That was essentially what put Gaming Gladiators into the dust.
Absolutely, and the clutch nades out of VK also completely melted them. I mean, we watched them try to recover, but Liquid Alienware had been in that station for quite some time, holding that position, seeing what they could do with it. When all of the other teams started landing on the roof, I was worried that they might end up getting collapsed on, considering how many people were around them, but they did a really solid job of just kind of defending their position.
And there's 2 poles really in that area, Jamerson, that it could have gone to. It ended up going exactly towards GG. There's got to be something about it where you feel they're getting the right zones, they're making the right calls, but it's frustrating how it's just these little things end up going. How many times can that keep happening before you start to say, should we change anything up?
I mean, I don't think they should change anything up at all. I don't think so at all, because they are making the right calls on the zones. They are playing aggressive when they need to. We've been seeing them since they hit match point really not change up too much in their playstyle, and they're consistently getting themselves up into the top 3, top 4. That's why there's so much drama when it comes to this entire series, because they are always there. But now that we have so many more teams there at match point, it has to end soon, right? More than half the teams are on match point now.
You would think, but we've been wrong like 3 times now at least for this. Snipe, as we see Gaming Gladiators take the lead, 90 points over SSG. SSG may be the most interesting story here. 68, now in 2nd place. The narrative of continuing to go and go. But Alliance, TSM, a big name with a fan base. They got to win. VK Gaming coming out of nowhere. Fnatic as well staying in the pack. NRG, I thought it could have been their moment.
Yeah, NRG's come into the finals a couple times. They were back-to-back 2nd places. They had a chance to win the tournament on that last game. And you're looking at this, the difference between 2nd place and 8th place is 4 points. So the way this leaderboard is right now, we're definitely going to see it switch up a bit. Obviously, there's 11 teams on match point, but if you look at the rest of the leaderboard, a lot of these North American teams are stuck on the bottom half. And to see Falcons in 20th is quite concerning.
Yeah, I think a lot of this would be concerning as we take a look at the final circles while we give our players a little break, a well-deserved break as well. If you're in the crowd at Mannheim, it's okay to take a break right now. Grab a beverage, grab something to eat, come back into your seat. Matches will resume in just a few minutes, but let's start going through the circles. Again, each one of these games, we have match point eligible teams. We've had Alliance, we've had Gaming Gladiators. Now it starts to look like SSG are in the mix. This is the one they do actually make match point on, Jamerson, and it puts them in a great position to continue the momentum, which has now led them into 2nd.
Yeah, we've seen this typical pull over at Echo HQ, going a little bit towards that devastated coast, but SSG just had full control here. NRG, I believe, we're also playing off to their eastern, or excuse me, to their west just a bit. But SSG just had a nice angle. Plenty of headies to utilize off of here. You can see Zainu feeling extremely free, here on the right side. Phony's going to go ahead and back him up as that push gets made by NRG to try and clear out Fnatic. SSG, no, we've got the victory here. They instantly pounce on them, and then they ride that momentum.
I would say that when you look at this, Lauren, these fights, they give you so much confidence because they're difficult, but you know that you just do the right things and you execute, you win. when we head over to match 8, the aspect of being able to execute is the thing that separates winning a match point or not.
Absolutely, and that aspect is exactly what kept us going into a match 9 after this finish, because we make it here to a top 4 situation and we're staring at Bleed, NRG, GG, and TSM. 2 teams on match point, 2 teams not at match point. But based off of where this zone landed, TSM up there at Elrod had a really good opportunity to get in here and find a good spot. Now, a lot of people thought NRG being on the other side had a really good position, and they did on that low ground, but so much chaos started happening when everybody was forced to drop down and get into these fights, and all of the teams fell at once. And we heard the crowd chanting TSM the second they saw that it was a possibility for them to close this out. And with TSM still being the one remaining up above everyone, it was a quick cleanup for them, and it's what kept us going.
Height has certainly won. You actually see it in Game 7, you see it in Game 8 and Game 9. It's not that every zone or every circle in Apex Legends is as cut and dry. Sometimes low ground, sometimes inside does actually win, but it has been Height, and that's where VK Gaming controlled this one. That's what put GG and Guild in such an issue. Liquid Alienware, though, Snipe would come out and make a major play. This is the Liquid Alienware we expected all week long, but we're not getting as they climb from the elimination brackets all the way here into match point finals. They now are putting themselves in a position to maybe take it all.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the story of Liquid Alienware this entire tournament. Is it seems like, you know, in the Game 6 where they were about to get eliminated, they got all the way and they got the win to get the 10th place, and now here they are in 11th place but still on match point, and that's what it's all about. And it just seems to me that they are just not hesitating when it comes down to them being in a bad position. They're like, all right, well, we got nothing to lose at this point. Let's just start doing everything we can and getting some KP.
The thing about executing here is, and Jamer said, this is where I start to agree with you, because you kind of changed my mind. I thought GG, it's going for a while, but they're in that final fight almost every single of those matches. I mean, that's as good as you can hope for, and then you got to just execute it.
Yeah, for the most part, they're playing aggressive where they need to play aggressive. But when you get the zone coming to you extremely close, you have to take that priority position. They haven't, you know, played it that often where they have to play for prio. They do succeed extremely well on edge, but you basically have to play with what you're given, and that's what they've been doing extremely well. It's just, at this point, it seems like, you know, there might just not be enough fuel left in the tank. I mean, we are heading into match number 10.
I know, strong words. He's right, though. I mean, you have a lot of great awareness of what it means, I think, to do the right thing, but also sometimes you're out of gas, you're out of fumes. Can they summon something from deep inside that might just make the difference and change their legacy in Apex Legends forever? GG, still with a chance to make history. However, a few fans that want to live in the present right now are standing by with Tiff. I think we got some good representation on either side of you, Tiff. What's going on?
Oh, we have so much representation down here in the crowd. Right now, I've got a Moist fan over here on my right and Liquid Alienware on my left. So, guys, I need you to introduce yourself, tell me your name, where you're from. I'll start with you.
So my name is It's Kirby on PC. You might know me from Ranked on Apex. And I'm 22 years old and I'm from Germany.
From Germany, a homeland. Let's go. How about you?
I'm Niels. I'm from Germany as well, just a few meters out actually. So I couldn't resist when they asked us if we want to go to Mannheim. If they didn't want to ask us, but if when, oh fucking shit.
Hey, it's all good.
When I figured out it was in Germany, I was so excited that I couldn't resist going.
I couldn't resist going either, especially to cheer on Team Liquid Alienware. All right, so now that we've hit match number 10, I need predictions. How far are we going, and do you think Not Moist can close it out?
100%. Especially if my boy It's Timmy gets his Kraber. He's gonna kill everyone and win the match for sure.
All right, kill them all. Let's go. You also had a sign. Can we flash it?
So I have one question for my boy, Waltzy. What's your max bench?
I don't know, man, but it's gotta be a lot. And for you, Team Liquid Alienware, they had that massive clutch to get even into the finals on Sunday. What do you want to say to them to get them to bring it home?
I think they say vamos in their language, so I would love to see that. 51 points, they just broke it, so they are on match point as well. I want to see them win. Let's fucking get it.
Let's get it. All right, on set, Gaskin, take it away.
Well, who's ready for match number 10? We are into double digits here. in our match point finals. It keeps on going. Another game to get a little bit closer to deciding who our champions is going to be. I had a feeling it would be a bit of a long day today.
Just one of those days, I mean, with the increased amount, or I guess the decreased amount of match point threshold, but the lack of advantage points really has shaken things up here in Mannheim, and it's just been so difficult for any of these teams to get across the line because there are so many teams here who have been able to put victories on the board across this tournament. It's not like previous tournaments where sometimes teams just limp through without victories. No, everyone has been able to slam their way into this grand final.
I mean, it's crazy, right? All the talk of the town at the start of this year, the start of this season of the ALGS was Team Falcons. If you needed an example of how good this lobby is, Falcons down in dead 20th at the moment and only managed to put 20 points on the board. And I'm sure there's some issues there that they're going to have to try and sort out, but it just shows the level of competition, right? We have GG, SSG, Alliance, TSM, VK, Fnatic, NRG, Guild, Bleed, Moist, Team Liquid, all on match point. To kind of summarize how many teams that is, it's 11. It would have been easier for me to say who wasn't.
It is 11 teams indeed. Can someone get the job done here in match 10? It's going to be World's Edge though, and that has been Gaming Gladiators' playground throughout this tournament. There are a few teams that have still yet to find a World's Edge victory though. Will we be able to someone change that script? Liquid Alienware were able to take us into match 10. Imagine if they could go back to back to win this entire thing.
They take themselves the victory home, and they put themselves on match point by doing so. We're now getting to the point of this tournament where you look at your teammates, you look at the coach, you look out at the fans who are supporting you in the crowd, and you just think to yourselves, let's go and get this done. Let's reach out. Let's put in the one performance that people will remember as the one that gave us the chance to walk up to that trophy and lift it above their heads. To everyone on that main stage right now, that's what's going to be going through your head. Make some noise in the building here as we head into match number 10.
That trophy is in touching distance for 11 teams, both figuratively and quite literally, with how close it is to those booths. But who has the bottom to get it done here in match 10?
Team Liquid Alienware send us to another game. They send us into double digits. Match number 10 is where we find ourselves, and we are back onto World's Edge. NRG, one of those many teams now who are on match point. 64 points they have in total. They were involved in a couple of scuffles towards the end of that previous game as well. And I will say we saw Nocturnal walk past us just as he went for the break. And he said to me, no better time to get it done.
I mean, the only difficulty really here for NRG is we've yet to see a team win from Monument this entire tournament. So they would have to break records if they were going to win it. Let's jump into a listening though with NRG a little bit later because we have a pause. Would have been a bad time. I saved us. Well, we'll get everything sorted for all of the players on the main stage. And I'm not going to talk about the zone.
You're not going to talk about the zone? No?
I've learned my lesson.
Nor am I. That means we have to talk about other stuff. That's not Apex, really. I mean, you know.
Well, as I mentioned, right?
Not really.
Monument. We've yet to see a team win from Monument this tournament. You can say the same about Staging. You can say the same about Tree. You say the same about Big Maud. There are 4 or 5 POIs here occupied by some big teams where we've yet to see anyone find a win. And I know that can definitely change with how these zones have been going. But when we look back to the previous zone, the previous chance, I mean, the likes of Gaming Gladiators really did have an opportunity there.
Well, good news is we're not going to have to hang around too long here by the sounds of things. Production are feeding back in my ear that we'll be getting back underway in just a few moments' time. So only a brief pause, hopefully, as we see the timer in front of us. Countdown with me, everybody, from 3 as we head into match 10. 3, 2, 1. Game back on. Let's get into this.
The EXO clan fans are still as loud as ever. Maybe it could be them, EXO, to take us to match 11. because it is becoming increasingly more likely now that someone will get the job. Over 50% of the teams have reached match point. But now it's about actually locking in and securing it here. Now the zone, we are going to be heading north, back up to Skyhook yet again here. Fantastic news for Gaming Gladiators.
I will also say fantastic news for the teams who are desperate to chase down match point. Yes, obviously our attention will be on those teams who can close this series out now. But if you're going towards Skyhook and you know there is at least playable area, there is multiple floors of multiple buildings for you to be involved in an endgame, like we saw in the previous game, it means someone like Team Liquid Alienware can come out of nowhere and potentially send us to a game 11. A lot to talk about with this zone, and when we look at priority, we also have to mention that this is a great zone again for Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators for Guild. We even see Enter Force 36 from Countdown move incredibly quickly, by the way, up into Skyhook, as Guild also will arrive and find themselves a building to call home, maybe for quite a while here. They're going to opt to go for the northern tip and hope that it does continue to pull north like it did previously. It is a somewhat different circle. It's not going to be identical, to what we saw in the previous. There is a chance it could shift that little bit further east, and that could definitely benefit teams that are arriving a little bit later, like Not Moist, like NRG, who are now approaching the zone.
Yeah, I really like the spot that NRG have taken, actually. You can see some of the teams who have taken the prio positions, Bleed Esports being one of them. You've got Guild, who we saw. But NRG's position, they were walking through the train tunnel, and now they can play this stack building, which is always an interesting one because you feel like you've got height, but the height of this building is kind of dwarfed by a lot of the buildings around it. So if you do go up onto that height, it's kind of a little bit exposed, and you can find yourself taking some pretty comfortable damage from a lot of other teams. GG, though. A massive chance, an opportunity as they find themselves in train station. They've accumulated 90 points, 40 more since they hit match point. But it doesn't really matter because they are yet to get over that line.
Well, one thing that Gaming Gladiators are securing is minimum second place by keeping consistently putting points on the board. And of course, a lot of prize money to go alongside that. And that won't really be their main consideration, but will always be in the back of your head. You don't want to just sit at match point and then drop down that leaderboard, not hit it, and then only walk away with a top 8, for example. But this is ExoClan. This is the team I was talking about approaching from the south through the Vault Tunnel. They want to get into one of these buildings.
They will manage to as well. Now, NRG were in this building a few moments ago. The question is, are they still? It looks like they might have scarpered off, which means that Not Moist can now take control of this building in Skyhook. Now, Not Moist, I would say they had a really good kind of, it felt like mid-games of this series where they started to rack up those points, but since then been pretty quiet. You remember they got across the line with just 1 point I think they needed from a game, and they got that 1 point. But since then, have only been able to kind of put a few more on the board. But this is a good zone for them. This is an opportunity for them. So maybe, just put a bit of pressure on those teams who are maybe in slightly better positions already. And with the way they've been fighting, any good position at the moment, if you found yourself with Not Moist on the other side of the fight, becomes a lot less comfortable than it was a few moments ago.
Well, speaking of things that are uncomfortable, Team Falcons in 20th position. All of the talk and all of the build-up this season about this super team and what they can achieve. At the moment, they have not been able to reach the dizzy heights that maybe were expected of them. I still wouldn't count them out, and that's the scary thing. Being in 20th position, they could still find a victory and could still keep things going, but it must be so hard mentally, knowing you are that far behind, to try and keep going, to try and stay focused here. And they really have to face both themselves and the game if they're going to find anything else.
Well, let's not forget that TSM went 3 back-to-back when Imperial Howl was on that team to come out of nowhere to become a champion.
It's not impossible.
So it's certainly not impossible with the talent that is on that team. However, that is a tall ask for anyone. As we look at Enter Force 36 now, 22 points on the board for them. On the top of the cake.
And I like this position. They moved very fast from Countdown after they got the ring console, and actually it might be a position that some teams try and take off of Enter Force 36 if they're arriving later on.
Well, Naughty's got to be careful here. He's getting shredded. Sorcerer trying to give him a little bit of cover, and will be able to do so. Nicely done. As Naughty, no, he tries to launch back to his teammates, and instead it's going to turn into a death box. Sorcerer will grab that banner and try and escape back to his teammates, but he'll go down as well. And Makers, Chaotic, he's going to have 3 players flying at him pretty soon.
Yeah, Makers are full sending this. Dexter's taking a lot of damage. Chaotic's done at least well to keep them held back ever so slightly, but I think the Makers should be able to finish off this fight, and I imagine we're going to see Cloud9 falling very shortly indeed. Try as you might to escape, but Makers were on the charge, and it's two teams who were not on match point going toe-to-toe there.
So back, look over at where we believe this endgame is going to be taking place. And you can see everybody starting to stack up. Let's talk about what's outside of the zone, though. Liquid Alienware over at Lava Fissure. They're hitting a ring console at the moment, or waiting to, which is going to give them Zone 3 info, which is going to be very, very interesting, as they will be able to play for that spot afterwards.
But not really that important Zone 3 information. You're not going to learn that much here. With that pull, I mean, that just confirms, yes, we're going to Skyhook, which everyone really knew. Zone 4 information would be ideal, but if you want to achieve that, you're going to have to play for Countdown and then get late ring console information, which is certainly doable, and maybe that can be a consideration for some of these teams.
Exo kind of fight themselves at the moment. You can see Fuder and Swinney already taking damage. VK Gaming going to be looking at them as well, and they're a team who are on match point. Drones are going to go out. You can see pop shots coming to try and take the electronics out of it. As Alliance now make their way downtown through the tunnel towards the north side of Skyhook.
Now, it is definitely a consideration for a lot of these teams to position yourself in a spot that has loot bins as well. When that Ring 2 does close and the loot bins turn into legendary bins and you get all of the gold attachments, you are definitely going to miss those if you have played into an early area and you don't have access to them. However, when you go into Skyhook, there's going to be a lot of buildings that won't have said access, so would you rather play in the train station on the east, where you would get all of those attachments and have a far more high success rate when you get into those fights later?
Well, Alliance using the balloon in the tunnel to try and find a place to play. You see they're scouting out the middle building. They can certainly see there's some beautifully arranged fences up there, which are going to make it very difficult for them to play, but they are in Skyhook. Now, I'm interested to see where this zone actually pulls, because we talked about Zone 3 info, right? It's not really giving us anything. It's essentially saying the entirety of Skyhook is still in it. Now, we have shifts. We have so many zones within Skyhook that are played from different positions that end up on different sides of it. If it shifts towards the west, which would be, I would say from what we see on our screen, a little bit of a violent pull.
Yeah.
Not something we haven't seen before. Certainly today we've seen it a few times. Then it means the position that Alliance have taken becomes a much more valuable one. The same can be said about the position of Team Liquid Alienware. But if it does go the way that the majority of these teams are stacked up on that eastern side, then Alliance and Liquid will have to do some hard work to get anywhere.
Yeah, usually it pulls north up towards the cake. Sometimes can pull a little bit further southeast, down where the likes of Exo Clan and VK Gaming find themselves as well. But Fnatic, they can go for the situation here where they actually just play Countdown. They get that info late, and then they can decide on how they want to move. Maybe Team Falcons on the east side can also do something similar. They were looking to maybe get some loot bins as this second ring is about to close. But this is a situation where we have 19 squads still alive. No one really shooting at each other right now in Skyhook, but all you need is one squad like Fnatic or Falcons who have not entered yet, and it can just suddenly shake everything up as everyone starts to get a little bit alerted to their arrival.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at this map overhead right now that we have, and this next zone info essentially is gonna be pretty crazy to watch, because everybody is kind of, the majority of teams think it's going to the east, but there's a lot of teams that have also positioned themselves on the west. Now that would suggest that there's a little bit of maybe confusion about where they believe the zone is going to be going, or maybe it's just a case of so many teams stacked up already. But this is gonna be like a real big moment in this game. Which way does that zone go?
Yeah, some teams definitely had no choice and just had to accept whatever building was available. There's some stick drift for you. Also, Gaming Gladiators are sitting far north right now. But this is what I was talking about in Countdown. You can get Zone 4 information, which could arguably be the most important information of the game so far. If this shifts anywhere west, that would be a big surprise.
Oh
my!
Okay. Okay.
That one hurts for 10 teams that committed a little bit further east there. But amazing news still for those who committed to the cake building. And you mentioned it, Alliance, they went all the way over to the west side. TSM also in the northwest. They have one of the strongest buildings to hold right now, because it can continue to pull that northwest side as well after this.
Well, Fnatic give us ring information. They get ring information. And for the benefit of everybody who's watching right now, regardless of where you are, Yuka has found a Kraber. This man hit some of the nastiest shots earlier on Storm Point. It was Honestly, an absolute pleasure to watch him go to work. And now he's going to have the chance with the Turbo Havoc and that Kraber in his hand to blast a pathway for Fnatic to zone.
It is still only Fnatic and Falcons that are not in zone at the moment. Both of them are looting themselves up to the gillies right now. And they are going to be more than prepared for any fight that may occur. Dreamfire have also just pushed themselves out here and said, hey,
another Kraber.
We'll take a mythic bin, thank you very much. And they also have a Kraber to work with.
Big moment here for Fnatic. Remember, they are on match point. There's so many teams stacked up inside of Skyhook already that finding a place to play is going to be tough. The low ground isn't really a prime position to have to play, and it's because of the damage that you could take from so many different angles. Fnatic know this, but they're going to be able to reset for now.
It's not necessarily the composition you want to be holding this area either. I mean, Newcastle would be perfect here. At least they have the Bangalore to smoke off some of those sightlines. But they're just rotating around this cake until they can find somewhere to call home. EXO have just pushed out because Falcons have started to arrive, and Zero's just gone down.
Zero's gone down, Falcons down to 2. EXO Clan will claim a KP to themselves. Swinny now inside of his drone, trying to get some more information onto whether this is a good idea to push, or if they will just let Falcons be for now. Feuda's got to be careful. He's getting shot from all sorts of angles as Hao and Jumburton try and cut him down.
Sadly for Falcons, it was the crypto that went down of Zero, but maybe they'll be able to grab his banner. You see, they have the mobile res here, so it is not done and dusted just yet for Falcons, and they answer back onto Feuda alongside VKG.
So Zero will be back in the game, but as you can see from the zone pool, it's going to keep going to the north. Now we see a fight taking place. Furia versus Noctum. Knockdown shields being a problem, and now shots from a distance being a problem as well. That will be Noctum Scan eliminated from the lobby as our second team to fall.
And the zone is going to continue to pull towards that cake building, by the way. Enter Force 36, who moved right at the start of this game to the top tier of it, are in arguably prime position as Furia eliminated in 18th position. That's another squad not on match point being taken out of the game, as Alliance are going to have to fight their way here from the southwest up towards that cake building we keep talking about.
Well, Fun's just gone down and been finished for NRG, so they've got some decisions to make themselves. You can see there's a care package down, which I don't think anyone is going to be brave enough at this point to even consider going for. But speaking of brave, it's a brave move now from Not Moist. They land inside of the building, on top of the building that is currently occupied. Excuse me, no, they flew past the building that was occupied by Alliance. And even though this won't be safe, at least they will be able to avoid all of those teams rotating later from the side that was so stacked on the east.
VK Gaming, Bleed Esports, Guild, EXO, Liquid, Falcons, Not Moist. You all have to move here as round 4 begins to close. Do you get down and dirty and try and take a fight, or do you just try and surpass everyone here? Hope to find a gap, hope to find a little bit of space. There's a lot of open area where you won't really find a place to call home.
It's a really interesting situation developing here because you see the GG have made their way into zone. Jumburton trying to do what he can, but Falcons' bad day continues. They will be out the lobby as well as we see Jaguares reintroduce himself to it.
Now GG laying down some damage. They have been on match point since match 3 as VK Gaming. They get eliminated. That's one of our match point squads. Out.
GG got to watch their backs here. Make sure they don't get wrapped. This pit is somewhat safe, but they are going to be challenged. And the castle wall has already been pretty much broken. It's Fnatic who are pushing them. Not Moist have been eliminated in the meantime. Another match point team is out of here. Blast is left on his own. Blast is spraying, but no prayers will be answered as GG will fall and Fnatic will stay fairly healthy, but no! Here comes TSM. They're moving in from the north.
Yeah, Fnatic are absolutely obliterated. They are down as well, as TSM can now control this side of the map. It's only Guild, the other side of the train station, that maybe they have to worry about. Makers, Alliance, and Dreamfire all on the southern side. So much information can be gathered from your drone right now, as you need a plan of attack. How do you enter this zone, and where do you go? And this is why I was talking about enter Force 36 at the top of that building. They can watch all of this unfold, and no one dare will try take it off of them.
Alliance taking a fight here. Team Liquid Alienware have been eliminated in the meantime. That's another match point team who have fallen. Dreamfire taken out by Alliance. They will keep their game alive as we head into the top 10. 10 squads remaining here on World's Edge.
Well, it's Complexity, ExoClan, Makers, and E36. The only 4 teams who are not on match point that are still alive, and Exo's just gone down. So that makes it only 3 teams now who are not on match point. 6 squads can still win it here, TSM being one of them. And they found themselves into the zone, but here come Alliance.
Here come Alliance with a classic Alliance zip. They play the outside of the second level of the building, but there are teams still in and around them. Unlucky's going to have to take a second here just to pop that battery to make sure that if they are pushed, that he's going to be able to fight back. Makers now making a move on their own to the west side of TSM. TSM have this staircase to use as a head glitch, and they've got the bang ult just to stall it out, but now the flank is coming in. Reps has taken a huge amount of damage. They have some armor swaps available, but it's Guild. This was the worry for me for TSM, that Guild would wrap them.
Everyone's starting to look a little bit nervy now. If you make one mistake, if you step your foot in one wrong position, there could be someone just to wipe you off the face of World's Edge. But
Makers are sending it!
They send it!
Makers are sending it! TSM, Verhol still get 2!
What?
Are they able to reset it? It's a clean wipe from TSM for Guild Esports. Now looking to take advantage, but the hold is good enough. The fight is over quick enough that TSM can recover.
Only Complexity and Enter Force 36 as Verhost, the Grenade Master.
Verhost wants to win this. The Skynades. They take out one member of Guild. They take out one member of NRG. That's the 2 teams who potentially were pinching them, as now we look at Alliance.
Alliance have taken a lot of damage, but TSM, they take out another team. NRG now go down. Alliance take down Complexity as well. 6 squads remain. 5 are on match point. Unless Enter Force 36 win this game from the top of that cake building that they took right at the start, we will find our winner right here, right now.
How many times, by the way, are Guild just going to be allowed to respawn a player in the late game? Not for the first time we've seen it. Phony's going to get a knock here for SSG, who are trying to progress forward. Not sure if they managed to finish it off, but here comes Guild to get a little bit of a helping hand. Shuby's going to try and escape to that second level and will manage to do so. Hackis has been finished, though. Phony from SSG reduces them to 2.
It's nervy times for every single team, for every single member of this audience, for you and I, for everyone watching at home. TSM have the Northwest, but they have to approach now as E36 still sits on this high ground, may I add. And keep that in mind.
The only team who is not on top or inside of one of the levels of the building in front of TSM is TSM. Everybody will have to leave. Everybody will have to fight. And TSM can bide their time.
They can bide their time, but also Enter Force 36 are on the high ground. Now Alliance as a 2, trying to deal the damage, trying to pin back the team here. To survive, to give themselves a chance as a duo.
It's a 2v2. Dropped and Shuby. They're going to find Mr. Mozambique and Co. Tyler will go in. Can't quite finish, but the zone surely does the damage. Bleed Esports will die. They will fall out of this lobby and Alliance will live.
And E36 have the
crit. They're sending it on to TSM. TSM have to hold. Reps will go down. Verhost down. Snap, it's all up to you. Can you clutch for TSM as a solo? 5 squads now remain. Koifel. TSM are out. SSG go forward, but they take damage. Guild has been eliminated. Alliance still as a duo, by the way. Might be dropping here. Unlucky on his own. Won't win it, but SSG will become your champions here in Germany. And Zainu becomes the 2-time.
So SSG, out of nowhere it feels like. And it's not 1, but 2 for Zainu. but a first for his teammates. Alliance, a valiant effort as a duo. But we finally conclude our match point finals here in Mannheim, Germany. And it is Space Station Gaming. At one point, the question was even, will they get any points in this match point final? The first 2 games of today, they were on 0. But they slowly crawled their way back to 50. And then when they got the opportunity, boy, did they seize it.
So the title goes back to North America. EMEA stood up. But as the NA powerhouse, the team that was dubbed the second super team when it came together, who finally put it together to call themselves champions. Space Station Gaming, it's a final zone they will remember for the rest of their lives, and it's a moment certainly that they will remember for the rest of their lives as well.
And I really need to see replays ASAP of what happened to Enter Force 36, because they tried to take the high ground. I don't know if they got blown off it or what happened, but certainly they then full sent it down onto TSM, almost deleting their chances of winning it. But let's look back at that winning moment and see just exactly what did happen, because we were kind of in different POVs as it was going on. Was Alliance going to have the opportunity to do it as a duo? But then SSG were kind of waiting for them to arrive on the low ground.
Yeah, certainly were. It felt like they just had the cover from the teams above. They won the team fight down on the low ground, which allowed them just to watch the final members of Alliance dropping. You have to wonder, if Alliance are a 3, are we calling this an Alliance win? But it wasn't. Ifs and buts don't count for much, as it's SSG on this low ground. Was certainly helped out by the leap from Enter Force 36 onto TSM.
But you saw there, up in the sky, they pinged where Enter Force 36 were. And you would imagine that E36 wanted to delay this as much as possible. But was it that EMP? Something caused them to suddenly just full send it onto TSM. And then with that, SSG had the right cover to be able to manipulate the map to stay alive a little bit, bide their time. And all you need at this point is 2 Mozambiques and a little bit of Zainu.
So it comes down to Koifel and Phony. It was a 2v2 right at the end, but just knowing that Alliance had to drop, they can get that first damage. They were already weak, and SSG have a simple job of closing out those final moments. It's a great story, right? I mean, you look back at, previous events, SSG disappoint. They just get over the line in certain groups. They just get over the line to get to the finals. But when we get here, when it matters the most, is when you need to perform. And SSG, I mean, their reputation is going to be talked about for quite some time now. They are champions.
And I cannot wait to see the faces, especially of Phony and Koifel, when they lift that trophy, because we know it is like nothing else. But for Zainu, he gets to do it a second time.
And now he's going to get to lift that trophy for a second time as well. We're going to send it down to the floor. SSG, it's time for you to pick up that trophy.
Crowd, let's welcome out our Split 2 playoff champions, SSG! But here you are.
I don't think nobody expected it, I'm gonna be real. This is actually so surreal, bro. I love these boys to death, and I'm glad that I was able to do it with them. It was amazing.
All right, and Koi, I gotta ask you, you guys are the 4th only team in the 5.5-year history of Apex to lift this trophy. Talk to me about your journey.
All I can say is
You may not believe in God, but God believes in you. I trusted his path for me, and I just kept to it. I kept grinding, and this is where it got me.
All right. Crowd's loving it. Zai, come over here. Zai, through the ups and downs of being a pro player, right? Everybody needs a support system. Everybody needs somebody they can talk to. You got your fans, you got your family, your friends, your teammates. Who was that support for you, and what do they mean to you?
Honestly, my mom, like overall, she's just like the best person ever. I wouldn't be here without her. I've said this in my last time winning. Like she got my PC and everything. I just wouldn't be here without her. Shout out my mom.
And I still remember the days of ranked grinding. It's insane. John, come over here. Coach Belichick, I see the medals as well, man. First team ever in the history to win these medals right here. Don, talk to me about what it's like coaching players like this at this caliber.
I mean, these three players, everyone in the game knows they're amazing. They struggled the last two lands, but, you know, they brought me on to the team to try and make things work, and we're glad it worked, you know?
Again, I see the emotion in your faces. Fellas, lift that trophy one more time.
Split 2 playoffs, and that man, Zainu, right there, does it for a second time in a row. Koifel, the youth, the immeasurable skill, and Phony, his leadership, his dedication. They've gone to the top of the mountain, and they raise that trophy with pride, knowing that they are the kings of Apex Legends. What a moment, guys. Back on the desk, relishing in the crowd. Lauren, I always like to soak this part up.
It's an incredible feeling for anyone who gets to experience this live in person. You can sense the emotions that the players are feeling. You can feel the crowd. It was electric the entire time, wanting another match, wanting to see who could get onto match point alongside some of our earlier squads. This is one of the longest lands we've now had as far as our match point games go, and it was worth every second.
It certainly was. The crowd, you could see the reactions. Anybody winning this tournament would have been hyped, but there's a little something special about these guys. It was a long journey even today for them, Snipe. After the first 3 games, Space Station Gaming had 2 points. They end Game 10 with 85 and a trophy in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about it all weekend. We said that this is a momentum team. We talked about it on the very first show about how them and Falcons were the 2 teams that were considered the powerhouses, you know, the super teams, and we had not seen that from Space Station yet. And we come to this event, they started off slow. I don't know what was said. I can't wait to figure that out, but something was talked about with that team, and they came out, they gained momentum. In 4 games in a row, they were averaging 15+ points, and then they got near the end game, put themselves in a position to win, and then finally in that last game, things fell in their favor. The plays were made, and they got the win.
The second win that they won in this tournament, and the first one was not when they were on match point. So they had the confidence to move forward. And you need confidence in moments like this when it's down and out and you're looking for who is going to step out of the pack and make a name for themselves. These guys already well known within the scene, but now across the world, the globe of the ALGS. As this final match ends up, some of the scores, Alliance, they were close. Enter 46. What happened with them? Force 36. We were trying to figure out how that worked out. Guild, wow, they had won a game earlier in this tournament in that exact same position. And TSM, maybe one of the bigger stories. We thought it was going to be them, but it wasn't. And on the other side of things, a little bit of despair. I told you, some would leave with a promising future. Some would look at this and see a little bit of darkness maybe. Lauren, hopefully not, but Team Falcons with a 0 there, coming in 20th place overall. This is not what we expected. The player on that Team 0 is the defending Split 2 champion. And you look at this and say, this is gotta mean something happens differently for the super team.
I think definitely a learning experience, right? Especially because we talked about it heading into the series. This was one of the most difficult lobbies we've ever seen in a match point finals. We ended up with half of that difficult lobby all on match point eligibility, and it could have gone any way. Like you were mentioning, we saw how much Alliance and TSM wanted it. They were aggressive this round. I mean, they both had double-digit kills, and it came down to the solid gameplay of SSG.
And make sure, if you are still here and you want to know the location of champs, do not go anywhere. We will be revealing that very shortly. So if you're leaving, you're going to take a break, this is not the time to do it because champs will be announced. It's one that you want to stick by. Jamerson, welcome back. This is what we live for in the ALGS, and it just happened again to a team maybe a little bit unlikely in SSG, but certainly deserving.
I love it. I love it because I have a history with so many of the players here, right? While I wasn't with the ALGS, during my time off, I was still casting Apex Legends, and one of the things was I was casting a weekly tournament with Phony in it twice a week, 6 games a night. I was casting his games, and that man has just gone on to do such amazing things. So many of the players here, but Phony getting this victory really does hit me in a special place.
Phony's story is one I've been privy to. I actually love the journey that he's been on, from me calling him My Little Pony. That's right. I said My Little Pony, and I think that just flashed me back to childhood toys that were around. And it was really My Little Pony. And I remember messing that call up for so long, and it played in every highlight. Well, from that moment, we knew he was a winner. And as we look at these final moments of how that last game went, anybody could have been a winner tonight. That's kind of what made this game so important. It looked for a moment, though, just to relish a little bit about TSM's performance up until this point. Their fans are still here. They're throwing signs at Evan. You've played with TSM before and iterations of that. I mean, it really did look like they could have been getting to the top of the mountain this time.
Yeah, I was talking to them in the back before they even went on stage, and they just all seemed so confident. We're talking about how incredible their team fighting performances have been. Jordan Reps said he's been playing Crypto. He's just been literally hovering over his 2 teammates while they just wide swing things together. And Evan and Zap together, I mean, that's one of the strongest duos in the game. But not just them. I think Koifel and Zainu are 2 of the top 5 individually skilled controller players in the game. And they honestly opened up this final circle so much for each other and their team to come out with the win and earn themselves $300,000.
Lauren, that's a lot of cash.
A lot.
I mean, you know, you can go shopping with that. A little bit. You get them all. You hit Primark.
They're gonna have a nice time.
Yeah,
okay.
you can get some, you can get some fast food with that. Amazing performance. 300K in their pocket after today's performance. Gaming Gladiators, a well-deserved second place. $160,000. They've been earning a lot this month. I think this is one of those things that you look at and you go, yeah, you know, were there mistakes made? I'm not sure. Do we do everything in our power to actually win? I think so. And I think Gaming Gladiators keep their heads up high because of what they've done. And I think that makes this story that much greater, that SSG was able to do it, Jamerson, on teams who were performing this well. I mean, that's where I really look at it. This wasn't a lobby where there were 2 favorites. This is a lobby where there might have been 7 favorites.
Yeah, the crazy part about this match point format is that this is a battle royale, right? This is a game mode where it's everyone against everyone, but it's so much more stated in this match point format, right? At any point, someone can sneak away, end the tournament right then and there. And so it becomes that much harder. And to be able to succeed where everyone has that finish line right in front of them, it is such a difficult place to be, but they did it. They did it.
I'm going to ask you some questions now about Legacy. Where does this put Phony as an IGL? He has not been in that conversation with Zero and Hal. It's appropriate. He hasn't won a LAN before. Now he has. Does he get in that conversation, Lauren?
I think he's going to start being in the conversation, right? I think what was especially impressive about this lobby is that we could be having that same conversation about any of those top 10 teams.
Sure.
And it's just showing how much the general level of competition has been elevated. It's something we talk about a lot during the online splits and here at the LANs. Apex Legends is getting harder cross-regionally every single season, every single split. These teams are figuring out new strats, working in the metas even better. And now he's going to be able to say he's one of a very small group of people who have been able to win at a LAN, and we're definitely going to have to start taking a more serious look at him.
And I want to ask this question to you, Snipe. What does this do for Phony's legacy as an IGL and his journey and status in Apex Legends now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got multiple top 10 finishes, has made the grand finals in many lands. He's won regional finals online. I think that this is one of those marquee moments for him that is going to really propel his team. And I was questioning, the leadership on this team and if they're going to be able to bring things back. And this is one of those moments where they were really able to bring it together. The stress was on, and it's one of those things where once you start feeling confident in the calls that you're making and you no longer have the hesitation, should we third this, should we do this, should we do that? He came out there and that's exactly what we saw. They went for the kills. There's no hesitation. They got the KP. They had the game plan, and you saw how on point that whole team was together. I think he's definitely going to be in the conversation, and right now there's no doubt that he's a top 5 IGL in the game.
Jamerson? I mean, does Phony put himself in any distinction now in that category? I mean, what's your takeaway? And it doesn't have to be Phony either, but I do want to focus on him for this at least line of questioning because he's been that guy, kind of holding that mantle. In little ways, I kind of look at him as hockey's kind of vibe, right? He's been holding the mantle, several different teams. He's the consistent piece, and he finally gets the win. What does this do for his legacy in your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, this event alone showed us how many amazing IGLs there are, and we would be remiss if we didn't say that he was amongst the greats at this point. I mean, we talked about, of course, history. How many IGLs have been able to make it to this position? How many IGLs were able to navigate this rough of a path to get to the top? Not many at all. And so if you get it, you're going to get it for life.
And I do love the fact that they had to make some kind of change after a few games and get back on track. 2 points after 3 games, ended with 85. That's one heck of a story. A storybook ending, you might say. Well, the ALGS has 2 parts, right, guys? Oh, wait, there's 3. We got split 1. We got split 2. And am I missing one, Lauren?
I feel like I've heard of one at the end of the year.
Do you guys know what it's called? Oh, I think I know what it's called. It's Champs. That's right. Championships. That's the next big one. You've been waiting for this. I've been waiting to talk about it with you. It's time to see where Apex Legends Year 4 storybook ending will take place.
What a beast! 360 Graver shot! There is no way he clutches that out! He beats them both! He's just better!
NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see!
And the question on everyone's mind is, where are we going for the Year 4 championship?
Now, Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series!
The CEO with the hostile takeover! TSM are your champions!
総額200万ドルの賞金をめぐって世界中から集まった強豪40チームが対決します。果たしてチャンピオンになるのはどのチームでしょうか。ALGS ようこそ日本札幌へ。
I give it all that I got.
The ALGS is going to Japan. I'll say it again. The ALGS is going to Japan.
We're going to Japan.
We're going to Japan, baby. We're going to Japan. That's what I'm talking about, Jamerson. That's what we need. The ALGS making its first trip to Asia, and what an exciting time for those who are going to be able to attend January 29th to February 2nd with us there.
We had the Asia Games Festival there, and we felt the love, and we wanted to go back. I mean, I think everyone in the Apex Legends community understands how big of an impact that the Japanese community has on Apex. I mean, Snipedown. We got Snipedown right here, who has to create his own Japanese Twitter account to try and deal with all the fans. We've seen Euris as well popping off over there. Wig has a huge, huge following over there. And so it feels so fitting to be able to take champs to Japan.
It's going to be so exciting, Lauren. I mean, this is really what we are going to be waiting for. And I know that you're so excited. So are we. I mean, we can't stop talking about it.
I think this is something that all of us have been dreaming about for so long. This is going to be, I think, our best champs yet. I mean, people are dedicated. This is going to be a massive win for the community. I can't wait to see what the players, what the locals, what everyone
The
brings to the
food.
table. Oh,
Tastes
don't even.
like- I'm
don't
kidding.
even.
I've been there before. I cannot wait to go back. It is the bomb. I think that's an appropriate way to describe it. All right, you guys understand what I mean. And you might be wondering, it's, okay, September 1st, January 29th, what are we doing up until that moment? We got a little something for you. Check it out.
Did you see the announcement video for Champs?
No, what was it?
Bro, it's in Japan.
We're going to Japan?
Yeah, we are. Only thing is, though, it's in January.
Dude, that's like a lot of months away.
4 to be exact.
What are we going to do? We got no B-Stream. We got no ALGS watch parties. I know for sure I'm not playing ranked.
We're going to be out of a job.
I mean, yeah, for a long time.
I don't know how I'm going to pay my mortgage. Oh, my
right.
God.
I know. It's a lot to think about.
Guys, we are going to Japan, finally.
That's fantastic, man. But do you not think about the B-Stream ever? We have no job.
Never.
I know.
What are we going to do?
What's the plan?
Well, what's it going to take to keep you guys around?
We got a pretty good asking price.
I'm sure you do, man.
Yeah, I mean, we're thinking numbers here. We discussed previously.
400K.
400K?
It's a solid number.
That's a really solid number.
Think about the vibes. We bring the charisma. We don't really bring the analytic part, but
And then we bring the heart.
We bring the heart
You do bring
and the
heart.
grid.
There's a lot of heart.
We do.
$400,000 is a lot, though, for heart and grit.
True.
I'm going to have to ask the CEO, man.
Ask him.
Ask him.
The BLGS is coming to you over these next 4 months with $400,000 in pricing and open tournaments. So we will not be leaving you on your lonesome snipe. It's great. Players get something to compete in, stay fresh. Check these new metas out because, you know, mini seasons will be dropping in Apex Legends up until that moment. But it's awesome to be able to still have chances to compete.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the biggest things is the lack of downtime in this, and everyone loves competitive Apex. We know how much that does for the scene and the space. I can't wait to be able to compete in that. Hopefully, you know, maybe I can make my way back to Japan one way or another, whether I'm on that stage or I'm right here up on this desk. But no matter what, you guys are going to have some amazing gameplay, and I can't wait to see that B-Stream pop off.
Yeah, you're trying to get to Japan through the ALGS or the BLGS, man. We need to keep, you know, we got to stop the alphabet at that point for Snipe. He's got too many routes up here. Let's take a look at the teams who qualified for champs as well. I want to point out a few, as this is a prestigious lot. Of our 40 teams who have done the best over the course of the year, they've qualified tops of their region over the Split 1 and Split 2 playoffs, and it's put them in a position to compete for the ultimate prize. Championships has been won by Dark Zero, and it has been won by TSM. Who will be the third? While Split 2 playoffs, Split 1 playoffs are prestigious, they are not the same as being a Year 4 champion. That is where it's at. The prize pool doubles, and you know you're going to want to be there. Taking a look at these teams as we brush through them. Bleed Esports, VK Gaming did enough to get there. Congratulations to them as well. They didn't have the most insane pro league I mentioned coming in third. That's great, but to be able to guarantee that based on their performance as well, that is huge. I'm still waiting for a few of these teams I really want to point out, but as you can see, NIP, who is not here in Split 2, you know, they will actually be able to make it to champs. Na'Vi, we saw them as well. Dreamfire, Furia, with not a great day, but they'll get another chance. Elevate Gaming, that's a big one that a team that was missed in North America, had a rough Split 1, contested a lot early on, and then obviously was not able to make it. But these two teams here that you saw, Echolos Laser and Shadow 3690, Echolos Laser from South America, with their performance in this tournament, had to get at least into finals or above, I believe, 15th place. They did that. They didn't get to finals, but they got above 15th place, and Shadow had the same task at their hand. They did that as well here, and that has guaranteed them a spot for champs, representing China and representing South America. All of that, Lauren, to say it's going to be great, and there's going to be a lot of good teams.
I mean, a massive redemption opportunity for some of our squads that maybe struggled this early on in the new meta. Tons of time now to really nail that down, and might be different by the time we end up at champs. So it's going to be really, really cool to see how everything plays out.
Oh, well, I have a special segment for us to end the day. We like to end our days with this because they help sponsor and make sure that all these computers are running right and our laptops up on the desk. It's Alienware. So let's show some love to our Alienware Ace Plays of the day. The Match Point Finals Ace Plays. These are huge. Now, remember, as we go through these, you'll be able to vote for your favorite one. So engage with us. Hang out. This is Light from Gaming Gladiators with the double beaks.
Yeah, this is the point, I believe, where he secures match for them. Maps after 3 maps, back-to-back dubs, and then securing just enough points here, and it was such a tight one. As we move on to Alliance here, this is when Alliance hit match point up against BK Gaming, who also have to shout out to them. But man, Tyler has been popping off all tournament long, again, with the help of the rest of his teammates. You have to imagine coming in as a substitute in this kind of environment. That is absolutely insane.
All right, here's a third one here, NRG. This is our man Nocturnal with the bow. Bow check to the dome, making it look easy just like that. And again, Liquid Alienware, wow, this moment, they won the game and they found a way to stop Gaming Gladiators. And 2 other teams were on match point at least. They sent us to match 10. This was a big moment, and it actually is something I think that SSG should go take them out to dinner for, because it didn't work out in this one, but hey, it certainly worked out in their favor afterwards as well. And what else could it be for our final moment, our final play? As Liquid Alienware cleaned this up, you know what it is. You saw them lift the trophy. It's SSG to claim match point finals and $300,000 and put themselves in a category so elite that only 4 distinct teams have been able to make it happen. This moment right here could have gone a lot of different ways. And that's the thing about sport and about esports. The ball, it might bounce your way. This time, SSG were in the right place. And Zainu throws up the deuce to let you know it's 2 in a row. Well, look at this. This desk is big. I don't know how we're going to fit all your points in, guys. I'll do my best here to navigate. Mark, go. All jokes aside, we love you guys. This is an effort, and I think for me, when I look at closing and saying the speech, the thing about it, I always tear up when I do this, is family. We've talked a lot about family this event, and we continue to talk about family and our players, but these guys right here are family to me. They're family to us, and they represent what we don't have here when we go away and put these tournaments on that are waiting for us at home. And just remember, you guys watching at home are also family. You're a part of this community. You're what breathes the life into it and allow these players and all of us to succeed. So from us at EA, from us at Apex Legends, from us here at Esports Engine and all of our amazing production, all of us on Talent, we love you, we appreciate you, and we want you to know that we will be seeing you in Sapporo very, very soon. For one last time, to end the day, let's give it a never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you all in Japan.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel.